now, our resident curmudgeon finds inspiration in an unexpected place. I've been thinking a lot lately about my color computer. You see, I have been using it less lately than I used to. I'm the kind of person who always likes to try new things with my color computer. But lately, I've been finding it harder to discover new things to try. I guess I could look on social media, but I never really did get into that. Anyone who knows me won't be surprised. But I learned something new. There's a group of people who get together every Saturday to talk about the CoCo. They call themselves the CoCoNation, and they say they're the world's leading live weekly talk show featuring the color computer. They talk about the CoCo siblings and its cousins, too. They even talk about its red-headed stepchild. I've heard they've got some nitwit doing commercials for them. He pretends he's Sally Struthers. The CoCoNation live show has changed my relationship with my color computer. I find that I'm using it a lot more again. I really like the CoCoNation live show, and I think you will, too.
The CoCoNation show is an unscripted, live, and interactive broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own, and not necessarily those of the CoCoNation show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds are encouraged, and a sense of humor is recommended. Thank you for being a part of the CoCoNation.
Radio Shack? Okay.
What?
The 80s called.
Welcome to the CoCoNation, the world's first live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy color computer and its hardware cousins.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, good. I had to switch my mic from a different computer, so.
Yeah. When you get a girlfriend or wife, you're supposed to include time for the boys.
Right.
Apparently
It's
not
supposed to be
right
in the
before a
prenups.
All right, let's get the show on the road. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the CoCoNation Show, episode 464. Let's see.
Yeah.
Continuation of the pre-show conversations. All right, on the panel today, we start off with Sloopy.
Oh, that's me.
Yeah.
Hi, everybody. I hope you have a great day. And if you're having a great day, why are you here? Don't you have something better to do?
Mine, we're all buds here.
Those that are here are having a great day.
Yes, we are.
Hi, next over, yours truly, the button pusher. Then we got Rick ZZ Euland.
Same thing here. No work gloves on me fingers. I'm happy.
And Marco.
Hey, glad to be back.
Wait a minute.
And next row we got Ron Delvaux.
Welcome to Coco Central, right here, right now.
And Henry Strickland.
Hey, in August of 1976, Joseph Weisbecker's article on the Cosmic Elf appeared in Popular Electronics
It sure did, didn't it?
magazine. So here's to a 50-year birthday of the Cosmic Elf article.
In the RCA 1850, is it?
The RCA 1802 was a nifty little processor. It had 16 16-bit registers plus an accumulator, and it was CMOS, and it went into outer space.
That's because it was a Ruby.
Okay. Next over we got Jeffrey Drywater.
Greetings all.
And Kevin Holloway.
Jeffrey.
Hello, everybody.
And on the last row we got Alan, Exile in Paradise.
Howdy, howdy, everyone. Welcome to the show.
And Brian Weasler.
Hello all, welcome to the show.
And last but not least, we got L. Cutterspoil.
Welcome to the show, everyone.
Okay, in the chat. We got Michael Zwiffle, Wayne Campbell, Exile in Paradise, Kevin Holloway, Marco, a couple of times, J.E. Jones, Brian Blake, Jim Rye, Sixy, Chris Dries, Bill Eathing.
Okay, let's see.
David Lord, David Lord, Tom Eric Gunderson, Kung Coco Fu, Bill Eathing, Canadian Virtual Thing, almost here. Okay, wherever here is. Let's see, Richard Gore, Mike Miller, this is where the Stack Overflow occurs. Ken Wilmot, 8 Bits in the Basement, and joining us on the panel, Bob Emery.
What are you doing on the panel? You're supposed to be building stuff on camera, dang it.
Well, I'll get there. I just had to run some errands. Howdy, folks.
Greetings.
Oh, there he is. Ken Waters joined us.
Finally, Ken came on board.
Yeah, too bad the audio didn't join him.
Give him a second. He has to do his audio settings.
Yeah, he's got to unplug the mic, plug it back in. And
he's routed through that orange machine back behind him.
Oh, the Mac.
It's Tangerine.
Yeah.
Tangerine Mac.
Yeah, better than the brown bread bin.
I think I'm
Yeah.
here now. Is my
You're-
audio working now?
You're a little low on the
Yeah, there
audio,
you
but
go.
you're there.
Oh, yeah.
You're there.
Yay, you made it.
Yeah, I told you I
switch
was
away
almost
from it.
here.
Yeah.
Switch away from the
Yep.
25-year-old Mac.
Yeah.
Right now, I've got the whole Tangerine, Vaseline, stupid 25-year-old pop song going through my head.
Tangerine Dreams.
Thank you very much. Right?
There.
Better.
Okay, let's see. We start off with, where am I?
And congratulations, Ken. You're doing a horror show
I'm not.
right here.
Oh, yes.
Now I found the right buttons. I need to make these things bigger.
Old age.
Let's see. Updates and acquisitions. So far, only 2 people nominated. Let's start off with Rick.
Okay, I'm ready to be updated and acquired. Let me get my Pokemon. Did it change? I can't see.
There you go. You're highlighted now.
Okay, beauty. So anyway, I've been playing with my Poriax multipak. The thing that Henry did. It's working out pretty well.
I like your stand.
Yeah.
I had to add some feet. Yeah, I think we'll be shipping this with a cute block of white pine to
Took about a half hour to screw all those together, didn't it?
I found that 2 decks of playing cards is just the right size.
2
as
decks
well.
of cards.
That's what I was using at CoCo Fest.
It's like 1.5 inches, so I'm gonna put some little pine feet on it, so the world. And I also found the this coax connector fits really nicely into your things, even though it's not made to fit there.
Oh, awesome! That's cool. Okay.
So we
Yeah,
got
what
the 5
about,
volts going in, and best of all, my logic analyzer, the clips come off. You know, they're plugged. The J clips are independent of the.
They're
So you can just plug it. You can take clips off and just plug right into the
pin
signals on the bus. And
Hey,
that way
that's what I did.
That way you don't have a bunch of extra crap. So
Are you
kind of a handy little gadget? This is the debugging thing for.
Did you look at my connection for my logic analyzer connecting to my CoCo? That's pretty much close to how I did it.
No, I didn't. I'm just trying to push this product that we're making, and we're going to sell at cost so people can do CoCo stuff.
Mhm.
And,
Well, you know, with that kind of stand, at least it's height adjustable.
yeah, but the CoCo has a known height, so yeah, I'll just put a little block of wood. These are danger of breaking something if you were to, whack.
If you
on
take
it.
a few of those off there, you could probably put it on a dragon.
Oh yeah, there you go. It's a dragon adjustable stand. You just kind of
There you go.
Universal stand.
How much extra?
I like it.
How many decks of cards?
Right. Oh, maybe dragon's a 1 deck of cards thing.
Yeah, remove all the face cards, or I don't know.
You need a custom deck of cards with like CoCo games on each of the faces too, or something.
And so this did lead me down a dark path. So I found a new way to crash BASIC. I changed my firmware to try to fix a few things, and here it is plugged in, and I removed everything else. It's plugged right into the CoCo, so it's just me, nobody else. And I found a way to make BASIC such that you can type in a direct command and it works. But if you try to save it as a line number, it's a syntax error. I'm not quite sure how I did that, but here it is doing it. It's reproducible. And
Does it only do that with that hardware in?
Oh yeah, it's my firmware. I did a firmware change and somehow I managed to break BASIC without crashing the CoCo, which is very elegant. I'm not really sure how I did that.
You're still
says okay.
but I thought that was pretty slick. And then another project I've been on way back before COVID, I cloned the Radio Shack hard drive controller. And that was done on my work MacBook, which is long gone. So the project's long gone. And I had a couple of pre-made boards, which I used up, and so I recreated it in KiCad. Thanks, Brian. He loaned me this to actually make sure I cloned everything properly and didn't.
This is the one that TGB Chris did a video on recently too, right?
Exactly. And I wanted to recreate that project again in case somebody wanted to see it. I'm going to put it on GitHub as the end result. But in any case, I didn't have it anymore, so I had to redo it. So I borrowed this from Brian and redid it. And now it's we're just going to test it, make sure it works, and then we'll throw it on GitHub. And if anyone ever wants to try to merge these two computer lines again, they can. In any case, that led to a review of why this may not have been pushed so hard for the CoCo when it was being sold. And in short, when the Model 1 came out, there were no home computer standards. There was nothing to refer to on the bottom of the box. There was no shielding. You can see, this is what a Model 1 looks like. And that was fine. But then by the time the CoCo 1 came out, we got to, there might be some standards coming pretty soon. And if there are, this is certified to pass those standards as an office appliance.
Yeah. So it's actually a business computer.
Exactly. And then by the time the CoCo 2 came out, the Radio Shack had the shielding's missing from this one, but with its internal shielding plate and everything, it complies with Class B limits, which is the thing we all have to live under now. Class B being the home standard, which is actually better than Class A.
Yeah, well, at least you didn't have to follow the Class B before 1980.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's where we're leading into. So the hard drive adapter is not certified for home computers. It is a Class A computing device. Even though it's made for the CoCo, you can't sell it for a home computer. So it's in a little bit of a gray area, and that's why it doesn't really show up in the Tandy catalog anywhere, except as
you can't be trusted.
Yes, you aren't good enough to live at home.
Leave it alone.
I do remember in the Tandy catalogs, though.
Yeah, it was in there, but they couldn't really push it because it's not legal for home computers. It has to be you're using your CoCo in a business environment. Okay, people did that.
Let the professionals do it.
Not with a Tandy controller, but
yeah, you know.
Those drives pretty well. The prices of the drives themselves you had to use this pretty well made sure you were a business because there were thousands.
You were a business, but I think I understand why it split the way it did because by the time the CoCo 2 came out, they had these rules, and this thing couldn't really be sold to home computerists as a home computer device.
The hard drives themselves were probably only a Class A.
That's well, yeah, the drives themselves weren't going to fit, so there was no point to try to recertify it. What's the point? But I think that's just kind of funny. That's why they didn't do it.
Do you think there's anything particular on this board that makes it not Class B certifiable, or they just didn't bother?
I'm going to guess. I don't have a good picture, but it was drawn with a ruler.
It's because of
even though it's got shielding on the bottom, the circuit board itself is all squared edges. It was drawn with a ruler. Those are all point radiators, and that thing's going to be as noisy as.
It's because of the shielding. Right. The shielding's not enough. They would have an interference tester. This is why this is why all three of the Trinity didn't have RF modulators on it, and Apple actually sold an RF modulator through a third party. And this is also why the Atari 800 is a boat anchor, so that it could be used in homes.
I wish I had a picture of the top side of the board, but you could see why you don't do it like they did it. Because the guy that drew this, I'm sure there was one of the CoCo guys went to talk to one of the Tandy guys at lunch, and then he drew this in the afternoon, and they sold it. And he drew it with a ruler, so every trace makes right angle bends, many right angle bends. So even though it's got a shielding plate on the bottom, it's got ground plates on the board, all those right angle bends are port radiators at RF. And no, you can't do that. That's why you never see them made that way anymore.
If any of you go to the VCF in Fort Worth there, maybe talk to some of the Tandy guys. They'll be there. And maybe some of them actually know exactly what happened there.
Right.
You're probably right, but yeah, I'd be curious.
It's kind of obvious that well, obviously they didn't pass Class B, or they would have stickered it that way.
I do remember Steve Bjork had one of these, and I'm trying to remember, I think he had the 35 meg drive on it, or two of them. At one point, he was talking about it at one of the shows.
Okay, yeah. Well, I mean, it was an effective system. It's just, I'm thinking just in terms of what you can really blast out on the,
Yeah, and he also had a Model 1 and a Model 3, so he probably had the same drives on there for some of his earlier development on those systems too. So,
yeah, not to mention the rules significantly changed in '81. That's why the Commodore 64 was able to have an RF modulator.
Right. Well, and that's why the Model 1 went away, because there was just no way they were going to make that puppy work with or without a modulator. They already went with the monitor trick to get it in homes in the first place.
Are those screws nylon or metal?
Yeah, they're plastic screws. This was Radio Shack's sort of prototype division.
How did it connect to the hard drive?
Through a 50-pin connector on the end.
Ribbon cable.
Yeah, you can't see it from
the main drive controller board's on the drive.
I got one of those.
Mark, you have to zoom yourself up so we can see you.
What kind of interface is it?
The interface
it's kind of proprietary. I mean, if you get right down to it, it's what Radio Shack decided it should be.
It's in Mark's hands.
Yeah, I got one here. I'm just trying to get my screen. So it basically connected through. I mean, that was all the cable they gave you.
Yeah, you had to buy a really expensive cable if you really wanted to connect it to anything. It was kind of sad, because that was just about enough to reach from the multipak down to the desktop. And it
had to be like right there.
Well, the other thing too is that this interface is really just an interface. There's no logic or there's no smarts on this thing. It's just TTL circuits for addressing. It's driven by the drivers in OS, and it's dependent on the controller board that's in the hard drive itself.
Yeah, which has like a Z80 chip on it, so it's a pretty smart controller board.
Yeah, don't you have to have the smarts to know what addresses there are?
That's all there is.
Oh wow, that's so much. Why did they make it such a big card? They could have put that in a regular cartridge slot.
Well, it fit the prototyping board slot, which is a long card controller size case.
Well, if you look at the cases, this is an RS-232 pack case that's been modified.
It's got those extra holes to hold it together because it doesn't have the pegs that would normally go through the middle of the board.
Yeah, because they
it's like a prototyping case. It was Radio Shack's own bodge.
Yeah, well, they cut off like it was a serial, or not a serial, but actually this one was probably a floppy controller. And
right,
you
but
can see
notice how
they cut the nibs off here, which normally would have hooked onto the top pick case. So they had to drill the holes.
It's missing the center hole where the peg should go through for most things.
It's got there. It's got the center peg.
Well, it's in the wrong place.
Well, what they did is they cut off the hooks for that connect the two pieces together.
Oh, okay.
And
so
then
now you've got to have the nylon screws to hold the top of the case together.
You can't see it here, but they enlarged this hole as well, which is where that would have received those little hooks. And they added a couple of feet here to support the board. So
all for $50.
Right. Well, so they could, I mean, it's their generic sort of, I don't know what we're going to put in this case, but here's a case we can put any dang thing in. And they put this in it. And that's the case they had. So it got a really big case.
I mean, you could tell this was an afternoon design project.
Right. Well, notice the top of it. See how everything's right angles? You aren't going to keep any kind of radio energy contained to anything with that many right angles on the circuit board traces. Yeah. See, everything was drawn with a ruler.
Art Deco.
I wonder if it was just like some of the big developers like Steve requested to get a hard drive for the CoCo because there wasn't any really third-party ones that early.
Right.
Oh, and some guy kicked it out. Yeah, we could do that with our Model 1 design.
It's a 2-layer board, isn't it?
Yeah, and I mean, all it's got on it is a 245 buffer and
tiny bit of gate decoding. In fact,
367 and a 150. Magnifying glass.
The board's translucent too.
Yeah, definitely was not a high budget item.
I don't think they sold too many of them either.
Oh, come on.
Once the Burke and Burke came out, and prices of hard drives dropped because we're using IBM PC compatible drives, that pretty well killed it.
Yeah, this was specifically a way to.
And there is some writing on it.
I do remember Bill Noble at the very first Rainbow Fest we were at. He went and bought one of those, and then he started looking into how expensive the drives were in the room that evening. And he returned it the next day and bought a Burke and Burke.
Yep, it says CoCo hard disk adapter, Rev 1.
Guess one was all it took.
Yep.
Right.
And
So-
maybe this had shielding on it because I see adhesive on the back.
Yes, there was a shielding plate on the back of the thing,
I don't know where mine went.
but it was stuck on there, but it was proper. But because of all those square corners,
They went in the same place those screws got lost to.
in any case, so I did my own recreation of this. Here it is as a ROM pack case.
Yeah, that's why I don't understand. Like Tandy could have saved some money and just redid the ROM pack
Well,
case.
because they didn't
half
have
the plastic.
they didn't have a generic ROM pack case. They had this generic case with the little feet that hold the board up and stuff. So they put it in that case because that was their.
That's what they had.
Well,
Well,
you're
there's
not
the
going to
manual.
reinvent.
That's all there
Entire
is to a manual.
Oh, nice. Oh yeah, that's on the.
Even got a picture of the
computer
drive on there.
archive
It's bigger than the multi-pack and the CoCo combined, just about.
Yeah, and I think they're not quite to scale on that cable there.
Oh no! I bought a seafoam cable. It
Well,
was
look-
about 1.5 feet long, and it cost $45.
Well,
So
look
I
at
know
the
why they
CoCo.
didn't give you one.
Look at the size of the CoCo. It's just a little bit bigger than the multi-pack.
Yeah, not to scale.
No.
Hey, Mark, are you able to scan that?
Probably.
I think that's on the archive right now. I looked at it. It doesn't really say much technical.
Oh,
It's
I was
just kind of a.
Yeah,
I was
it just
looking-
says how to plug it in.
It's hard to spell together because I guess I'm not seeing it on the archive right now. That's what I was looking to see. So, okay.
Should be
it's
two
in
words.
hardware manuals. Tandy.
Yeah. I'll go look. Yeah. You don't have to wait for me.
But anyway, yeah, this is it. 3 chips, couple flags, 2 lines. That's the whole schematic. And basically all it's doing is it's shoving here's that interface output. It's just all the data lines in a row, a few select address lines in a row. And that's about it. I mean, it doesn't.
Okay.
It
Yeah, it
doesn't
is
do-
there. Just search for hard disk. What 2 words?
Okay.
That's what it is. So, okay, I'll look again. Thank you.
In any case, I'm going to throw the recreation of the schematic and everything on GitHub. So if
No, I have a
anyone wants to
question.
play with a.
Because these drives were pretty rare to buy because they're so darn expensive. Was there other drives out at that time that would have been compatible, or was that a uniquely Tandy thing?
Would have been specifically Tandy's, I would think.
Yeah, the controller board is Tandy. Everything else is just MFM. You could make the drive 2, 3, 4 cases out of anything, but you
was like-
got to have that original Tandy base unit.
Yeah, it was basically a Western Digital controller. I mean, kind of like the whole computer of itself kind of thing. I mean, the board, that control board was the size of the case. I mean, it filled the entire top surface of that.
So it's bigger
case.
than
Right.
a CoCo motherboard, for example.
And there was like
Yeah.
and there was like a Z80 equivalent processor in it,
and it was packed.
It did its work, it really did. Well, to get like the Model 1 wasn't fast enough to manage a hard drive by itself, so it did all the work and said, "Here's your data." And it's kind of like our Pi projects that we're using nowadays.
So it's not really a SCSI, but something kind of like it.
They called it
Probably
sassy, but
sassy.
I'm looking at
Yeah.
it, and some of the
Sassy.
pinouts match with.
Yeah, that's what I was
sassy,
thinking, sassy.
but not all of them. But yeah, that sassy was another dumb as dirt interface.
Well,
so.
Well, that was
it
the
was-
precursor to the SCSI.
Yeah,
not
it was-
Untitled
it
Chapter.
was
Sugared
meant to be driven.
Associates. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was meant to be driven by just a parallel port because that's all that like the Model 3s and 4s had.
Right.
That just had that little parallel port in the back.
Well, that's pretty much all any computer had at the time. So
Yeah.
that's how they do it. Give it some data, give it a couple of addresses, and G control pins, and call it a day. In any case,
I assume the controller board itself also had a sector buffer at least. I think it was no halt, wasn't it?
well, yeah, because it was actually its own little CPU. There was a little bit of RAM on there. It was its own little world.
Because it had to keep up with all of the business class machines from the Model 2 all the way up through the 6000.
Exactly. There was no room to mess around here. We aren't going to give you any concessions, little kid. We're just gonna, here's your data.
So technically, it's the first no halt drive controller of any sort we had on the CoCo, besides RAM.
Oh, I suppose you're right.
Yeah.
Exactly. Because we stole it from the Model 1. Woo!
We just have to get TGB Chris to do a speed test and compare it with like an Eliminator or a Birkin just see how it compares speed-wise.
Oh, right.
Remember we used to always test that mega read that Bruce Eisted did to see how fast you could read a megabyte?
Well, I know it's a hell of a lot faster than floppy drives.
Yeah.
Right.
And the type head in OS9 still works. That's my favorite part.
And even if it doesn't work, that's a very well-traveled hard disk controller because it was in Rick's possession, came to CoCo Fest. He sold it to me. I brought it back to where I'm at. Then I've had it for a while. Went to TGB Chris, came back to me. Then went to CoCo Fest, and now it's back with Rick again. So
it's here.
It's getting some miles.
It's been taken apart and put back together again.
The only thing you got to do now is expand it to other countries.
Yes.
Oh, right. We should send it to England or something.
In Australia. Nick, here, develop your next game on this.
Australia, yeah.
Yeah. Wasn't there some movie with some traveling pants or something?
Oh, right.
Yeah, Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants, something like that.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Next up, Henry.
Okay. So, Rick, I hope you don't take a close look at the traces I've drawn on my CoCo Centipede here. We're going to have to ask your lawyer how we couch our language for what people are allowed to do with these at home or in the office.
No, it's a hobby kit. It doesn't matter.
It's all hobbyist, yeah. When I make these at JLC PCB, I always choose the DIY
exactly
hobbyist legal questions. Okay, so I'm gonna start to present now. Well, before I do, I'm gonna show you something about compilers. I first I need a message to everyone who has CoPico Bonobos from last year's CoCo Fest or CoPico Centipedes from this year's CoCo Fest. I worked on that centipede for weeks and weeks before CoCo Fest, and the last 2 weeks I've done other stuff. So I will be getting back to making a release of software for the centipede really soon now, but I don't have it yet. And instead, I got obsessed in this past week with a different problem having to do with compilers and high-level languages compiling for our 6809. And the state of our C compilers is that, to my knowledge, there's only 2 C compilers that do good optimizations for the 6809 platform. One is a version of GCC based on GCC 4.6.4, which is like 20 years old now.
It's retro itself.
It is.
Right.
And the other is a German professor has a compiler, but it's not open source. I mean, he gives you the source, but you're not allowed to make changes and redistribute it. And so that kind of violates the maintainability that we would need to call it open source. Then we've got other compilers like CMOC, which is great. I've used it a whole lot, by Pierre Sarrazin. Is that right?
Yeah.
And Deek maintains the C compiler that actually runs on the CoCo under OS 9 in the 64K memory space.
Yeah,
And
his is called DCC. It's a kind of a successor with some enhancements, like some ANSI bits and stuff added to the original KNR compiler that MicroWorks sold.
Yeah, and these are KNR, and that one's KNR instead of ANSI. CMOC does ANSI. I don't know if it does KNR as well.
Yeah, DCC has a little bit of ANSI in it, like Deepspin is slowly adding stuff if you can fit it in type thing. So it's kind of a little bit of a hybrid. It's not full ANSI though by any stretch.
And rewinding back to the GCC, it's got severe bugs in it. To the point that some people like Alan Cox just throw up their hands and say, I can't use this. I've been using it a lot, but I've kind of divided the functionality into those things that are known to work pretty well and that which is suspicious. But even still, sometimes something just goes wrong and I have to...
And Alan's the guy from Fusix, right?
Yes. Yeah, the Etched Pixels... GitHub, and what is he calls himself Penguin, something Penguin. Angry
Yeah, he's
Penguin?
active on the Discord.
Yeah, on the Discord, I forget. Yeah. He was Linus Torvalds, I think the chief lieutenant or one of the top lieutenants on the Linux project for years and years until he retired from that. So
Exxon Paradise just said Penguin of Evil.
Penguin of Evil, yeah. So I find it wonderful having him in our community and responding to questions and issues on the Discord. It's very useful. Anyway, he's written his own compiler, but he's like Deke. He wants it to run on the platform, and so he's written what I call a naive compiler, which means that the most it does for optimizations is pretty much a constant evaluation and peephole. It's not doing lots of global optimizations the way GCC does. GCC can do it because it uses this single static assignment, SSA technique, which I believe was invented after I got out of grad school. So I mean, I was in grad school in the late 80s in computer science. I think that static single assignment maybe was being invented then, but really came out in the 90s. The German professor, when he lists the optimizations he does, I'm sorry I don't have his name or remember the name of the compiler right off the bat. He doesn't talk about static single assignment. He talks about a bunch of optimizations, but it looks like he may be using what I would consider an older style of optimizations. And I've kind of thought that one of these days when I get the time, I'm going to learn a lot about static single assignment and try to write our own optimizing compiler in which it's a little easier to fix bugs than it is to fix GCC, which a number of us have looked at GCC there and thought about trying to fix some of this stuff and find it just to be a huge time sink and that we just don't have time to do that. So I don't like people who talk about agentic programming a whole lot and the AIs, but that's what I've done this past week is I've talked to Google Gemini and got it to start working on a compiler for me, targeting the 6809, but I'm also targeting x86-64 so that we can run test cases there. And I also have it generating C code at two different places, one from the abstract syntax tree that comes right after the parser. So an early on emission of C code, and then another after it converts into SSA format. And by having these different ones, we can play them against each other and say, well, this one worked. Why doesn't this one work? Or something. And so I'm calling this minigolf, MINIGOLF, and I'm going to start to present that. That's the name under my GitHub, which is my username Strickyak. Let's share.
Got a question for you actually while you're bringing that up here from
Sure,
Exxon
yeah.
Paradise. He said Strick can it roll in 6803 targets?
Yes, I want to do that for sure.
Senator Jim Gary was asking about using some of the the modern tools and AI tools to
Yeah.
try to do programming for the MC10.
No, I totally agree. That's
Yeah.
that's something that I want to do.
Oh yeah. Turn it off. I'll get.
Okay, am I
Wait.
We have a directory.
someone's talking in the background without muting
Yeah,
the mic.
yeah. Ron just muted. He didn't notice he wasn't muted.
Okay, and I want to know if my screen is on your screen now.
We have minigolf.
Oh, I've got the wrong one. Okay, stop sharing. That's why it didn't look right to me when I looked at it. Let me share.
Ken Wilmot in the chat also said almost there. Alan Cox has an HD6303 compiler. That's the more advanced.
Oh, nice.
609.
Okay. This is share this one.
Package main.
Yeah, there we go. Now I see the correct color in there. So I'm going to move this over here. And I am basing my syntax on the Go language instead of on the C language, at least at first. I think we should be able to have multiple front ends for different representations that get converted into the abstract syntax tree. But Go has a much simpler, smaller grammar, and I thought it was an easier starting point for this, and I really like it. And I'm only going to tell you two things about Go syntax right now, and the rest of it is going to be kind of obvious, but it's time to learn a little thing or two. One is that there's 6 different types of initial of outer statements. There's package, which comes at the top. There's imports where you get other things. There's const, there's var, there's func, and there's another called type, which would look like that. And the other thing I'm going to tell you about Go is that the thing you're defining always comes first. So when you're defining a type, this means that word is being defined. And then following that comes what it's being defined to be. That applies to const. That applies to func. Here we're defining a function named main. So that's kind of what you need to know to read. And look, I've created a global variable named x, and its type is big decimal. And so dec is kind of like a class name that's being, or a type name that's coming in from this big package. And so I'm going to print powers of 2. I start out setting this decimal to a small number 1. And then I go into this loop where x becomes the sum of x and x. So that's doubling x, and I print 2 to the I plus 1 power is, and then I ask x to print itself. And that includes a new line at the end inside that method. And Go has a nice thing, at least the latest versions of Go, where you get this kind of an iteration syntax. And so for I equals range 500 is going to run I from 0 to 499. All right, let's watch it run. So that's my source code. I'm going to go over here, and here's my command that runs the compiler, telling it that the machine type is 6809. Here's the source code powers of 2, and we're going to create powers of 2.assembly in a temp directory. And then I have a script that's going to run it on my own emulator, which is named Gomar. It's going to link that assembly with a little bit of others and make it go. And so here goes. Now, this is running an emulator, not running on a CoCo. I'm sorry, I don't have a demo on a real CoCo at this time, but it's get 300. It's going to go on up until it gets to 500. And this is kind of similar to something I was doing at CoCo Fest, where I was using big number arithmetic to stress a 6803 CPU and have something to do. We get up to 2 to the 500 is 3 quinquagentillion, 273 novum quadrigentillion, 390 octaquadrigentillion, etc. And let's see if that's right. We're going to Python and say 2 to the 500, and that pretty much confirms we got it right. So next I'm going to show you a little bit of what's inside of Big. So edit big.golf, and let's see. I don't have true and false in the language yet, but we have the ability to define a struct. Remember, type is one of the initial words that we can use in Go, and the name of the thing being defined comes immediately after it. And so then after that comes the struct definition. And our large decimal numbers contain a size and contain 255 digits. And size tells me how many of those digits is used. To set a small number A that's bite-sized, the size is either 0 or 1. If A is 0, the size is going to be 0, and we shove the A into the guts. And that's how I initialize things to 1. There's an add method, and it just kind of iterates up to the size that's needed, which is the maximum of the A size or the B size, the two numbers that are added, and processes the carry. And it's working in decimal. So every slot in guts is either going to be a number 0 through 9. And the print method, since it's in decimal, I don't have to convert to decimal, which is something that my other demo at CoCoFest had to do. 0 is a special case, and otherwise we just print all the digits and print a dot at the end. Now, my language doesn't really have strings yet, except in one special case, which is calling the built-in print line, which is always a weird built-in function that was there for bootstrapping. And since I'm bootstrapping, I understand now why they put it in there. Oh, and here's the most advanced feature that my new language does, is it lets you do parameterized types. So I can do a maximum function on any type T, where the two numbers coming in are any type T, and it's going to return the same type as a result. And so that'll work on byte size, that'll work on int size, that'll work on strings. I kind of like how they did templates, and it's very simple. The implementation of expanding those was surprisingly easy to do. So where I'm going to be going with this, we're not doing any of the optimizations yet. I don't want to save any changes. We're not doing any optimizations yet because I want to get a large body of code that works as test cases before we do the optimization. But it is turning it into static single assignment form, and it is anyway, we've got all the plumbing in there that we need to start doing optimizations, and Jim and I keeps offering to start on those optimizations. Jim and I is pretty anxious to do that, but I'm putting it off because I want the language to be working pretty solid and have a large body of tests, like I said. And then someday, in order to get ANSI C into this, I'm hoping I can find, okay, we're writing this compiler in Go, which is a terrific language for writing compilers. Hopefully I can find a ANSI lexer and parser that's open source, that's in Go, and it produces an abstract syntax tree. And then we can just write a copier from their abstract syntax tree into our abstract syntax tree for Go, and that'll let us have C syntax as well. So questions on all of this go flying over everyone's head again.
We had a question from William Athing in the chat here saying seems very fast for non-optimized. I'm assuming that's the speed of your emulator.
It's the speed of my emulator, exactly. Yeah. But I hope that we'll get going that fast when we do have the optimizations in there.
Also, we have a lot of people commenting on your reading out the digits on that number. They've never heard those words before.
Okay. You know what I was hoping? I was hoping to find a web page or even Google. I went to Google Translate and I pasted that number in English and had it translate to German, which just printed the same decimal number with digits. But I was hoping I would be able to click on the pronounce button, but it doesn't pronounce it correctly. It just says 3, 2, 7, 3, 3.
Each digit. Yeah, because William, I think had mentioned earlier in the chat, he said never heard the word quadrigentillion until today.
Well, these are important words because these are important numbers. This number has 151 digits in it, and I want to give them the respect that they're due.
I mean, I thought the only time they used words like that was for describing the national debt.
Right.
and cryptographers, I mean, when cryptographers, raise 2 to the 500th power, we say we have a belief in a higher power.
It's almost a Google, like not the company, but the number.
Oh, it's much bigger than Google.
Yeah, because that's 10 to the 100th or something like that. I can't remember now.
Yeah. Google is 10 to the 100.
Less than a Googleplex,
much smaller than Googleplex. Googleplex is 10 to the Google.
Question from Mike Miller. He says, do you expect to produce something that will work natively in 64K or only cross-compiling? I'm guessing only cross-compiling.
Only cross-compiling. It's not that I'm not thinking about what we can do in 64K. I'd love to come to that question eventually after I learn more about static single assignment. I think that we should be able to load portions of the program if we can divide it into kind of functional units that you go into here and there's 10 functions that get called and it returns. Well, maybe we can do not global, but kind of form a module out of those 10 functions and do smart optimizations across them. And so do it in smaller chunks.
How about doing it with an MMU, like on a CoCo 3 or something, where you actually have extended RAM you can like page in different parts depending on what you need it.
No, that absolutely helps as well. And that might be a nice thing that I do with this language is make a slower version of it, which maps all of the objects into memory as they're being used so that it can use that extra memory or something along those lines. There's a little support in GCC for doing stuff like this. I haven't turned it on. Oh, and I've got 3 different modes for the 6809, but so far all our testing has been only done in one mode. The 3 different mode switches are whether to reserve the Y register for the pointer to your global space. CMOC does this. GCC does not. Although GCC does let you say reserve the Y register, it doesn't know to put all the globals on it. Is that right? Anyway, so one is reserving the Y register to point to globals. Another option is whether it's position independent code or not. And the third option is whether to use the U register for the frame pointer or to omit the frame pointer, and everything on the stack is relative to S. And I have not been exercising all 8 of those combinations the way I need to. But the cat go.mod, there's the name of the GitHub.
Cool.
We'll stop sharing here. All right, so this has been a really fun task. Shaking bugs out of a brand new compiler for me at least, it always runs a lot longer than you hoped. We've spent about 2 days swatting bugs that I find every time I write a new program. It uncovers a new bug, and I want to get out of that mode before we start introducing new bugs by trying to do optimizations.
But you've lived in Georgia. Swatting bugs should just
Swatting bugs. Oh yeah. Well, I don't really swat bugs. You just go, you get them out of your mouth. And, otherwise, we coexist with bugs. All right. Thanks, Rick.
No, this is interesting. I want to see where you go with this.
Yeah, I do too.
Applied wizardry.
Yeah, I should say that the semantics of mini golf are not going to be the same as the semantics of Go. So far, like the code I was showing you already, that probably works exactly the same in both languages, but we're going to be able to do systems programming, unsafe things in mini golf is the idea. And let's see, the golf stands for, well, Go and language, and the F stands for whatever you want.
I think we know where that's going.
I'm suggesting the word fun. But our semantics are going to diverge, and it's going to be a subset of, but I'm trying to use the Go syntax, which means that your formatting and syntax highlighting for Go will work with mini golf.
Oh, nice. Just throw it in VLB and say it's Go, and it's happy. Nice.
Okay.
Okay. That was all I had on my project updates list. Anybody else got one?
I can show some stuff for a little bit if you guys want.
Sure.
We like toys.
Okay, let's see here. And the fact that we just had Henry on will be a nice little segue. I'll get the right camera here. Boom. There we go. So while at CoCoFest, Henry and Rick were handing out some of these. The Henry's Fabio Labs there, his TFR 90H there project there.
That's the single board computer with a 6309 on it.
Yep.
So that does not plug into a CoCo. That's got its own 6309 processor inside of it.
Right, and then and you access it through the serial.
The USB cable.
The USB. Sorry, that's what I meant. I got something else in my brain now. I got something serial related. I was going to share.
It is serial, and it goes to your PC. When I say PC, the program that runs on the PC end, we've got it for Mac, we've got it for Windows, we've got it for Linux on Intel, Linux on ARM, like your Raspberry Pi, and we can probably cross-compile for RISC-V or whatever else you want if you request it.
Yeah, it's a nice little project there. I'm going to try to play around with that a little bit there.
All right.
So I had that, and then also he spoke about this, his CoPico, the centipede there that he was talking about. I should probably zoom in just a little bit here.
And that's version 32Z, which is the one that we've given out.
Yeah, and then along that, he's also had his FujiNet hat that he was including with it for anybody that wanted to get those. And there's a header right here with the pins, and then you can expand off of it by plugging it into there. And then Henry was also handing out some of his little prototyping boards, where again you could put a header right here, and then you could expand off of this if you wanted to. So I did grab a set of that, and actually I grabbed 2 pairs because I want to send a pair down to Alan, Exile in Paradise. So I have a second set for him. I need to get into a box and down there for him, because I knew this is a project he would be very interested in.
All right, great, thanks.
Yes, sir. Woohoo!
And I will try in the next couple of weeks to come up with new software release and good documentation and internal explanations and everything that you and Alan and everyone else need to know to succeed with it. There
By
are
then-
10 unused GPIO lines that go to that hat. So if you have an idea of extension that you want to build, like on this one, it uses serial IO because the FujiNet people were talking serial from. This is where the ESP32 goes into that big open space. It's also got a space for SD card or micro SD. And I took their Rev 0000, their quad zero Rev design in KiCad, and I trimmed it down, took out the things that we didn't need, and I added the connector on the corner to make it a hat. So Bill Athing is, I believe, actively trying to get this to work right now. I have not seen it work yet. So
Yeah, he said he has a case made for the Centipede with a FujiNet hat too.
Okay, yeah, that's right.
I do have a question. Why not the Raspberry Pi hat pin out? Was that not have everything you need, or?
It's quite different.
I'm just wondering because there's so many hats for a Raspberry Pi that you can get.
Yeah, we could look at that. Maybe we can make a hat that converts it to the Raspberry Pi.
Oh, there you go, a
connector.
hat. I like it. Kind of a top hat
with square corners on all the traces. But yeah, why did I do this? Because the time was getting close.
Do something. Okay.
And I couldn't decide what kind of hardware to put on the Centipede for expansion, and I decided to do an expander instead of.
That's a great solution. I haven't checked out the schematic yet. Do you have I2C or anything on that, or what's the interface between the board and the hat?
It's 10 GPIO lines, numbers 10 through 19. And so on those GPIO lines, you can do I2C, you can do SPI, you can do normal serial UART protocols.
Okay, pick a mix.
You can output DVI. I'm not, maybe DVI. You can do I'm sorry, it starts with a V. VGA. VGA is the one I want to do first. You could output a PWM and make an Orchestra 90 out of it.
Okay, so yeah, pick what you want.
So they're general purpose IO lines, or you can run them to relays to turn in off your garden sprinklers and burglar
and I
alarms.
see you've cleverly laid it out where you could have a parallel bus on top, so 3 hats fit across the top.
Yeah. You can send $20 to Amazon, and they'll send you a kit with 35 different sensors in it, and you can use all
exactly.
of them.
Just cook whatever you want.
Yeah.
And Henry did cover this in his presentation at a CoCo Fest. So if you go seek out this past year's presentations, Henry takes a nice deep dive into this into his project here for anybody that wants to get more information about it.
So thanks, Brian.
You bet. Thank you. I showed this last week, Curtis, but you weren't on there. I thought maybe you might appreciate this button that I picked up here, this TRS-80 Color computer. Yep. Where it says the TRS-80 Color computer, more than fun and games. There you go. So anyway,
Do you know where that came from?
it actually came from Canada, but I don't. I'd have to go back and look at the shipping address. But it was a seller on eBay had it, and they had a whole bunch of other buttons. So I'm guessing maybe he is a button collector or in the button world, and he was selling it or something like that. So I'm not exactly sure where it came from. Looking at the metal and stuff like that, it's not like it was something that was just made new. It looks like
it's a show button,
right? But I mean, it looks like it's something that maybe. I mean, this doesn't look like new stuff. It looks like older stuff. So like it is aged a little bit. So I don't know where.
Yeah, but it's one of the OS9 guys. Like there was a whole bunch of them in Ontario, like Alan DeCock and
right.
Matthew. I can't remember his name that made the SCSI driver, and there's a whole bunch of them in that area. That sounds like something they would have made.
Yeah, this is like the quintessential computer show button that you would have got back in the day.
Right.
Say in the 90s-ish. They were everywhere.
Right.
And at the CoCo Fest auction, I was able to get a Canadian Couleur computer, le CoCo. So
the computer de haute note.
That's why you made a reference to Z earlier instead of Z.
Right. It's infected him.
Well, and hams do that, and yeah.
Here's another thing that I recently got here. We've heard of MicroWorks, some of their hardware that they sell.
Oh yeah.
So this here is a serial to parallel converter. It has a 7 to 8-bit switch on it, so you can flip, which way you want to go. But on the label here it says, warning, this is not a ROM pack. Do not attempt to plug this into the ROM slot of your color computer. Doing so will void the warranty.
Oh, wow.
And damage the color computer.
Nice.
So,
what?
So it looks like, right, so it looks like a ROM cartridge. It has, it has power.
Okay.
It also has your serial connector here, right? But if you notice here, where's the cables coming out from the bottom? Where it looks like there would be.
Oh, they used their old.
Right. So I think what they did here, because this isn't quite, I mean, the spacing is right, but it's a pin short on either side.
Yeah.
So what I'm wondering is if they would have sold this with a ribbon cable with an edge card connector that would go from that to your regular 25-pin D plug.
Right, but they used their existing case because it was so expensive to make cases back then.
Right. Or not 25-pin D, whatever the parallel connector. Yeah. So I'm wondering if that's what they did, where this would have basically just sat on the table.
This is the case they used. This is the case they used for the digitizer, and they just reworked it a little bit. But then they had to put a big warning on it because it looks just like a digitizer.
Right, but there's no way you could plug this in here. Right, with these things here in the way, there's no way you could slam this thing in. I mean, you'd have to. You have to maybe get your foot and your hand behind it or something like that to push it in.
This is what we call de-stupidifying.
Right. So anyway, I hadn't seen this one before. It popped up, and I grabbed it.
This is cool. That's a new thing. I never thought of the problems that would be caused by. I mean, like that hole there. That's the adjustment hole for the digitizer. So anyone that owned the earlier MicroWorks product would be really confused by picking this up and just try to cram it into their CoCo.
So, but no, I thought that was kind of a fun one. I have several other serial to parallel adapters that were back in the day. What else did I want to share with you guys here today? Let me slide this over here. There we go. Whoops, man down. Anyway, a common eBay seller. This is going to be this is not really CoCo related, but it's just kind of like how nice type of thing. So there was an eBay seller that had all sorts of cords, test cords for your meters and stuff like that. I mean, I got like a whole box. It's crazy. I got test leads coming out the wazoo. It was a whole big pile. That's only half the box. But I also bought from the seller, I wanted to buy this set of capacitors that they had. And when I opened the box, there wasn't capacitors. There was heat shrink tubing and a whole bunch of it. And so I messaged the seller and I said, I got the test leads, but I didn't get the capacitors. I said, you sent me these all sorts of boxes of heat shrink tube. And he's like, he goes, I thought maybe I grabbed the wrong box. I wasn't sure. He goes, what do you want to do? Well, before I could reply back to him, because I was busy with something, he goes, I tell you what, he goes, I'll just credit you back and you just keep those. So one purchase turned into a bonus of a lifetime supply, at least for me, of heat shrink tubing. So this will be kind of nice, because there is times I need it though, and I can usually never find the one or two pieces that I need. So this would be nice to have that.
So to use those, you'll have to start a whole lot of projects. You don't have to finish them.
Right. Just have to do it. So anyway, that was just kind of a little comical side note. So you guys know I'm always on the look. I'm always on eBay looking for this and that and the other thing and stuff like that. So I've lately got a little string of some CoCos, but these are in bad shape. these have sat in the bottom of a pit somewhere. I don't know where.
Oh,
I mean, I wish the camera could actually pick up on this. I mean, I don't know if you can see the
You need to start off
grunge
with
and
a
the
trip through the dishwasher.
oh, I mean, these
The
things are
exact
just
opposite of the ones they sold at the auction.
these things are just bad. I mean, they had them listed at a fairly fair price, but I lowballed him and I just said, you know, hey, and I spelled out all these reasons and stuff like that, and well, we struck a deal. But I mean, I'm a little fearful because you can see here there's a little bit of rust around here, and you can't really see it through here though by shining a flashlight. There's some rust in there. I have not powered this on yet at all to see if these things even work yet. So
Yeah, I want to know what color is the smoke.
yeah,
right. and the smell, yes.
And
You're going to video this, right?
yes. And
Oh,
so,
yeah. Keep that
Yeah, you
camera
should.
going. Yeah.
right. And so when I said that I got, when I said them, I did get his twin brother that was also, the seller had two of them. Now this one here is actually in much cleaner shape, but it's still, there's still rust on the RF right here. So I have a feeling these things were in a fairly humid environment. I mean, even around the RC jacks here, you can see they're not shiny. There's kind of this cloudy gray, gray powder on them and stuff like that.
So these were stored in a shed in Louisiana, right?
Somewhere.
Right. But you're probably okay with stuff like the gimme chip and stuff like that.
Right.
The tin rusted, but the parts didn't. So there was something.
Right. So yeah, these haven't been powered up at all. But
have you opened them up to even look to see what kind of condition the chips and sockets are in?
No, I have not. No. I mean, I can certainly grab a screwdriver if you guys are curious. I can open one of them up real quick if you guys want. How much time you want to spend here?
Open up the worst one. Let's see how bad the damage is.
Yeah, let's see how bad the bad
That
one
sounds
is.
fun.
That'll be good.
By the way, Brian Blake is speculating it might be the same landfill the ET cartridges are in.
Oh yeah, it could have been.
Uh-oh, here you guys go. You guys always like witnessing this.
Oh, it's a virgin.
Okay, everybody ready? Everybody ready we're going to break this together here. We'll do this.
Like a virgin.
There we go.
Oh, for the very first time.
There we go.
I think Henry's just shaking his head.
So we broke the shield. There we go. Okay. So there we go.
Now you did it. And you'll be able to take it.
Okay. Now I need a nap.
We just lost our G rating there, just like that.
Right. Demonetized and everything.
By the way, those ET cartridges were in New Mexico, so it's really pretty dry down there.
Yeah, that shouldn't have rusted. Yeah.
I don't know if you guys can see this or not. See this stuff right? This fell out of it when I turned it over.
Came out with the screws.
Is buried in soft peat for a few years, just like Hitchhiker's Guide said.
You better have a can of Raid handy.
Right.
Alan, did you just catch the Hitchhiker reference there?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, you did.
I am well versed in Vogon bureaucracy.
But
Alan,
do you know Vogon poetry?
Alan's made it a personal challenge to get me through the Hitchhiker's Guidebook. I have an audio version. I'm on chapter 3.
Okay.
But, anyway, so when you guys make these references, I'm not always understanding.
Wait till you get to the fourth book when they talk about democracy. It's wonderful.
Okay, here we go. Let's see what we got in here. If it's going to be bad or not so bad, really.
The RF can looks pretty rusted.
Yeah, that's about maximal rust on the RF can.
Yeah, but RF cans.
Yeah, I've seen that before.
It's
not like
patina.
that. I mean, that's not patina. That's rust.
Ooh.
No, that's patina.
Can you guys see this on my finger?
Yes.
Okay, that's just dust. Okay, the dust probably protected all.
Maybe
the
some
chips
compressed
for the
air will
rust.
just clean it right out.
Right.
86.
How old's the gimme? Inquiring minds want to know. Is that it?
It's only.
Gotta do an Adrian Black on that and just run it in the sink.
Yeah, just throw it in the dishwasher, give it a 1 hour cycle, it'll be fine.
Oh, it's only a 128K. Never mind. That's not worth anything.
Yeah,
that's right.
87.
You knew that one.
87 gimme.
What's the year of the gimme? Yeah,
87. He said
87.
Well, with breaking the seal, it would have to be a 128.
Yep.
Well, right. It didn't come any other way unless you had that service department warranty sticker on top.
But the solder connections don't look all screwed up or anything.
No.
No, just the it's atmospheric rust on all the tin-plated crap. That's all that's wrong with it.
Layer of protective rust and dust.
Well, hey guys,
There
I do have a cable here. Should we plug it in and turn
Ooh,
it on and
it's
see what
a
happens?
Oh, sure. What the heck?
Plug it in. Plug it in. Plug it in.
We were saying that you should have a video in case it blows up and gives you smoke. We'll do it right now.
Yeah,
Leave the camera on the CoCo when it starts. Because we know what the display will look like.
Leave the room.
Push the gimme chip in first.
Make sure the gimme's properly seated.
Yeah, give it a little squash. There you go.
Yeah. The CoCoNation, the only place you can see live computers be turned on.
Oh, it went down.
Crunch. You guys should hear the crunchy noise I'm hearing when I'm pressing on these on the memory chips.
Yeah, well.
You can do the Apple method. Just drop it on the table to reseat them.
Yeah, pick it up a foot and drop it.
No more than 3 inches.
Okay, let's see here. Let me get some of the screws off from underneath the bottom here. Okay, now we're setting level.
Ish.
I wish I could have 2 cameras on at once, but let me switch to my. I got everything turned on here.
We'll teach you about OBS.
I need to learn about OBS. Okay, well,
OBS
we'll do the first.
is your friend.
You're wearing glasses, right?
We'll do this. Yes, we'll do this. I'll plug this in first.
Yeah.
We'll do the plug-in first, then I'll
Watch
switch.
the machine power up. If it doesn't explode right away, we can switch the display, right?
You know where the fire extinguisher is, right?
Yeah, you have a fire extinguisher, Andy?
Okay.
Listen for the relay click.
Here we go, guys. I'm going to press the button. See what we get.
1, 2, 3.
Solid green screen.
Solid green. Bob for the win.
Gimme chip.
Powered
That
up,
means
no
the
RAM.
gimme's at least partly working.
Okay. Yep. Hold on.
I would reseat the gimme
Reseat the gimme chip.
Okay. You guys have to give me 2 seconds here.
You got a border, so yeah, you're pretty good.
Yeah.
Yep.
Good call, Bob.
We should have taken bets.
Yeah.
Right?
Reseat the gimme chip.
I think he did already. Or did you just push it down?
I just
pushed it down. Push
Yep,
it up.
I'm going to give it a good swipe.
Yeah, just give me 1 second here. I'm looking for my, here it is.
The ox, it's your friend.
Looking for the tool here. Okay. I know you guys don't have any video right now, so we'll just talk for a second here.
No, we have no signal. We can tell you're using that stupid capture thing we all use.
Just
startup scaler everybody uses?
Yep.
Because it works?
Because it works. That's a good reason to use it.
Okay. Ooh, yeah.
Oh, Brian Blake says, is your battery fresh in the smoke detector?
60's also saying, well, also Dodgy RAM can do that, like just the
Yeah.
green screen reseat, and then consider just subbing in a 512K board.
Yeah, because it's running, or you wouldn't have a border. You would just have a green.
A lot of things went right.
Yeah.
You get the green
Yeah.
screen.
To get the border around the VG screen. Yeah.
Okay. Just give me 1 second here. I'm just gonna reseat the memory a little bit more too than what I just did.
Where's my tactical hammer?
Yeah, I'm just lifting them up halfway out of lifting the pins halfway out, and then I'm gonna push them back down in real quick, and then we'll power this thing back on again. We'll see. I actually felt pretty good that it's probably gonna be a working CoCo. I'm more skeptical about the keyboard because those Mylars really are not. They don't like moisture too well.
I believe Rick has a solution to your problem.
He might. He might.
Come up, yes. And those springs are high quality stainless inside those keyboards, so everything else is fine.
Okay, let's try again here.
Go.
Hey, there we go. Okay, now
good.
It lives.
Now let's try the keyboard. Oh wow, look at that! I'm actually kind of surprised.
You're getting garbage.
Wonderful.
Oh, the T's not working.
Oh, you found a dead spot.
Try the number keys. See if you can type 0 through 9.
Yeah, just go across the top. That gives you everything.
Nope, no 4.
Okay, you got to line down.
Emerging.
Line down.
Yeah, I'd have to look at the keyboard matrix. I can't remember what was on which line
Or
before.
no T.
It looks like we just have the one line so far. Oh, there's the D.
Yeah, it's a whole row. It's going to be like 6 keys.
T is
okay. Well,
20. That's 4 in hex, so that matches the 4 missing.
I'm going to walk the keyboard connector out and reseat it. Let's see here. Might just be as simple as that.
Yeah, it could be.
Is the D out?
Yeah, I think you said that earlier.
Yeah, okay.
4 T and D.
Oh,
So
look,
it's like one
D.
line.
4.
Fixed it.
There we go. Yep, just need a little
there you go.
reseat though. Just a little oxidation.
Deoxit.
So other than a good clean, we've got a working CoCo 3 here for
Nicely
price.
done.
That's beautiful.
Very nice. Yep.
Another one saved.
Did you leave it all covered in dirt to give it character?
There you go. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'd say when you use it in the barn, nobody notices.
Yeah, just
Right.
clear coat it just like that.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Lock it all in.
Preserve the patina under that. Yeah.
That's an
It's gonna-
extra
it's gonna
Working
$100.
Cocoa 3.
This is a CoCo 3 from the trenches.
All right.
It's gonna
there you
smell
go.
nice when it heats up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Berna, get that nice dust smell.
You gonna go for broke? Try the other one now too, because this is the one we thought would be worse shape.
Well,
Like the first time you fire up the heater each winter.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Exactly.
that's what I was thinking.
Dust burns off.
Okay, just give me a second here. Let's
Was the previous owner a cigarette smoker or something else?
I don't know. This is
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 6.
Ditch digger.
This is the Diagnostics Live show.
Right. I like that brown inside the cartridge slot. How the heck? Oh, that's just the way the light hit. Okay, never mind.
Shadow.
thing-
It's all that brown. It just looks better in places because it's got light shining on it.
What version
like-
gimme chip?
It's like Commodore
80,
Brown.
87 gimme.
Look at
Yeah,
my table.
Commodore brown, exactly.
Look at my table here, guys. Look at this. Let me pull this all
Yeah,
together.
you'll be fine. It's a nice plastic table.
You
I
can
know.
run some forensics on that soil and figure out where it was buried.
Right?
Right?
But-
Yeah, this
It must
little
have been
bit
a
of-
garden controller.
something. Let me set this over here. Okay. Oh wow, you guys get this twice in one day. Okay. Since you guys had so much fun last time there.
Another one.
Oh wait, no, we're gonna try it first. That's right. Hold on. Don't.
Yeah.
don't get
Oh,
too
try
excited.
it first. Don't open
Yep.
it. Yes.
Okay, calm down now, everybody. Just relax. We're gonna turn it on first. Everybody's got all juice there again for the for the seal.
Double penetration.
Oh Jesus! Oh no! Oh no!
We're losing that PG rating.
Hey, you've already been demonetized. What the heck?
Worth
Okay.
$100 more if you don't break the seal.
Well. Oh, and Nick, you joined us there. Welcome, Nick.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah, but unfortunately for
One
the
looks a,
for the cleaning these things need, we're gonna have to.
Okay,
Yeah.
switching
this
screens.
one looks cleaner.
Yeah, it looks cleaner. So, well, whoops, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to do.
The other screen.
There we go. Okay, here we go.
All right.
All right, we got to bet that it's gonna work.
Work.
Nope. Let me take my headset off here. Ooh, I don't even hear a click of the
Nothing.
relay.
Okay,
Not even a relay.
Did you
drop
plug
it.
in
Oh, wait,
power?
hold on.
Drop it a few
Hold on.
inches.
Is it plugged in?
Yeah, that's
Nope.
actually.
I am hearing the click of the relay. The power switch on this one's a little more chunky.
Drop
So-
it a few inches.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Oh, really? That would be before taking it apart. Give it the
Oh,
old
yeah.
2-inch drop and see if it.
You guys really want me to do that, or we should go and just open it up?
Yeah. No, you aren't going to hurt it by dropping it 3
You might
inches,
hurt
and
it.
that will kind of bounce all the chips a little bit.
Let me get that microphone down here so you guys can get full effect here. So,
Oh.
So we can hear the boom.
you guys get the bang?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It bangs.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. Okay,
Oh, no video of it going bang.
I'm sorry. Okay, let's see if the no, that switch is really chunky. I'm going to put some stuff on that thing.
It may not
Yeah.
even be switching because it's got multiple
Yeah.
holes that it has to switch.
Yeah, I can hear it, and I can also. It doesn't feel very good either. It just kind of.
Do you have
Yeah, it may not even be turning the whole thing on.
Right?
do you have the
Oh.
sync cable plugged in?
Yes.
Yeah, we saw him do that.
The RGB.
On the other one.
Yeah, I had both plugged in. Okay. Here we go.
We're going in a good way.
That's
Heat
right.
the label.
There we go. Oh, heat the label up, Nick. That sounds like something.
That's
sounds like-
cheating. Hey, get out your
That's an
Scotty
old
peeler
trick.
and peel that pupper.
Yeah.
You would have never done that back in the day, would you, Nick?
No.
Okay.
No, every new computer I sold was truly new.
Well, back in the day, those things were plentiful. You could just go to the local store and buy one.
Right.
You know, that's what someone needs to do is do a recreation of the stickers.
There you go.
Oh, right. Warranty stickers. I like it.
Ooh.
Similar on the inside.
Yeah. Look at
What's
this
the
nice.
gimme?
Look at this. Look at this nice little mess down here.
Oh, wow.
What in the world?
What is
Is it
that?
Miss or myth?
That's dust. That's actually. I think that was actually like water in there because it dried weird.
Chunkied, yeah. It dried in a rivulet.
It looks like bouillon for making soup.
Right?
We do have another 87 gimme. Still pretty dusty as that one there. So
still came out of the barn.
I'd say pull the gimme and put it back in.
yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I just
down the RAM.
Oh, yeah, your double pull, double throw toggle power switch isn't really double throwing polling.
Deoxide.
Okay.
Deoxide.
yeah, I thought I do have some deoxide over here somewhere. I think.
Yeah, a little spritz can't hurt.
60 says, nice rust motif on the modulator.
Yeah, that's cool, ain't it?
Rick, is that called double pole zero throw?
Means it doesn't work either way.
DP0T.
Oh, I hate using those pullers for those types of chips. You flip them
Yeah,
across the room.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, yeah, they launch pretty good, don't they?
I'm just walking them out. That's all I'm doing. Not really pulling them. Just kind of walking them out a little bit.
Yeah, I would just do the gimme and go from there.
Actually, I recommend a really nice small flat-bladed screwdriver. In fact, I
Yeah,
have a few dozen.
Yes,
Although with this 0-0 you got going on here, I'm thinking the power switches might be a candidate.
Yeah, it might be the problem. Yeah.
I'm wondering where I can get a small flat-bladed screwdriver.
I don't know. I was going to dump them all on Mark's desk, but I forgot to bring them.
You got any deoxit? You got any deoxit?
I do. I'm just gonna.
handy.
I'm just gonna do the.
Hit it with some lighter fluid and hit it with a lighter, and then it'll be
We're
fine.
thinking the switch is pretty suspect.
Yeah, I can hear it. I can hear the relay though clicking periodically, so I know I am getting power from time to time. It just doesn't.
Right, but yeah, you've got
Just not very fluid.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's try this again. See what happens here. Nope. I can hear the relay. I can hear the relay though.
Okay, but nothing's starting. The gimme's not starting. CV's
Or
not
we just
starting.
don't, or we just have no video output.
Well, that's the thing. If the gimme starts, you'll have video output, even if it's crap, even if it's junk, you'll get something.
Right.
So it's like nothing's starting.
That switch is
here.
weird. You sure heard it click?
Yeah, I can hear it. I can hear it clicking.
If you hear it click, that means the processor's running and it's reading the ROM.
Well, no, if the switch, if the motor clicks, if the cassette relay clicks, the processor's running. If the switch clicks, that just means half of the power supply started.
Yeah,
The other half, who knows?
What if you do a motor on?
Clicking.
Yeah, what if you do a motor on command?
Yeah, I can try that here in a second.
Oh, there you go. It's worth trying.
I mean, if that works, then 90% of that thing is running.
Oh, but you know, he didn't say the relay ever clicked.
Yeah,
I can hear it clicking on and off when I.
Oh,
turn
the
it on.
relay clicks?
Yeah.
So it is running.
Oh. Well, yeah, because the CPU can't run without the gimme, so it could be output transistors or something.
Now I'm not hearing the relay clicking when I do a motor on. I mean, of course, we're assuming the keyboard's working.
Yeah, that's a big assumption.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Or it's still on. And maybe you need to turn it off.
Time for the logic probe.
Yeah, I think we've hit the limit of projects and acquisitions here.
I like 60's comment in the chat too. He says, nice rust motif on the modulator.
Oh man, these are a classic. You got to get that working and leave it just like that with a clear top so people can watch what the.
Now let's see how far he gets by the end of the show.
Yeah,
Right.
we can secretly work on it while we're continuing on the show.
Yep. So, well then, one real quick thing here, then, guys. Let me just do this. Let me slide this off to the side. Was here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Right.
Keep it all my screws together. Has anybody ever made a screw set for the color computer?
Oh, like replacement stuff?
Yeah, because I mean, they're a flat bottom screw, you know, where it doesn't go to a tip. It just goes, it's the bottom down there.
Well, it's a self-cutting screw, yeah. So it's odd.
Yeah, and they're odd sizes because normally screws come in half-inch increments, and these are like 3/4 of an inch.
They were only there for when you were shipping the CoCo from Tandy to you.
Right.
And once you removed them, why
you didn't need them anymore? Yeah.
They're basically packing material.
So the only thing I was going to show you is that, like any good thing, it comes in threes. So I also I got another CoCo 3 that was also another really good deal. But this one here, I'm assuming it probably works though. But
fun. Ooh.
It's missing.
It'd be dropping. Oh, look at the crack goes all through the bottom of it.
Yeah, there's a crack here. It's cracked right there.
Yes, but does it turn on?
So that one got thrown off a building.
Yeah,
I think so.
Or they were trying to reset the chips there from a little too high.
Right. And it just kind of rolled down the road corner by corner.
The nice thing though is the seller did have
the box of parts.
so I can at least try to epoxy this back together. So yeah, I got some nice project CoCo 3s to work on here. So, but what do we got here? We're almost at the bottom of the hour here. Let me just take 2 minutes. We'll power this one on, and then we'll call it good here for the project acquisition.
Let's see how you did. 2 out of 3? 1 out of 3?
Yeah, 2 out of 3 would be nice, huh?
Inquiring minds want to know. Yeah.
I predict that will work.
This one's a nice keyboard. All the colors are right. Everything is beautiful.
The key. I predict this one will work, but the keyboard will have missing keys.
Because it looks so good. Yeah.
Is the seal on?
Yes, this one has a seal.
Another seal.
Carrying it up.
Okay.
Here we go.
With all these
into the case.
With all these seals, did you get them in the South Pole?
Right. Okay. Here we go. Let's see what happens here.
Wow.
Ooh, pretty.
Yeah.
Nice and
Bad RAM.
It's either going to be the RAM or CPU. I had a machine that was like this, and it'd be
those
the CPU.
ats are zeros. Those ats are nothing.
Yeah.
I bet you.
Okay, we'll do the. There we go. There was the 2-inch. Let's see what happens here.
And then more parts fell off.
Hey, we changed.
Yeah, he disconnected the partially bad RAM, and now it's completely bad RAM.
One more drop.
Now you can swap the gimme chips over.
Seat the gimme.
Oh, yucky.
Oh, nice. Yeah, he's moving it. He verified it's a connection problem.
I'm getting a double click from the relay too. I turn it on, it goes click click.
Yep. No, you verified its connection problem because 2 bangs have made 2 different results. So if you pull everything and reset it all, it'll probably be fine. Reset it for real.
Yeah.
So,
what was that, Nick?
Move this gimme chip into the previous CoCo.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I could probably do that.
No, I bet this one starts working again right away, and then you just kind of.
I'll do a little bit of reseat and stuff here. I'll play around with these during the show here. Maybe I can give you guys a little mid-show update or something like that. So, but anyway,
this one's got the damaged case.
Yeah, this one has.
Yeah, but you can put it in a different case if it works fine. Just put that motherboard in a different case and call it a day.
Yep.
Because the case is junk. The motherboard is the.
Oh, and it does have some other damage too here. The reset button, the button for the button is missing.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it still works. I just reset it right now though, but yeah, so it's missing the little button. So anyway.
So I got back. Oh, and it's even shiny inside. I can see the TV can through the slots on top.
Yeah, this one's maybe a little bit cleaner.
So this one wasn't in the barn, but it did
Yeah, different
down the road.
seller. Yeah, different seller. Yeah. Although Mark V as a bonus, this one here came with 3 more Black Beauties I can donate next year. Because we only had 12 pairs of them in the auction this last time. So anyway.
Right, you need some more.
And that was half of them.
And that was only half of them, yes. So okay, guys, I'm done for now. So
okay, Sloopy, you said you had something.
Yes. Hi, everyone.
And your background is broken.
No, that's what it usually looks like.
Oh, that's a real place. Holy smokes!
Yeah, this is my
where those CoCos are found.
That's worse than
my
David.
dungeon.
That's worse than David Ladd's house.
Them's fighting words.
Thank you. I didn't think it was that good, but hey. So I just got this in the mail. It came from Marco's section of town, Portland, Oregon.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay.
So live unboxing or
This is a
unbagging in this case?
Live opening.
Oh, raw razor blades. Cool.
Adrian Black. Somebody else?
Yep. That's where I learned about it. And here is the invoice, which cool. And here is the device. Now, this is not CoCo specific, but can be used on a CoCo. And what this is a product called CurveBug from the Vintage Tech Museum.
Tip it a little.
Yeah,
you're
it's
blowing
getting
out
blown
in the
out. You have
light.
to angle it so we can see it. But
sorry.
Yep.
Got
Or
a
put your
sign
hand
label
behind
on
it, one of the two.
There you go.
So what's it do?
I put a link in the chat if you can copy that over to the stream.
What's it do? The suspense
What
is
it
killing us.
does is it sends a very small millivolt signal into like legs of the chips, and it lets you see if you can compare it from a non-functioning chip to a functioning chip to verify that the non-functioning chip's non-functioning because of that input.
So you feed it a pattern, and then you can check all your chips in your junk box to see if
Well,
they match, if they succeed.
It actually has a pattern that it sends a signal in. I in the chat I just put the link for eBay and for their or their YouTube that shows you how it works.
Cool.
And basically you connect it via USB-C to your PC and you run a little application and it shows you a little graph. And it has 2 inputs for 2 different for testing 2 different things at once.
So 2-channel logic analyzer?
Not quite, because it's
I
not.
like this. Yeah. In its description, arbitrarily complex circuit boards.
Yeah.
That's good
Basically,
idea.
Adrian of Adrian's Digital Basement did a stream January 2nd, I think it was, on this, where he was fixing a commode door 64 with it. And he was showing, like, on a RAM chip how the curve goes like up in a parabolic curve slightly for a good chip on a good leg, and then for the bad chip it was more of a parabolic curve up and then a swoop down back. And he was showing how different things would show different curves on it, but you could see how the curve was different on a working chip as opposed to a non-working chip, because usually when ICs go bad, it's usually a physical damage within the chip, and this allows you to see that. But you need to have a working version of that chip to be able to compare it to.
Gotta have a good
for a reference. But yeah, they're inexpensive. They're like $40 plus shipping from eBay. And because the reason why the Vintage Tech Museum is selling them is because Tektronix used to make a device with a oscilloscope screen that would actually do the whole thing for you. But recreating that is kind of pricey.
Expensive.
Okay.
Yes. So they made this that plugs into a PC, and then they use the PC for the processing and the display.
So we get back to, if you have one that works and you have 15 other ones that you don't know,
Yeah.
this can tell you, do those work?
Yes, but one pin at a time.
Right. But I mean, if
Yeah.
I want to,
Right. But you're better off just using it for debugging on a machine like the CoCo 3 that we just looked at.
right. But I guess the point is,
you could go
you
line
don't
by
need
line
some kind of vast library of what chips are like. If you know what the chip is supposed to be like,
yes,
you can compare to that and see if your situation is
right. Yeah, I mean, if you have a chip that you're not sure which input or output on it's not functioning properly, or if you're not sure if that chip is the problem
is
or
even the problem. Yeah.
Yeah, you can put it even in circuit and be able to tell.
That's what I was trying to say. Yeah, in
Yes.
circuit, you're not like, I've got to pull it out and replace it. Well, hell, I'll just replace it.
Right.
But if I can test it without tearing this whole damn thing apart, that's okay.
Joel, the application actually runs on your PC, so
Screenshot.
you'd be able to screenshot it.
Right.
Yes, Ken. Yes, curve tracer. Yes, it is a poor man's curve tracer because.
Oh, right. We
real
know
one.
the thousands of dollars you could spend on those things.
Yeah.
Hey, it's $40.
Yeah. $40 compared to a couple thousand, because I mean you have to have an oscilloscope in the first place.
Right.
Which some of us do.
Yeah.
I thought you were just telling us that you're poor because you own one of those.
I am poor.
Yeah, Kevin.
Okay.
Yeah, he spent all his money on the oscilloscope. Now he can't
Yeah.
afford the curve tracer.
Just don't look at the 4-channel 18 gigahertz scope that's over there.
You bragging.
Or the 80 or the Logic
All right,
analyzer with 80
all right.
channels over there.
I'm feeling inferior now.
So, but yeah, I
better than us,
just got this in the mail today, so I will be able to play with it.
Nice. Let us know.
Yep.
Wonderful.
Yeah, because I don't have a non-working CoCo. So, hey, does anyone know where I can get a non-working CoCo 3 to test it on? So, but yeah, I thought some people here, even though it's not Tandy or CoCo related, I figured some people.
That's cool. That's neat.
So, all right, back to you, Mark B.
Okay. Any other project updates?
I got a couple of quick acquisition updates here. This is actually from the fest, and we were talking about MicroWorks earlier, and I mentioned that I got my my Gimme X machine back from Terry Steen, and with it he included his books that he wrote, the MicroWorks Editor Unraveled and the MicroWorks Assembler Unraveled, and even kind of
nice
autographed it for me. So that's kind of nice. He also included a nice little wooden USB key that has the assembler and editor on there and all the stuff to use it. So I may have to dive into that a little bit. The other thing that I have, what you're seeing right now, I've been talking to somebody on the Discord about trying to repair his CoCo 1 board, and he was struggling with it, so he sent it to me, and I've got it in my white case right now. And I think I figured out, I don't know if he's watching or not, but it looks like the 12-volt regulator is actually shorted. So hopefully this machine will be back up and running before next week's show.
Looks like an F
might
board.
even-
Yeah.
It is an F board, yeah. With the ceramic chips, even the ceramic chips. I don't know if any of these chips are good or not. And it's got this weird little, looks like a composite mod going into the modulator.
All CoCo ones have
All
a
right.
weird composite mod. It's the way they come now.
Instead of the little flying circuit, it's just got a resistor across the 1372 there. That's kind of odd. Usually they have a little plastic tube with a flying circuit going over here.
There were a couple of
But,
revisions of that mod. And then I think the one with the tube in it was the final fix version.
Oh, so you have some undisclosed problem in this one that you can define once you get it running.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think the final one they added the
So this
choke
is the normal, what I'm used to.
capacitor, yeah.
Yeah, with the extra things.
Mm-hmm. But anyway, I don't know if they're
Nice.
watching or not, but I just thought I'd give that update in case they were. And
It's moving. It's grooving.
the 12-volt regulator is shorted, so the input
Are those
is showing
16K
about
chips?
14 volts. I think they're 64. All the jumpers are set
Okay.
to 64.
Then the RAM should be okay because it was the 16s. Those should be 5-volt only. The 16K RAMs use the 12 volts.
Right.
You know, and that machine.
And these are the Tandy parts.
Huh.
8040665. Yeah, with the
Yeah,
little
so-
hourglass logos on them.
Okay. So yeah, you probably should be okay once you fix that. The 12 volts should only be used like in the serial port area.
Well, the other thing is it supplies power to the 5-volt regulator, so nothing works at all just yet.
Oh, if you don't have 12, you don't have 5, you don't have squat.
Yeah.
What is
you
that
don't have
burn
nothing.
looking? What's that burn looking scar down here?
So
Yeah.
he did recap some of he replaced a few capacitors, and I guess he struggled getting some of them out cleanly, and this is just a little bit of a bodge.
Okay.
Oh. Okay.
I may try and reroute that and clean it up a little. That's a very thin wire to be going to a filtering cap.
All right. It's burnt because it goes into massive traces and massive grounds, and
It's not burned actually. It's just
Oh, that's a capacitor that's laying on the side.
just glued in there.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a
He laid
capacitor
it
laying on the side.
I think he lifted a trace and then he laid it on its side and just ran the bodge
Just
wire
kind
up
of,
here.
yeah, glued it in there. Yeah.
But I would, at the very least, I would use a heavier wire for that. But yeah, I'm anxious to. I don't know if I have another 12-volt regulator, but I'll get one in short
Is
order.
that just
and
the
hopefully get this
stupid
working.
7812 dumb as dirt regulator?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Nice.
Excuse me.
If you ain't got one now, you'll have one soon. Exactly.
Right. Anyway, that's pretty much what I got for now.
Yeah, just careful how you lean on that transformer. It might bite back.
Oh, right.
Believe me, I'm very familiar.
There be AC in them veins.
Yeah.
All right. Well, what do you say we take a commercial break and then we'll see what Grant Levy has to say.
Wow, an hour and a half out of projects?
Yeah,
that's amazing.
Well, hour 45.
Hello, everyone. It's your good buddy, your good pal, Amigo Aaron, joined by that dastardly The Brent from ARG Presents.
You're watching CoCoNation.
I feel like that should have been longer.
The CoCoNation show would like to thank the following patrons: AC's 8-Bit Zone, Alex Gayer, Alan Huffman, Barry Tompkinson, Boys in Tech, Brendan Donahue, Brian Blake, Brian Walsh, Brian Weasler, Karen Anscombe, Coconut Bob, Daddy Burrito, David Ladd, Derek Smithson, Diego BF109, Don Barber, Eric Canales, Frederick Sagard, Glen Hewlett, Graham Wabke, Grant Leedy, Henry Strickland, Jason Warrens, Jim Mullis, Justin Larson, Kevin Holloway, Mark Castellan, Patrick Euland, Paul Fiscarelli, R. Allen Murphy, Richard Gore, Richard Harding, Rob Inman, Rocky Hill, Steve Batson, Terry Trapp, The Break Key, TJB Chris, Tom C., Tom Gunderson, Tom S., and William A. Thing. Thank you so much, patrons. If you would like to support the CoCoNation show, sign up at patreon.thecoconation.com.
Hi, this is Mikey N6IL, and you're watching the CoCoNation, the nation's first live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy color computer and its hardware cousins.
The CoCoNation would like to thank our Discord boosters. VoicenTech, Captain Kirchhoff, Frederick Micro Hobbyist Sigard, Glenside Computer Club, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Richard G., and Wingnut 2626. Please consider joining Discord and visiting the welcome section to see what the community has to offer. Just go to discord.thecoconation.com.
See you on Discord.
And we're back. I need to turn off. You stupid idiot.
What were you gonna say?
I was thinking Yosemite Sam at that moment. You know, when it's like M.U.L.E, he has to smack it in the side of the head. All right, Grant, what say you?
So I was just gonna let everybody know, I think we have a new date planning for CoCo Fest next year. So it looks like as of now, unless something changes, there will be a CoCo Fest for next year. So everybody needs to get their pen and paper out. And the new date that we are looking at, it will be May 14th and 15th of 2027 is what we are looking at right now. So May 14th and 15th of 2027. So this will be a little bit later, but this will be further away from
winter.
Hopefully a lot of the stuff that happens in April and the first part of May.
So after Mother's Day is what we're going for this year.
Yes, yes. So because Mother's Day falls on the 9th of May of 2027. So this will be the weekend after Mother's Day. So it should be a little bit warmer. It'll be bad for me because that's usually when the more storms are going on. So,
all right.
So I might
yeah,
have
but
to
we
leave.
can get Mexican food because it won't be Cinco de Mayo.
Yeah, exactly. So, so
But since you'll be in Chicago, that's where the tornadoes will be.
Probably true.
Yeah, you'll be right there. Yeah, come on down for the fest, stay for the tornadoes. It'll be good.
Yep, exactly. So that's the date as we're looking at right now. So we'll have a meeting with Glenside. I don't know if we're having one this month or not. Usually we skip the one in May after the fest, but I think I've verified that with Jim. But but as of right now, conversations with the hotel is the 14th and 15th is what we're looking at. So
nice.
Have we gotten any numbers yet?
Have not heard the numbers yet. I do know that we're probably going to be in the red this year. So so on the downside, that's 2 years in a row that we have been in the red. So that is not a good thing. So and I'll be honest with you, if it was not for Jim Brain getting those CoCos, we'd probably be having a different conversation right now. This I mean, I actually will probably be saying this year would be the last year for CoCo Fest because we would have been in the hole so much.
Well, I
But
mean,
luckily,
let's be honest. The last 2 years haven't been good for anybody.
Right.
We've all lost our butts in every aspect.
Yeah,
So-
because we had the tariffs last year, we had the Canadian boycott last year. This year we had the gas prices and plus economic issues this year.
Still immigration problems going
Yep,
on. So
still got that going on, and plus, like I said, gas prices are still a big issue. So, and I'll be honest with you, the economy is not doing too good the last 2 years. So, but if it was not for the for Jim Brain's CoCo threes, we probably would
we'd be
having,
done. Huh?
We would probably be having a different conversation right now because would be, as everybody probably saw, the auction room was very limited this year. So, but luckily he got those, and Brian Weisler is now going to be looking for auction items, but Something Jim Brand and I were talking about, we're probably gonna have to start looking for another revenue item for the CoCo Fest, because it's harder and harder to get auction items because there's just not as much hardware out there, to rely on auction items to fund the fest each and every year. So we're going to have to maybe think of a different revenue model. But we do have a backup plan if CoCo Fest does have to come to an end. There is a backup plan that we have. We'll probably just intertwine ourselves into VCF Midwest, which is not the end all to be all if that happens. So, but hopefully we got a few more. Hopefully we have a few more years of that before that has to happen. So, but on the bright side, we are definitely having another CoCo Fest for next year. So, so just keep in mind, next year may be the last year. So
it may be the next last.
Yep. So exactly. So make sure you you attend it as if it's maybe the last one. So because we had a lot of cancellations within that last week. A lot of people canceled and backed out. Which is not a good thing too. So, but keep in mind, we are definitely having a CoCo Fest next year, so we are good to go on that. So just make sure you come out and support the fest and have a good time and support the community as a whole, and be there. So, because we always have a good time. Is that right, Henry? We all have a great time out there.
It worked this year.
Yeah, I mean, everybody who showed up, we had a great time. So
it was amazing. Yes.
Yeah, it was a good meet. It was, as far as meeting people and talking CoCo things, it was good.
How was the dinner?
Making money, not so much.
Hey, how did the dinner go?
Dinner was good. Dinner was good, but we just didn't have. I don't think as many people showed up for the dinner either this year. And again, I think it's because economy. I think we only had like 20 people showed up for the dinner this year. I think it's what we sold, and usually we're in the 40s and 50s. So
yeah, it was only about 2 tables this time.
Yeah, it was kind of half a fest in all respects this year.
Right, and keep in mind too, the reason we had lower numbers as far as people coming in from the outside, this was scheduled during the same time as the Midwest Gaming Convention that was also up in, I think it's in Minneapolis or Minnesota or
Michigan. That was
Michigan, not Michigan.
Okay.
What's to the north? That's up in Wisconsin, Madison, I think it is. Madison, Wisconsin. Or Curtis might know.
Yeah, it's right by me. Yeah, it was in Madison. You're right.
Yeah, Madison, Wisconsin. Because that's where, because we had to get the power cables from Indianapolis this year. So, but, so I think that also was a big factor. So hence why I'm backing it up further later into May. Because a lot of people from Chicago, I think, went to that show up there in Madison. So that killed us as far as people coming to our show for CoCo Fest in Chicago. So I think that affects for a lot of outsiders. So
who was it that loaned us the power strips? We probably need to give them a good shout out.
That was from the Indianapolis
retro
expo
or something.
Randy Kidnick.
Yeah. So they definitely helped us out on that. So
nice. Yeah.
Well, some of you guys did a lot of work to make this happen, like Grant. So I sure appreciate it, and bringing those power cables too.
John.
Yeah.
John
Lowry. Yeah.
Yep.
Picked them up.
Yeah, he went and picked them up and brought them.
So also too, with the auction though, if anybody out there that you just can't make it to the fest, it's just not something that works out for you, but you do have items that you would like to maybe donate to the fest, to reach out to any of us that are on the Glen side. You can either reach out to Grant, you can reach out to Jim Brain, the president, myself, the secretary, and let us know, and we can probably work something out with paying for the shipping to get those items to us for the fest. So if anybody has anything they want to donate, feel free to reach out to us.
Yeah, by all means. And plus also, Brian's going to be the one who's going to be trying to help find us more additional items as well too, because he seems to find stuff in the weirdest places. So
right, it's almost like it's his hobby or something.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, and I've already got 3 people presenting next year already, so I don't think that's going to be a problem next year. So, but but yeah, we'll be definitely. I think this is going to be better next year by having it later in the month of May. So hopefully we won't be competing with other shows. So
Right.
but
Gas ain't $4.50 a gallon, and you know.
Are we going to be getting too close to VCF Southwest?
Well, I think that's going to be back in June because they won't have to worry about the
soccer
World Cup. So they'll be back in June. So that's my theory. So
right, right.
Yeah. So we should be okay on that.
Yeah,
I mean, you're always going to compete with something. I mean, there's so many shows now that you're always
there's only so much summertime, right?
Yeah, exactly. You're always going to compete with something. So I'm just trying not to compete with something local is what I'm looking at now. So
yeah, I want to make sure that I thank you for the shows, because unfortunately this year I was not able to attend, but have attended in the past years and plan on attending tomorrow next year. And because I wasn't able to go, Wingnut also wasn't unable to go, and we weren't able to go because Frederick, the micro hobbyist, had personal issues and wasn't able to go. So next year, the three of us should be able to go. So that should at least double your attendance.
Right? That's
about. Well, I will say this though: if everybody was showed up, I think we would have had people out in the hallway this year. I mean, because we sold a lot of tables on Friday and Saturday, so people would have been out in the hallway. So
right.
So I think we would have definitely had people in the hallway if everybody was showed up. So which is a good thing. So So, but we just got to get people from the local in Chicago. So we got to do maybe a better advertising locally in Chicago. So I'm going to try to get to VCF Midwest this year and pass out some flyers and stuff like that as well.
Well, I can testify to that. This year, there are people that I usually talk to from Wisconsin and Indiana, the local, that just weren't there this year.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, that extra $1 a gallon for gas just killed all of what could have been our local people. And then no one flew in because all the drama there. And so we just kind of got shot in both feet.
Yeah.
You couldn't drive there, you couldn't fly there. You know, it's just a crappy year.
Yeah, and I think also that has a big factor of it too. And again, also a lot of people went to the gaming convention up in Madison. I think that was a big issue as well.
You had to pick one, yeah.
Yep, a lot of people who come from VCF Midwest, and with that group, they went to that up there so as well. So that really hurt us as well too. So, but we won't have that problem next year. So I hope that will help. But we just need to make sure we get a lot of auction items. So if you guys got things in your closets or anything like that, maybe just put it into a bin and and bring it with you to the fest next year and put it up for the auction, because we could greatly use that. So Sloopy, I'm looking at you. I know you have a bunch of stuff there.
You got some oddball stuff. Yeah.
Actually, yeah, I do have something for the auction.
So yeah,
as long as Rick and I can get our project in order and ready, I'll have something for the auction.
All right, cool.
I knew what it was.
So,
and just because it's CoCo Fest doesn't mean it has to be CoCo related for the auction. We've seen all sorts of stuff that people have brought in that's not CoCo related, that because a lot of people that are into CoCo are into retro in general, and so there's a broad interest of stuff. So I mean, it doesn't have to necessarily be CoCo Fest related or CoCo related. Excuse me.
Yeah, candy related or older PCs and stuff like that. That we'll auction that off as well too. So
yeah, don't bring the stuff that is truly junk. We don't need junk.
Yeah, because we'll
no
put
line printers. Oh man, I've got a dot matrix printer that I just wanted to.
Well, we'll stick that on the free table.
No broken CoCo cases, huh?
Nope. So, but we'll be talking about it. We'll do some planning and everything like that. So, but hopefully we can get our Canadian friends back down here this next year. Curtis, I'm talking about you.
Sorry, I'm reloading tabs here. Firefox crashed to me.
Are you going to bring your new wife with you next year, I hope?
I can't guarantee next year, but yeah, we've talked about it, and she will come with me at least one trip. So
okay. So anyways,
it wouldn't be a bad idea for us to have a nurse on hand.
She's not a nurse.
Oh, I misunderstood then.
She's a brain doctor.
Medical courier.
Oh well, Yeah.
Okay.
Running stuff back and forth between hospitals and labs and stuff.
Oh, okay.
You'll say brain doctor. We don't need one of those.
So, all right,
All
that's all I had. Unless anybody had any questions or any concerns.
Thanks, Grant.
Okay.
Thank you, Grant. I
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Hey, no problem.
So Sloopy, are you ready?
Huh?
That's
What?
a big no.
No, I'm not ready because you haven't done my intro yet.
Okay. Well, I was
hit the button.
I was waiting to make sure you had something to show. Which button? Not that one.
Okay, let's see here. I am supposed to be sharing this screen. Get the carp out of the background. And share. And share. Yay. And let's
It works, man.
do that. All right. You can see my screen?
Yes.
All right. Now,
Pretty good looking screen.
Right?
let's make this one active. We're on, oh my Lord, 313. That's quite a lot of game ons. And the game on challenge for this date, which is 2026. 9.
202. We've time warped again.
I'm smart. Sorry, it's only it's only an 8-bit computer. It keeps
like you wrap
around.
Yeah, year 2000 is not quite this thing.
Get a Y2K bug.
Yes. So we played Space Bandits by Jamie Cho. And we had 12 banditos. In 13th place, we had that person that submitted no score, even though he was there and played the game, I do believe. I'm not sure what he does. 12th, we had Mark B with 410.
Oh, I did play it.
11, Rich N with 1010. 10th, Ed Rhodes with 1100. 9th, Dr. Ted with 1330. 8th, Kieran with 1330 also. 7th, Mike Zweifel with 1510. 6th, Coco Fu with 1870. 5th, Canadian Retro Things with 2070. And 4th, Shenley with 2070. 3rd, Coconut Bob with 2070. If you're wondering why I didn't just put them all in one single, it's because their ranking is dependent on who posted that score first. So that's why they're not tied for all third. So, and then second was Brian Blake with 2080. And the number one bandito is? Any guesses? Any guesses?
Ooh, I know.
Buck Owens.
No. We have a new top bandito. Jim Rye with 29.
Whoa. Wow.
I have a question.
Wins.
Yes.
When I recorded the screenshots for Space Bandits on my gaming page, I actually had a score of 2090. Actually, is one of the screenshots. Can I throw it in?
Honorable mention. An honorable mention to Curtis
Honorable
Boyle.
mention to the screenshot.
Yeah. If you go there, you can see screenshots as I progress through the levels, and then you can actually see my final score, which was 2090.
See, now the thing that we're all wondering about is how do you get those extra couple of points at the end of the game? Because 2070, those are ones that we all beat the game with.
Yeah,
And
I beat the
then-
game on the 2090 too.
And then Jim got 2090 and Brian got
Someone got
2080.
Yeah.
So
Maybe
we're just trying to figure out how you get those extra points.
Maybe it's the video card that you use.
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe it's if you use York 90 pack or not. I don't know.
Well, in any case, the CoCoNation salutes Jim.
Salute.
Yeah, because I do believe.
Congratulations.
Yeah, I do believe that is a first place for Jim.
For Jim, yeah.
And he's been playing with us since the beginning.
And he did that on the Thursday show, I think, didn't he?
Sounds no.
familiar.
He might have done it in last Thursday's show.
I think he did it in the last, or
Not 2 days ago, but
was it? I can't remember.
9 days ago or 10. Yeah.
Oh, he's won once before. Okay, Jim, where did you win before? Inquiring minds want to know. He's in chat revealing his past to us all.
Yeah.
Yeah, 660, Karen was basically saying there's some speculation on the channel. A shot could be in flight and you might die and not get the points, but still win. I don't know if you guys had that happen to you when you completed the game or not, but
yeah. So, but yeah, I unfortunately I played the game, but I did not submit a score. So, but I am redeemed because I was there for the Game On Challenge Live. Where were you?
I was there. No, you weren't. Actually, you weren't there for the Game On Challenge Live. You were on the road.
Yeah, you were chasing a golf cart.
Yeah.
I got caught.
You were driving a golf cart home from some other city.
No, actually, I was being chased by a golf cart. Yes, I apologize to everyone. Evidently, my navigator didn't understand the difference between Millsboro and Dagsboro when entering the address.
Any borough will do, eh?
Yeah, so we took extra time.
I mean, the number of times that I've made that mistake. So,
yeah.
I mean,
yeah. Well, for people that are familiar with the state of Delaware, in the lower part of it, there are a lot of roads that are named Townsend. So it's easy.
Just pick one, anyone.
Yeah.
actually, we have that same problem here in Vancouver. Every little city area has all the same names of roads. So, but they're all like in different things. Like I've got a Kingsway right beside me, but that's not the Kingsway that's in Burnaby or the Kingsway that's in Vancouver. And they've all got the same addresses. So,
well, almost every town in the U.S. has a main street and a Broadway.
Right.
Yeah, most here have those two.
Yeah, there's a main street right that way.
But within
I thought every town had a Maple Street.
Probably.
Every state is a Springfield.
Yeah, that's true.
That's true.
Yeah. So, back to the Game On Challenge. How did everyone find the game?
It didn't.
It was good. I like the differences, but it would have been nice if it was longer.
Yeah, that was my disappointment playing it back when the first release came out too. Is that I wasn't expecting it to end that quick.
Like he could have started over again on a slightly harder level, or like every time you beat the boss, then everything started one level down, or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
60 was saying it was much faster than he was expecting. And this was one that was done from some library code donated to free use for everybody who wants to program an assembly, which from Richard Godekin. I'm hoping I pronounce his name right. And Jamie Cho, of course, is the one who did the thing, but it was all done using this library, so he didn't have to write everything himself.
This is that Space Invaders game, right?
Yeah.
Yep. It's got like Orchestra 90 stereo modes. It's got 6309 if you want it a little bit optimized. The newest version has some background music too.
And it has multiple waves before you get to the boss.
Yeah, and they behave differently too.
So they move in different patterns, which is nice. A nice change from the
standard
typical Space
Invaders.
Invaders, yeah.
Really well done graphics, digitized sound and stuff. The little picture of the Earth from the moon in the background, which I'm sure Ron Delvaux would appreciate because I think it was digitized from an actual photo, if I remember.
It was a nice, just something to really show off what the CoCo 3 can do.
Yeah, and it was a freeware game right off the start. Like that never did get charged. It was just free. Go download it. Good shareware or freeware game, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Any tips and tricks from anybody? Because so long ago I played, I don't remember.
It does have rapid fire, so if you just hold the fire button down, it'll just continuously shoot when it can. So don't wear your finger out.
And if I remember too, you guys were talking last week about the difference between taking vertical stripes of aliens out versus the horizontal stripes.
Yeah.
I think you had said it actually depends which level you're on and which pattern they're in.
Yeah. Like, it's completely useless on the one level where all of a sudden one stripe or one level of the aliens will move over right to the edge of the screen. So taking out the vertical stripes doesn't matter because they'll still slide over as far as they can and hit the end of the screen and come down a level. So you got to take out the horizontal stripes on that level.
Yeah, that rang a bell with me. I think I did the same thing. So
there's the one level where they flip direct, like they kind of roll over top of each other. So
yeah, that's about the only thing I remember from playing it back in the day.
Yeah, well, I mean, I only played it 2 days ago, and that's all I remember too.
Well, Jim Rye's in the chat. Since he got the best score in the game, what any tips from him? How to eke out that extra 20 points?
Yeah, Jim. Now you can tell us, how did you get the extra 20 points? We know you know.
I don't remember how I did it. Anyway, while we're waiting for him,
come on, Sloopy. What are your tips and tricks for the game?
Do they involve golf carts?
Hey, it's a nice golf cart, and I enjoyed driving it around. Honestly,
Navy's golf cart's good too.
It was better than some of the games we've played in the past. It was more fun.
Well, you're talking about Neutroid, aren't you? More fun than Neutroid?
No. Neutroid was more fun than driving in a golf cart. But there were a few games that driving around in the golf cart is more fun.
Just in case we got any new viewers who haven't actually seen Game On Challenge, do you have any footage to show?
Well, we haven't talked about the second game yet either.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Which was, what the heck is that game called?
Ruby Robba.
Ruby Robba. Now, we did discover something on the Game On Challenge. Ruby Robba does not work on VCC.
Cool.
That's kind of funny because do you know who recommended the game?
Who?
Kieran.
Well,
of course, apparently will be running XROAR.
It runs fine on XROAR.
Yeah.
Right,
It's another one of those games that runs too fast.
Yeah, get the opposition there.
But the only thing on it in VCC that runs too fast is the timer. You're supposed to have the 60-second timer, but you've literally got about 5 seconds on VCC. It just goes, brrr, boom, you're dead.
And for those who in the audience that don't know, Kieran is the programmer for XROAR.
Which works fine with it, yeah.
Which might be why that all came up. Right?
Yep.
Now, does anybody notice Ruby Robba use 50 hertz PAL timing? That would, of course, work in most emulators, but maybe VCC's not detecting that.
I don't know. It works fine. It works fine on a real hardware. I fired it up on real hardware on the.
Do you have a PAL CoCo 3?
No.
That's what I'm wondering. Like maybe the PAL parts. If it's using PAL timing because it's written in the UK, maybe it's the 50 hertz is being used and it's not.
So in the chat, Jim Rye says it's already been fixed in VCC, so they obviously know what it is.
Oh,
yeah.
Cool.
And it's actually, and it's actually a Dragon game, which XROAR technically is a Dragon emulator.
And it's actually a really, really confusing game that once you actually figure out how to play it and what's going on, it's a really fun game.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to like slide stuff across and then
Yeah,
get it to line up with the...
You're trying to
exit
move.
thing.
There's a diamond in the bottom right-hand corner that you're trying to get into the space in the top left-hand corner. So, but there's things to stop you and things that'll kill you. And how about we take a look at some footage?
Yeah, because I think I have played it before, but I don't think it's on my website yet, is it?
No, it is not.
Let's see. I know I've got it here somewhere. There we go. I will play some footage, and Sloopy can talk about it.
Let's see here. The Game On Challenge Live was very popular this week. We had what? I think up to how many people?
I think we just had the three of us playing and Mark snoring. Thank you to Mark again for stepping in and streaming for us.
Mm-hmm.
For those watching the live stream, the left one is Space Bandits.
Yeah.
And the middle one is Ruby Robba, once it gets going again.
Actually, both the other ones are Ruby Robba. That's the instructions.
Yeah.
There's like 4 or 5 pages of instructions on this game that you can try and read through.
And they even got a not so dramatic reading.
Mm-hmm.
That's Space
And then later in the
way
show,
too
something
fast.
extremely weird happened. Coconut Bob was the only one playing the game of the week.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's never happened before.
That was later on in the show.
Yeah.
And was that, Nick, you're saying it was playing way too fast?
Well, Space Bandits for a Space Invaders, it's way too fast.
Oh, no, it's actually fun.
Yeah, but that's why the game is so short.
Mm.
You know, if there's 10 waves, you get through 10 waves fairly quickly.
Well, you do get through the waves really quickly, but I mean, as I said, the author could have, maybe just repeated the levels over again. Would have been fine.
Yeah, it increased the difficulty type thing. But mind you, Nick, your Space Invaders clone on the CoCo 3, you also had an ending too. You did kind of a Phoenix ship at the end, didn't you?
Yeah, but you can't get through the wave as quickly as this one.
The one nice thing about this one's the different patterns. You can kind of see this one where they kind of ship down and come back the other way. Like, it's got a few of those. That's really cool.
I think this is actually the game where I make it all the way to the end, so.
Yay!
And Ruby Robba, for those watching, you can see you can shift the rows and columns of tiles, and you're trying to get that red gem to the red box in the upper left corner. I can't remember, what do the question mark ones do?
They're a mystery amount of points.
Oh, okay. And you got some other special ones too, if I remember right.
Yeah. Like there's the guards that'll block you. So if a guard gets up to the ruby, he'll push it all the way away to the far end of the screen.
Reset your back.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a pretty innovative game. Like that one, I don't think I've seen anything else like that, even in the arcade that I remember anyway. Is anybody else? Or?
No.
It really just becomes a very fast shoot 'em up.
Yep, it is.
Like it doesn't have all the
and really
strategy
the
of the
strategy is
original.
just to watch out for the bullets.
Yeah, the original had a bit more strategy.
Yeah, well, you have this boss thing too, kind of like you did, but different.
Right, I haven't seen the boss. Yeah.
It's on right now.
That's the boss right there.
Oh, that's it. Okay.
It's a big alien that takes quite a few hits to kill.
Yeah, right.
One thing, if you're playing Ruby Robba, for some strange reason, as soon as you finish the game and when you die, it kills the game and goes back to the OK prompt. So you're
Be recording it.
Record it if you're playing it to get your high score, because
that just gives you a good reason to join us on the Game On Challenge Live.
So if you're on the Game On Challenge Live, you can just go back in the footage and take a picture of your score just before it dies.
Absolutely.
And here, I'll go forward and I'll show you what it was looking like on VCC here. There, so this one in the top corner there is playing on VCC. Watch the timer. Oh no, wait, I'm on real hardware now. That was at the beginning of the game show what I was playing it on. There we go. So this top left-hand corner is on VCC.
Expert mode.
Yep. Because that's it. That's all the time from where it started that I got to play the game.
Player one and done.
Yep.
Oh, you had more than plenty of time.
Ready, player one. Game over.
Right.
So, 6 seconds.
Sweet. Reflexes.
So it's 10 times too fast.
Yep.
Because it should be 60.
It should be 60 seconds, and it was finishing in 6 seconds.
Rounding error.
And now everybody's playing Ruby Robba.
And that's also a pretty fun game once you get used to it. But
yeah,
it's very
once you figure out what you're doing, it's a fun game.
Until you try to get a screenshot.
Oh.
And just for to show that Coconut Bob was not lying, here he is, the only the only one playing the Game On Challenge game, and everybody else is playing different games.
See what happens when I'm not there.
Yep.
Right.
The world just goes topsy-turvy.
Mm-hmm.
Dogs and cats sleeping together.
Right.
All right. So,
if people wanted to come and play the live Game On Challenge with us, Sloopy, where and when would they do that?
that's what I was trying to think. Sorry, brain wasn't braining.
I was wondering if I was late for the queue again.
No.
Yeah, Mark, it's all your fault.
Yeah, sure.
that Sloopy's brain's not working.
Right.
So, I expect Thursday for everyone to be there, including Sloopy. You have no excuse this week. And where is we are expected to be? The CoCoNation Game On Challenge Live, where you can join us on the CoCo Discord. You can follow the links from the CoCoNation. See down below the stream for the links. And when and where? Well, we just covered where, so when? Thursday, 8 p.m., 5 p.m. Pacific. Other time zones, maybe other times.
Sloopy, you're going to have to learn a new shtick when the winter time comes, because Pacific time will be different in the U.S. and Canada.
Oh, yeah, even Alberta's switching over to not changing now.
Yeah,
Yeah, and I think Manitoba's talking about it now too. We might have all of Western Canada staying on the same time.
So there is no specific time anymore. Yeah,
Well,
you
there
do
will
need
be
to
in
use
California and stuff.
Well, yeah, but not Pacific
That's-
in general. So yeah, the specific thing is gone. He's got to come up with new stick. You're right.
No, I don't, because the specific time will still be the specific time in the U.S.
But not everywhere.
Other areas will have their own time zones. That's why I say in other time zones, look for your local time.
Oh, now you got the two Gallaghers.
Yeah.
That's sorry, folks. That was deep.
I understood it. So Ken, what's the next game?
Oh, geez, that's a good question, Sloopy. What is the next game?
I do believe the next game.
I'm going to leave it up to you, Sloopy. This way,
It's a
if
four-court
people
smash.
don't like it, then they can be mad at you.
Okay. Well, then I'm going to say let's. This looks like a good game.
Oh, I bet you I know the name of that game. Is it Swordwork?
Absolutely. It is a new release from Inufuto. Well, actually, I think it was a week or two ago, but still.
Yeah, I don't know if you can see. I don't know the platforms yet, but it is out on the CoCo 1.2 version, the CoCo 3 version, and the MC10 version.
Yep.
Is it on the archive yet, or do you have to go to Inufuto's website?
You have to go to Inufuto's website.
So, Sloopy, are you just going to post the images in the Discord channel for this, so people don't have to?
No, because I mean, Inufuto has so many great games. You should already have a bookmark to.
Oh yeah, just go to your normal bookmark and it's right there.
Okay.
Yeah, it's Inufuto.whatever/8bit or something, I think, for most of them.
And I guess if people don't have that bookmark, then Sloopy will post a link to it in the Discord channel.
Yeah, if you look at last week's show notes too, it's in there.
Here, just for you. Where is it?
I still have to make a patch for the disc version sometime this week, though.
Yeah, that would probably be helpful. There. And paste. There. It's in the chat.
Not this chat.
Oh, not that chat? Okay, then.
There's everybody's chat. Yeah.
Anyway, when you post the
there.
We'll
in this chat.
We'll have a link to it in the Discord channel for people to download.
Yes, I will put a link to it in the Game On Challenge channel.
Yes.
If I can find the Game On Challenge channel. There it is.
Yeah, for those of you who aren't waiting for me to make the disc version, the versions on Inufuto are all cassette-based, so make sure your emulators are set appropriately.
So if you're on Xfer, all you got to do is go up to Hardware, Cartridge, None, and set your machine type, and then go over to File, Load, and then after you do that, you just type in CLODEM, Enter, and then Exec. VCC, you have to find out for your own.
On VCC, you just go over to the tape heading and put the link to the tape image there, hit the play button, go over to the emulator and type CLODEM and then exec.
Sounds confusing.
Okay.
So, alrighty.
And I think that's it then for Game On Challenge.
Yay!
Time for Snoozy Newsy.
There's a lot of news you may want to break first.
You know,
or do you want me to do maybe the game news first, then take a break?
Yes. I say yes to both of those.
Okay, Game On News. Game On. Where's the Game On button?
Oh man. Update your stream deck, man.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it here. Here we go. I was just noticing that Zoom seems to have new options now here on the side. Notice that I now can kind of take your shared screen and blow it up almost full screen and set everyone off on the side here.
Interesting.
Instead of being like stuck like this or like that or that one.
Oh no, we gave the button pusher new buttons. Now what?
Yeah, I got new buttons to push. Yeah.
Down the rabbit hole we go.
All right, Curtis, stay it away.
Okie dokie. So you guys should be seeing Horror House on the screen, I presume?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so Ring in Blue, which is a website that reviews and does full playthroughs of adventure games, is doing another one of the ones for the CoCo from the first Rainbow Book of Adventures. And I think this is the third or fourth one they've covered. So this one's covering Horror House, as you can see on the screen, written by Robert W. Mangum II. And as usual, they go through there in quite a lot of detail. He even tries to research the people that wrote it and where they lived. This guy actually lived near Cape Canaveral, which kind of inspired him for some of the part of the game here. And it's got some pretty cool little scaled graphics at the beginning, and then it gets into your standard text adventure, but an inverse video. Fairly limited verb list, but I like the games that actually list them all, because having to guess which verbs every adventure writer picked that would actually work was always the frustrating part, because nobody had a standard, except for a few like get, put, drop, that kind of thing. I prefer not to have to figure out that. I'd rather figure out the puzzles in the game itself rather than the vocabulary. And of course, he does his standard mapping stuff and with notes of what you find in each room as you start. So anyway, yeah, as usual, a very thorough review of it. Actually escapes from it. He actually mentions this one too had an errata. The very first edition of the book and the original publication had some bugs that had to be fixed here. They said the explanation in Rainbow here, a portion of lines 90 and 100 were inadvertently inserted in the middle of line 240 on the sticking page 12. Oops. So they must have been cutting and pasting like literal pieces of film or something for the lines and just swapped a couple of them around. But yeah, that's kind of a bad bug. But you can see here actually on this page here, there's a few games that needed a little bit of corrections. Mostly just, specifications were wrong or instructions like this one here was mentioning. It actually needs 32K extended basic, not just 16K. But there's a few others here with actual corrections. And this one here also mentioned you have a disk machine, you should do this poke for clothing. That's to give you as much space in basic as you can, basically doing a P clear 0. All right. Busy the lines that are fixed here, but if you get the archive version, I'm pretty sure it's the fixed one. And he's planning on going through the entire set of Rainbow Book of Adventures. And I think there's 4 of them all told that Rainbow did contests for. And some pretty good ones in there. Of course, we've got Fred Provancha's got some games actually in the books too, and I think some other people. I thought, well, I have one in the second book, I guess, too. So those will become upcoming at some point. Next up, Migo Aaron and his brother, the Brent, did the recording. They got delayed. They were supposed to do the recording on Sunday, then it got bumped to Tuesday. I didn't get a chance to check it live, but they're doing a game that actually originally appeared in the Dragon, but was sold officially for the CoCo in the UK. If you look at the tape label, it actually mentions both computers on there, so you can actually play it on either. And it's a game called Wizard's Quest. And as they mentioned, they're kind of sarcastically in the bumps. It's totally different than Attic Attack, which is a game on the Spectrum, which is a little bit different. It's pretty close to being the same thing. It's in color. That's one difference. The sprites are a lot smaller in the version that was on the Spectrum. And there's some gameplay mechanics that are a little bit different. Like on this one, you have to collect certain things and you have to take them back to a certain room to get your points to go up. Kind of like, the score that a lot of the old text adventures did. But in the case of Wizard's Quest, you actually have to put some objects together to get them to get the points. Like you can't just drop them individually, from what I understood. So that's a little bit different. So there are some differences. It's got some like music and stuff in it too. I'll play a little bit of the intro here just because they're usually pretty funny at their intros here, and of course they ramble on for a bit. So then I'll skip ahead and show you a bit of actual gameplay. I'm assuming Karen must be familiar with this one because I think it was a pretty popular game back in the day on the Dragon, especially. By that time, I don't think the CoCo 2 was selling too well because it was so overpriced compared to the Dragon.
Wizard's Quest. I cast Fireball. 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 Next on the CoCo Show.
There's your little preamble. Back up right here. So it's got multiple skill level difficulties, and this is one I don't think we've played on the Game On Challenge yet, have we, Ken and Sloopy?
A relation. Yes,
sure.
Very similar.
Okay,
Sorry,
I don't believe we have, and it's not like a graphical adventure game. It's an arcade style game.
We played a game like this. I can't remember if this was the one or not.
Yeah, I think it was even by the same author, Edward Sio. I'm not sure how to pronounce his name.
They run mostly the same software. They're the Dragon's sort of like an off-the-shelf CoCo, effectively. Sure. Great machine. We love the Dragon. Yeah. We've covered some Dragon stuff on multiple shows. Absolutely. And this is yet another, what you could consider a piece of Dragon software, this actually did get a formal release. It did. On the CoCo. So let's get into it. Wizard's Quest came out in 1986, the Brent. And was authored by a fellow named Edward Scio or Scio, S-C-I-O. I don't want to mispronounce your name, Edward. Now, but you did it anyway. Now, I want to get into Edward's background a little bit because this is actually, I was quite surprised, the Brent, when I looked. And this is a slice of what he did, okay? He programmed all the different versions of Airball. That's the CoCo, the Dragon, and the Atari ST version. He programmed International Soccer for the Amiga and the ST. Oh, there you go. He also did Airball on the Amiga and the Apple IIGS, so he ported that everywhere. Remember the game Armageddon for the Amiga? I owned that game. Me and Boat covered on the Amigos. He did the coding on it.
So they'll go through the background and stuff. They do a fair bit of research on it. One of the big differences in this game, you'll see occasional screens here that have mushrooms on them, and these are poisonous. So if you end up touching a mushroom or standing on it, your current health goes down rapidly and you'll die. And the original Attic Attack, I don't believe, has that. And they were complaining how hard this is. Now, one of the viewers that lives in the UK and is about 10, 15 years younger than us, averaged CoCo and Amigo Aaron's age, actually played it. He didn't have as much problem with it as everybody else did. Like they said, it was basically, you die a little bit too fast in here. But he, because he was mapping out everything and knew where the mushrooms would show up so you can avoid them, came close to completing the game. And I believe in one of the issues of Dragon User Magazine, I don't know if Karen would remember or not, but I believe there's almost a complete map of the whole game. And there's quite a few rooms in the game. And there's even like underground sections and stuff too. So it's one where you definitely have to map it out if you don't already have a map. Like I said, you can get the one from Dragon User, and that makes it a lot easier. But it looks like to be a pretty interesting game. Enough of a slightly different bits of flavor to it than the original one it's kind of based on. So it's a little bit different gameplay. So it's a little bit original. I think it would make a good one to put into the Game On Challenge at some point. Now, 60's mentioned, now I never completed. It's a bit hard to keep track of. The sequel was Airball, and I did complete that. I've never completed Airball. I don't think we've played that one on the Game On Challenge either. He said, lots of lives, but you really need them because everything is killing you all of the time. That sounds like a typical UK game. There we go. Check it out. They're going to have another game they're going to be playing. They already announced what it's going to be. It's going to be getting recorded, I think, not too long before their show in the summer, formerly called Boat Fest, which we'll get into the details when I get into the upcoming shows. But they've picked Ice Hockey, which is a game originally by Intellectronics and then later resold by Computer after Intellectronics went bust. And that's one of the ones we actually have the original source code from the original author. And somebody had posted, and I can't remember, was it Exile in Paradise? Had posted on the CoCo Discord that there's a site that's been gathering up source code, either reverse engineered or originals, documented source from the old retro machines. And there's no CoCo section yet. We actually do have a few, like Brian O'Neill is, given the source for Pac Dude 3D Monster Maze, and Harvey Brofman is put in for Ice Hockey, I believe, Donkey Monkey, Starfire. So there's other, original source we've got too.
And we have played this game.
We have?
We played it, yeah, about a year ago.
And did Kieran win?
I'm not sure who won. I just remember I really sucked at it, and the mushrooms killed me a lot.
Yep. Yeah, he just mentioned, actually, 60 just mentioned too, is episode 249, apparently. Getting somebody typing in the background. Is that you, Ken? Or?
A little bit, but sorry, I'll mute myself. It's my mouse clicking. I'm just trying to see who won that.
Oh, okay.
One, but.
Hey, go check the video out. Ice Hockey will be the next one in about 6 to 8 weeks, I believe. I don't remember the exact date. And I'm not sure if they're going to be recording one live at the show now, because if they're doing it just a few days or a week or two before, I don't know if they'll record live. They usually have in the past. Next up, this is actually kind of a cool one. I just kind of stumbled upon it when I was going through the Dragon forums here. So Rob CFG, and I can't remember what his full name is, but Rob. It's supposed that he's ported a graphical adventure game that was originally in Spanish for the Archimedes to the Dragon. Originally, this was for the ZX Spectrum and the MSX and the Amstrad CPC. And it's the Amstrad CPC one which he based his version for the Dragon on. But it's a disc-only game, so it's quite large. A lot of detailed pictures on it. If you go to the Dragon forums, and you should join if you're not, it's free. And he's actually got a direct link. You can go download it from his itch.io site there. And he also put up a webpage kind of explaining the game and showing some graphic shots and stuff from it. It actually looks pretty impressive. So here it is. The game itself is called Archimedes 2021. And here's the original Spanish instructions. If you go scroll down further, you get the English versions of it as well. But if you take a look, you're allowed to play it in P mode 3 or in P mode 4. And it's in P mode 4, of course, it's meant for PAL, so it's meant to be black and white without any artifacting. But there's a pretty detailed graphics here, and even the main gameplay here, where you've got this nice little window surrounding your text area and your graphics area. Like, the graphics are pretty impressive. This is one of the better looking ones I think I've honestly seen. And I don't know if anybody has had a chance to try this one yet, or if Karen has had a chance to try it, or any of the other guys in the UK or in Europe. Because I don't know. This one here, I think, is specifically Dragon, so it probably would need a patch to run on the CoCo because of the keyboard matrix being different. I don't know if he has plans of doing that himself with this version, but I don't know. It looks pretty impressive to me. I would like to give it a shot. And obviously that one's not really prone to be part of the Game On Challenge because text adventures usually don't work too well there. But if any of you guys want to take the Dragon and be like X-Roar and something like that, which will map the keyboard matrix and give it a playthrough and maybe come back on the show in the next couple of weeks here and just let us know what you thought of the game. I've never seen it before, so I just know the graphics look pretty impressive. Next up, Jim Gary went and revisited a game that he ported 14 years ago called Pitman, and I do remember covering this way, way back. Originally written by Yutaka Isakawa in 1985. He's done some movement sound and color updates from his original port, and he also included a quick demo of the level editor, which I don't believe his original video did. So this is one where you're kind of like pushing stuff around. It reminds me of some of the Inafudo games we played in the past, and you have to drop these things into the pits for points and basically unblock the maze so that you can get through it. You can trap yourself, etc. I'll play a little bit getting to see what the gameplay is like, and then I'll skip a little bit ahead here to show you what the editor looks like. You can create your own levels on this, which is reminiscent of a game we just played recently, Basic Pac-Man. Fast forward a little bit. There's with the original copyright and the option to edit or play. And of course, these are in basic, and I don't think they're compiled at all. So you're the white character, and it's kind of like a load runner style, but you like push things around. And eventually you have to get this yellow thing here. I'm not sure if it's a gold brick or what it is, but you have to eventually get to there where you can get it, and that'll complete the level. Basically, it's a puzzle style game where you have to figure out what order you got to put things into what spots so that you can cross over without falling into a pit and dying. Anyway, the editor, just to show you what that looks like. So you basically have this big honking cursor, and then you can just drop with these keys here which piece you want to put. You want to put some like dirt, which he's doing right now, or you want to put a ladder, the gold, the wall, where the player starts at, blank empty space, etc. And then you can save them, of course, and then you have your own customized version of the games too. I don't know if this has been ported to the CoCo, if this is only on the MC10. It's kind of a cool looking game. Next to that, ZX Frankie, who's a person from England that plays a lot of games and tries to get official high scores on some of the high score sites that do retro games. In this case, he's working on Meteoroids for the Dragon, which has a bit of a history because this was by Spectral Associates originally in 1981. It was called Color Meteoroids. It's basically an Asteroids clone. It was later reskinned and changed a little bit and sold as microbes from Tandy. So they quit selling it on their own under the original name, and then they sold it through Tandy on a cartridge. So I'm sure you guys will recognize it, but it has a few little updates to the graphics and stuff in the original. Just play a little bit for those of you who have not played it. And this was licensed to Dragon themselves, so they actually sold this. There's a couple different play modes depending on your joystick configuration you want to use, because the default mode, if I remember correctly, one joystick controls the movement of your ship, and the other one controls the angle you get your guns facing, because you can fly one direction and shoot a totally different one, which is kind of cool. What's that?
Not a fan.
No?
No. Microwave did the same thing. I didn't like it. No.
I kind of got used to it. I remember playing this with the two analogs. If you tape them to the desk so they don't wander around.
Oh, I suppose if you like glued them down or something, but
yeah,
my life wasn't that stable. So,
but yeah, it's a derivative of Asteroids. But the different gameplay mechanics of the different modes you can set the joysticks to work in actually makes it a bit more interesting to play, I think.
Yes.
Or you can do two players, like what you combine and you kind of share the ship. One person does the flying and one person does the firing.
Now that should kick, yeah.
Yeah, that I remember. I played with my brother this way, and it was quite fun. Another one that did a playthrough of a game was Chinop, which I've not seen, I don't think before, maybe just once or twice, playing Lucifer's Kingdom, which is one we have had on the Game On Challenge, and this is a clone of a vertical scroller arcade game called Star Force. I think he's playing with the online XOR emulator. I don't know if he was playing the original one or the 609 patch one I did, because I sped it up a little bit, and I also did 609 one that's a fair bit faster. Right now, the online XOR, and Karen's actually in the chat, so you can let me know. I don't believe you can play 6309 games on the online XOR on the Color Computer Archive yet. I don't know if that just requires an update or if it's just not up to do that or what. But I'm sure you guys remember this game. It has kind of a parallax scrolling effect here, and he's playing with artifact colors that don't exist on the PAL Dragon. Technically, I guess this would be correct for a Tano or Tano NTSC Dragon. But it's got some scrolling backgrounds. The stars go at one speed. The floating islands will scroll at a different speed. You get waves of all kinds of different aliens attacking you. You've got little bonus things to shoot and things to collect and stuff. So it's a pretty cool game. I think we had a lot of fun with it when we played it, from what I remember.
We need sound effects.
What's that?
Sound effects are very clicky, aren't they?
Yeah, well, he's doing like pretty large scrollings. He ran out of CPU time to try to get some decent ones in there. It is fun to play.
Yeah, it's supposed to come out of your little crappy monitor speaker back in the 80s, not nice headphones and full definition.
I think that would have made any difference, but
well, no, yeah, a fuzzy old speaker can really tone down square waves a lot.
Yep. Just to back up a little bit here, I'm just going through the chat. So 60, Karen also said he tried that game that got ported that we showed at the beginning, the one with the really impressive graphics for the Untitled game. He said didn't get anywhere. It amused me that you pressed S to start in English and E to start in Spanish. Oops. And he said there is a good reason for that, but it's still funny. I don't know what the reason is.
Yeah, I suppose we say start. What does E in Spanish to begin a game? What would,
Espanol.
No, I'm sure there's a word that. Oh, it could be. Could be as
Yeah.
easy as that.
He did mention, I did notice this too, actually, like it's called Meteoroids, both with Spectral's original CoCo version from 81 and then also the Dragon Data one, like when you bought it, it was called Meteoroids, but the game itself on the intro screen where you're entering your level number and play mode and stuff, there actually says Meteors. I did notice that too. And 60 agreed with you, Rick. He disliked that game. Joel is saying he loves micros, but only using the keyboard for control. Yeah, that is one of the modes. I think I actually liked it if I was playing with somebody, one controlling the ship, one controlling the gun. I think it was more fun with the joystick.
Well, that
on
would
one
be
of the
fun.
planes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wanted asteroids, and it wasn't asteroids, and so.
Yeah, we had better ones like Star Blaster and stuff too. So, also a ROM card. Okay, next after that, we got Floyd Resler, of course, who did Gem Quest and Dungeon Depths and a whole bunch of other games for OS9 and some for Disk Basic as well. He found that while going through the Color Computer Archive in our collection of 83 disk images packed with games, and he decided to make a quick database of all of the games, who published them, what disk image you could find them on, what file name they're under if you want to try them, with 838 entries. So here's his original post kind of explaining what he did, and he made an online thing. You can actually do a search here too if you're looking for a particular game, but they're all in alphabetical order, so you can actually go through and, you know, if you want to play 10-meter diving, it's on Games Disc 75, written by Tammy Jones, and here's the basic program that would run it. And there's a whole whack load in here, and there's, you know, quite a few of these I don't have on my site yet either. Some of these probably will be for like from Rainbow or something, or maybe PD stuff, but quite a few commercial stuff here too. A few you can see here were made for the PAL version of the CoCo here specifically. But it's cool that he did this. I've actually made some dumps of these where I've gone through disk images. I just wrote a quick program to go through and dump the directory track out so I knew what was on each disk, but I didn't go to the point of listing, you know, what the game actually is called, who did it, and that kind of thing. But yeah, there's a bunch in here I don't have yet. There's a bunch I do have on the game site. But if you really want to try some games and maybe find some that you haven't tried before, and might be worthwhile just downloading this whole library of 83 disk images, and here's a nice little quick way for you to go find stuff really fast. Next up on Facebook, RJ Lukacs, I hope I'm pronouncing his name correctly there, posted a few screenshots and asked how other people did on the Tandy Spectral game called the Interbank Incident. This is one of the few that Tandy sold that actually was hard drive friendly with that hard drive controller we're talking, or any other hard drive controller for that matter. Otherwise, it came on 3 floppy disks, and you had to keep swapping depending on what part of the game you were on. It also was one of the games that Tandy sold that actually has full support for the sound speech pack. It does speech and sound effects. Like you can hear the ocean rolling in the background when you're sitting by a boat. And this is one that randomizes somewhat every game too, so it's never the same game twice. Like it's not always the same person you're trying to hunt down. And I quite like the game. I can't say I think I've ever won it. I did notice a couple of people in our club did win it a few times. And that was the question he had. He said, early point-and-click adventure. Anybody hip to this game? I played it for about an hour last night. Interesting to say the least, but I'm not sure I actually enjoyed it. And some of the commenters had said, oh, this is one of my favorite games of all time. And some other people said, yeah, I didn't like it either. I'm just wondering on the panel here, what was your guys' impression of this game if you tried it? I will say it plays much better on a hard drive, because then you can throw all the files in, you don't have to do it anything special to get it going.
Right. And the floppy drive, you were sitting, twiddling your, you know, tapping your fingers on the desk, waiting for it to do something.
Yeah.
It was inscrutable. I mean, it took too long to get to the next thing. You forgot what you were thinking you wanted to try to do by the time you got around to doing it.
And it had animated graphics, kind of like Sands of Egypt. You'll see like clouds scrolling by and different animations too.
If you pop the same game on a 68K Motorola, I'd love it.
Now, one thing I will mention on this, I mean, first of all, like I said, it runs a hard drive. It runs at an OS9 level 1. So it requires 64K CoCo or higher. You can play in a CoCo 3. It won't work in EOU because I think they're using 2 6K pages of graphics, and generally you don't have that much free system RAM, because that's where to be backwards compatible with level 1, it has to map it into the system task, and that's already pretty full in EOU or in level 2 in general as you yank a bunch of drivers out. So you can play it on a CoCo 3, but you probably have to use a separate hard drive image to boot it up with. But when we found, and Brian Weasler found the Spectral hard drive, there are chunks of source code of this in there. And you can see some of the randomization features and stuff and how the sound speech pack stuff was set up. And, you know, someday when I have a ton of free time, I do want to finish going through and see if we can make, you know, recreate the source code, because I think parts of it are missing, but there are good chunks of them in it that will give it a bunch of the labels and stuff that we have. So I'd like to eventually see if we can actually patch this up.
Well, yeah, I'd like to take a second pass at my description. It would be a fun game if it was faster. I mean, if you threw it in an emulator and cranked the CPU way up.
I didn't find it too slow if you're on a hard drive, like a virtual hard drive.
It's just okay, but I mean, I tried it on my Birkin. Still, it took too long for the next thing to develop compared to how much attention I was willing to spend on that next thought. So it was just kind of a little bit too, you know, it wasn't quite a cresting wave you could surf on yet.
Do you remember if you played it with an OSign level 1 boot, or did somebody make a really stripped down level 2 boot?
No, it was just the boot that came with it, because I wasn't,
because I think if somebody makes a stripped down OSign level 2 boot, like rip out graph driv, rip out graph inter, wind inter, co-win or co-graph, and just put the co-VG, which is the only thing this thing uses, and you get it to fit, you'll be running at double speed all the time. So that might help quite a bit.
Oh, that'd probably fix it, because it just needed a little more pop. It, you know.
But one thing I want to mention,
that was just me.
Yeah, one thing I want to mention, like the game came out, I think in late '85 or early '86, and if it already detected if you had a CoCo 3, so if you bought the game when it was released, the CoCo 3 wasn't even announced yet. So it just played normally. You'd have, you know, as a sky blue, and you get to pick which artifact color set you got. But if it detected a CoCo 3, which happened several months later, it actually instantly went, do you have an RGB monitor? And when you set palettes appropriately for it. So this is one of the ones, Spectral was one of the companies that actually had very, very early versions of the CoCo 3. I think they got the first ones in February of '86 or January of '86. So they knew this was coming up and how it was going to run. So they actually programmed stuff in it. Then if you bought a CoCo 3, you instantly got the little upgrade where you could run an RGB monitor in color. So there's some pretty cool stuff that the source code kind of mentioned it, because they were just learning the CoCo 3 at the same time, but they were doing it kind of hiding the fact that they knew about it and it was coming out. And if you actually had dumped through the program and saw these references to RGB monitors and stuff, you might have been wondering, what the hell is that?
Right.
You had the CoCo 1 or 2 at the time.
What are these fools up to?
Yeah.
Do you think the colors are off because of the way the picture was taken, because it's off the monitor, or is it a good red and blue?
Well, it's actually off of now monitor, so, and I think it's composite by the looks of it.
This is just a bad take in this video.
Okay.
It was a little less blue and more red.
Okay.
In real life.
Yeah, I did like that little zoom feature where you search things, and if it was something you were supposed to look at, it would load a little graphic off disk and give you really high detail. Otherwise, it just
that was cool. Yeah. Well, that was one of the things that if it had worked a little faster, it would have really made the game snap. You know, but it was like you'd zoom over something and something's about to happen. Let's see what happens. You know.
Yeah.
Anyway,
but as a point and click, it was like very, very early, and you had to use combo commands. So sometimes you had to click 2 different things to get a third action out of it, which was a bit confusing. I mean, if you read the manual, you kind of learn all that stuff. But yeah, I think they got more refined within a few years after this. But this was a very early one. I think one of the first point clicks. I remember the Amigos reviewed it, and I think they were figuring out this was one of the very first point and click graphic adventure games, period, on any system. I don't remember if it was the first, but it was early. Like it was, much earlier than a lot of the ones that are generally thought to be the originals.
Right now, the CoCo, it was this or Castle of Theragad, so take your pick.
Yeah. But it's a nice extensive game. It's got some randomization. You get to pick your character you play, and I think there's like 7 or 8 of them to choose from, and you get different attributes, so the whole gameplay changes depending which one you pick. So it's got some replayability. It's not like a standard game. You just, once you figure out the map and you figure out what order to do things in, you're done. Why would you play it again type thing. This one actually you can change quite a bit, and you might be in a totally different continent to win the game.
Right. Well, and then see this screen. Some games you can get to the screen really easily, and sometimes.
Yeah, that's part of the randomization too.
Not so much. Exactly.
Yeah. But I thought it was kind of ironic that this came as a story, and you guys were showing off the hard drive controller, because this is one of the few things that supported
that really needed
right
and wanted and supported it.
If you had the $129 to buy that little adapter with 3 chips that Mark was showing, and
you happen to
several
have the
$1,000 to buy one of the primary hard drives,
$2,500 hard drive,
you could play this game on a hard drive. Brian Palmer has been doing this the last few weeks. Actually, he's been going through some of the Australian CoCo magazines. I think there was Australian CoCo, there's Australian Rainbow, which was a mix of stuff from the American Rainbow plus some local stuff done in Australia. Has been typing in a bunch of these programs because I don't think there's archives of some of those magazines. They're on disc or on tape versions. Nick, do you have any of those just out of curiosity, or did you ever subscribe to the tape or disc magazines from the Australian?
no, I don't.
Okay. So he's been typing it in anyway. Few, and he had a request last week for a rather long one. He was hoping somebody had typed in or did have the tape or disc version of it. Anyway, he uploaded a game this week from Australian CoCo magazine called Gold Soft Adventure, from Australian Rainbow. This is the May 1986 issue of Australian Rainbow, and it's a graphical adventure game. So on the CoCo Facebook group, he's posted the disc image, which you're seeing here right now, version 1, just in case there's any bugs still able to, found and have to be fixed here. Of course, he's typing this in by hand. And then he's got some pictures of it here. And it's actually a graphical text adventure game with some, kind of the standard divide half a screen for graphics, half the screen for text type thing. I believe it's in BASIC. I don't know if the text generator, I didn't get a chance to run this if it's in BASIC, if it's doing it like draw statements, which would be a little bit slow, or if it actually has a little ML driver to do it. But I mean, the game doesn't look too bad for a little basic type-in type thing. Written by Andrew White in 1985, published in the May 86 issue of Australian Rainbow. I like he didn't want to bother drawing a copier to the point where you could tell what it was. So he just wrote copier on a black box. That's the kind of lazy stuff I admire. Here he took some time, though. And he says here, visible items, CoCo unconnected. So I thought that was cool. Anyway, you can go download that one and give it a shot. Most people here in North America would never have seen this game because it was not published in the May 1986 issue of the Rainbow here, I don't believe. And that's what we got for the Game On news. And like I said, there's a lot of stuff to go through on the regular news, like 20 some odd stories, 27.
It's 4 Central, and Curtis is saying there's 20 some odd stories. So take this break and use it wisely, boys.
Yeah, I'm going to grab a glass of water. I'll need it.
Okay, here we go.
Hi, I'm Terry Steggy from Retro Tech Time and the Tandy Shack, and you're watching the CoCoNation, the world's first live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy color computer and its hardware cousins.
From the makers of the Switcheroo. Wallaby Cable, Color Computer 3 Dual RGB Cable. Get yours today at cocoman.biz.
A whole new approach. Faster than ever. A window to a world of possibilities. Clear your expectations. Clear your hesitation. Just hit clear.
Download EOU today at lcurtisboyle.com.
Hey there, I'm Ken from Canadian Retro Things. And I'm Amy from Taylor and Amy Show. Yeah, that was Amy from Taylor and Amy Show. And you're watching the CoCoNation Show.
When you want the latest in TRS-80, Tandy, Dragon, MC10, and all of their hardware cousins, no matter what it takes, or where news breaks, from around the world to your nation, the CoCoNation News with L. Curtis Boyle.
Okay, so starting with a couple of dragon stories first. So if our friendly European watchers want to have a bit of a snooze not too late into the night. The first one here is from a YouTube channel called Second Life Electronics. I have not seen them before. And he's basically doing an unboxing of a Dragon 32 that he got to see if it still works. He also got some cassette software that came with it. Unfortunately, he couldn't load any of that because he does not have a cassette driver cable. He said that's on order. I'll just play a little bit. Let me actually get that opened up here.
Parallel IO, and then it looks like there's a lot on this side. So, also in here we've got a instruction manual for computer voice. Got a manual
original
for
documentation
Calixto Island
for some of the programs that he'll be able to load later when he
information book.
Drive.
Richard Wadman. Computer voice. So all of the
And he wasn't sure if it was going to work right off the bat. He was kind of suspecting it wasn't going to. Hooking up to a modern TV with the
in fact the
RF
previous
adapter.
tuning for.
But it actually worked first try. Even got the
The
basic prompt and everything else. So
NES is
he had more
actually already
success than
working.
Brian Weasler did today.
So that is actually.
So I'm imagining once he gets a tape drive, he'll probably be doing a sequel follow-up to this one and actually go through some of the games that click. So I'm not even sure if he's got the graphic version or the text version. I'm guessing the text one, but I guess we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, we check out his channel there and keep an eye out for a follow-up video on that. Next after that, we got Julian Brown. Now, he posted a few updates. I'll just kind of do this one here as one of the later ones. He's working on the combined SAM VDG enhancement board. And he, as he mentions here, like the specs of this will be quite a bit further than the standard SAM and VDG. So he's going to support 2 meg of RAM with 8K pages, just like the CoCo 3 has. We'll also make porting Nitrous 9 and some other stuff that uses 8K blocks easier because it don't have to reprogram a bunch of things. And then it'll be able to run in single or double speed. So it's like a SAM doubler like Karen has done. So with static RAM, you can actually run at the full 2 gigahertz or 2 megahertz, the same as the CoCo 3 does. I wish they added 2 gigahertz. And then the VDGs, he's actually adding some extra modes there. Now, he's got some stuff he's got in for testing now, but he says he will likely have to cut some of that out because he's running out of room on the chip, I believe. So right now he's got 32, 40, 64, and 80 column text screens. With that, he'll be keeping. And then he's got graphics modes that are up to 640 by 200 with up to 256 colors, almost like a Gimme X has. He said he'll likely have to cut back on some of that, probably just 320 by 200 and up to 16 colors at once, which would be pretty comparable with the CoCo 3. Just taking the 640 out, because then 320 you can run on a standard, composite monitor, etc. Whereas if you're doing the 640, you pretty well need an RGB or something a bit fancier to keep it, from looking like crap. So anyway, yeah, he's on that. He was waiting for some stuff to come in. He had I think a part was ordered wrong, or he got the wrong part or something. So I think he's pressing forward this week, and hopefully he'll have time. He also had some other stuff he had to do in real life that took him away for almost a week too. So I understand that because I've been doing that for months now. But anyway, yeah, it looks like he's got some pretty good fancy features. This will almost take a Dragon up to a CoCo 3 level machine. So really cool to see what he's going to do with that, and then see how easy it'd be to do a port of Nitrous 9 level 2 to run on this. because with some of the 1480 column stuff there, depending on how he has it set up, it shouldn't take too many changes to the driver to be able to do that, and the graphics screens as well. Plus 2 mega RAM and full double speed and stuff. It'll basically be a Dragon CoCo 3 hybrid almost. Next up, Retro Computing Roundtable had their first episode for a while. The regular show didn't have too much anything specific about the CoCo, and they're kind of talking about they were doing this thing where they took the episode number and would do the last 2 digits would be the year. They're doing some special, history lessons from there. And they said they don't have too many more to do. They're up to 91 now, and 1991. There's still some cool stuff that's kind of considered retro happening next few years, but after that, you're kind of getting to the modern era, so there wouldn't be too much about that. So that segment of the show will probably be coming to a close for a while. But one of the things they feature, if you've never watched the show before, is they sometimes go through some interesting eBay auctions and stuff where they find some pretty rare or unique piece of hardware or software. And in this case here, there's a CoCo related one that came out. Also, there's I think it covers the MC10 as well. Now, this is a book they're talking about in this case. And it's one that's organized differently than most computer books at the time. So it's kind of almost like an encyclopedia thing, and it's hundreds of pages long. So basically, every topic is listed alphabetically. So the A things, like say you did V, it might have VDG, and it might have the Vox chip, and some stuff. Like some of the stuff's generic computer stuff, but some of it's CoCo specific, including some of the software and hardware that's available. And apparently this company that did this book here made it for other computers. One of the hosts actually has the Apple II version. I've never even heard of this book before, and I'm wondering, once I played and you guys kind of see what's in there, if you guys have seen this or heard of this before or even have it. And I don't know if Brian Weeser's still on the call here.
Sure, he's got one.
Well, I don't know. Like I said, I haven't never seen this before. So unless he's forgotten to show it to us, or maybe I missed an episode or something. But tell me what you guys, if you guys have seen or heard of it.
Here is one thing. So it is the TRS-80 Users Encyclopedia Color Computer and MC10 Phillips Wright Rare. I don't know. Anyway, it's called the TRS-80 Users Encyclopedia. It's a big book published by the Book Company. And so I don't know anything in particular about this particular book, but it's kind of an interesting format. So it's basically a bunch of computer facts organized alphabetically. So and they're just of completely divergent grain sizes. It's nothing.
So I'll just pause it there. For those that can't see the screen, if you're listening to the audio version of the show, we're looking at the page for J. So they've got like the first thing it says J, and it gives you like the ASCII code and the poke value that if you're going to put on the screen. But then you got stuff like JARB code, which is JARB software. It was a piece of software that was sold in the early days of the CoCo, like the early 80s. And then they have the JFD IO disk controller. Then they have the JNM disk controller, and then the JMP instruction from 609 assembly language for the jump. And then just stuff related to, J's and like the joystick command in BASIC. So it's kind of an odd way to do it. It's kind of encyclopedic. I mean, if you
the
want to
whole
look
book's
up
an index.
Yeah, the index is kind of built in, right?
But a really nice index. And then there's no book. Just a really nice index.
Yeah. But it covers a lot of third-party hardware and a lot of
it.
third-party software, plus the Tandy stuff, plus generic 6809 stuff, and generic SAM and VDG stuff. So it's actually fairly complete. And from the description that he said, he owns the Apple version. The thing's like 400 or 500 pages long. Like this is not some little paperback thing. It's big. And have any of you ever heard of this book before? Because I had not. I see Ron shaking his head, and he usually has a pretty good collection of stuff.
No, but as an alternative way to look up stuff, I really like the idea. I would get one of these just to supplement the other way around all the books that I have.
Did you look to see if you're in there?
No, this is done way too early. The CoCo 3 doesn't exist yet. I don't even know if the CoCo 2 existed when this came out.
Oh.
I like the idea though. It's
because it says it's for the TRS-80 color computer and the MC10, so it actually has MC10 stuff too. So I'm guessing it came out probably in 80. MC10 came out in 83, I think, a couple months before the CoCo 2 was announced. So probably in that time frame.
Does it say how much it costed?
The original?
Yeah.
I don't think it did on the cover, but
you can read through the pages, so it couldn't have been that expensive. But
Like here's the Apple version, which actually he digitized and put up on the Internet Archive. 487 pages.
Right.
So and showing some sample stuff here that some of this applies to the CoCo.
I like it. So instead of going to the index and then flipping back into the book,
you just go straight to the page of the
go to the index, and there is what the book would have had if you read through it, which none of us read through books anymore. So this would be the perfect way to.
Because I remember the books back in like the early to mid 80s for the CoCo. I mean, some of them only believed Tandy existed. So the only stuff they listed was hardware and software, cartridges, whatever else that Tandy sold. And then others would extend it and start telling you about Tomix and Spectral and J&M disc controllers and HDL keyboards and all that kind of stuff here. So if this one's like 400 or 500 pages like the Apple one is and contains a ton of the third-party stuff, I'm wondering if they might even have some stuff that wasn't advertised in, say, Rainbow, like maybe some.
Well, right, to your point,
contacted them. Yeah.
A lot of books had a theme. They had something they wanted to push, and that's what they covered. And then you went to the index, and you could find some of the stuff that you wanted because that's what the author wanted to cover. But if this is just like the generic overall index of forget what the author wanted to cover, this is what comes up under F.
Yeah.
Before you could Google stuff, this would be quite the find.
Yeah. Like we did have one local computer bookstore here that actually carried a lot of CoCo stuff. Actually, there was like 5 or 6 books. I remember I bought some of them there. This is not one I ever saw there either. Now, 60 does mention, sorry, I keep calling him 60. He's renamed himself 6809E, but I'm so used to the old one. But anyway, he mentions the book 20 Go to 10, which we have covered in the show a couple years ago, and that was one that was made, it's based on numbers. Like, the 6809 might be part of it, or the 6847, or certain numbers that are opcodes or whatever type thing. So kind of the same idea. This alphabetical, I think, is probably a little bit more useful to find stuff. But yeah, I'm curious. Like, it's too bad Brian wasn't here because I was wondering if he actually had this one, or maybe he's even seen this auction. He might have bought it already. Who knows? But it was nice that the Retro Computing Roundtable crew actually, did a CoCo related thing.
Do they have the same thing for Model 1, 4?
I do not know. I know about the Apple II one because it's up in the Internet Archive, and Paul's the one who actually scanned it and put it up there. And then, of course, they found this eBay auction for this one, for the CoCo and the MC10. Next up, Alan Huffman's been busy. He's done multiple blog posts and one Facebook post here all related to CoCo stuff, plus some other ones that have nothing to do with CoCo at all. So just to kind of go through them quickly, obviously check out his Subby the Software site, where he's putting stuff multiple times a week. So the first one is copying screen memory to a string in Color Basic. And this is going through some tricks where you can kind of get the address of a string and then poke stuff in, or you can copy stuff from the screen back in type thing, and then you can actually do a print, and it'll print, quite fast through the basic interpreter, rather than have to do like print character strings or a bunch of other weird stuff to get it to work. And he kind of goes through and tests and makes sure it works. He kind of describes how the var pointer points to that little 5-byte packet that describes how a variable works. And then Gary was actually the reason he did this post, because he was trying to do this on the MC10 because he found a program that he was converting over that was doing this kind of a trick, and he was trying to figure out how to do it in the MC10 itself. And of course, Alan took it on the CoCo side of things here too, so he's got some sources, things, stuff to try. This next one is going through the Microsoft Basic INSTR, or substr if you're doing it in Basic 09 type thing, which basically searches a string for the occurrence of another string with an optional start value. If you want to start at a certain character, it's a skip. Like if you've already processed part of a string and you want to check, only starting at the 10th character, and you can do that as well. And in this case, he's finding what he calls a bug, or at least unexpected behavior. And that is what happens when you search for like an empty string. Because what it returns here is the position it finds a string matching. So here you're looking for the B character in ABC, and it returns a 2 because B is the second character in. And if you try to find a character that's not in there at all, and these can be multiple characters, they don't have to be single, just as example, it returns a 0. And then if you search for an A, it returns a 1. Now, if you do a null string as your search, like say you had a prompt and somebody just hit return, it's always going to return the first character. I think that's actually probably correct, because a null basically means nothing, which means it's going to match right off the bat because
it's a string. It matches.
Nothing.
Okay.
Yeah. And Microsoft has been consistent. That's how it's worked on pretty well all their basics on all the computers that they did work on. Alan thinks it's a bug. I think that's just kind of the way the string routine search works.
Right. It's up to you. If you're looking for a nothing string, well, it's a string.
Yep.
Shut up. Go away.
And I think some of the comments were like, a null would be a subset in if you do those little connecting circles of subsets and stuff in set theory. I mean, it is part, nothing is part of the thing. So
it comes down to ask a stupid question, get a stupid answer.
I mean, he does explain why he would prefer it didn't do that, because like if he used to use on-in string with a string of characters as hotkeys for a program, for example, that somebody would hit with in key,
and there's nothing in there,
you could do an on go sub and jump straight to the routine without having to do any extra parsing or if thens and all this stuff. But a null will match if you in key string doesn't have anything because the guy didn't hit a key. Well, it's going to go to the first go sub every single time. So you have to do this extra check to make sure it's not empty. Like here is using the actual in key string command itself within the on go sub. And then you also give some alternate tricks to get around that, or the more standard ways one would think of to do so. Like I said, there's some comments of going through and talking about this. Of course, William Asto is an expert on how basic internals work. Came in to talk, and he actually mentions like str, and C does the exact same thing with an empty target string. So that's not even just basic, to be honest. And then he came back with a sequel to that, Basic in String Revisited with a special guest C, str, or string. I think that's probably commonly call it. And some of the comments that he got and kind of responding to the comments he got from William, from Lewis CoCo. So he's kind of doing the follow-up here and compares how the C version works with some sample C code. And then trying to figure out when that was actually cemented in, because I think the C one actually is mentioned in the C manuals of that is the expected behavior, but the very early Cs did not list that. And that was actually the str function was added in ANSI C, which are old C compilers like from OS 9 level 2, our KNR, they don't even have that. So, though I think, I'm trying to remember, does Deeks DCC have that added in? He's been adding in some ANSI stuff, and I can't remember what all he's covered so far. Pretty good in review, and they're going back, when did the in-string command first come and show up into any computer? And they're going back to like 1975 with like mini computers and stuff. So, and the last one he has on his Subetha software blog is doing the poke versus print. This is kind of the sequel to the one where you're storing into the string stuff from the screen. He goes through some of the quirks of doing it that way. So if you're just taking peaks from a screen, you dump them into a string so you can print it faster later on. And you want to, may say, build some strings with, alternate versions of a screen or something. You want to do animations or something like that. In fact, like inverse characters poked onto the screen are totally not ASCII. So if you peek them and then put them into the string handler in Microsoft Basic will print something you're not expecting. But he does mention, because the high bit characters, which is all the graphic characters, all the different colors and stuff, the little 2x2 blocks, are the same between the two. You can make graphical bits there that you can do with printing strings here and tweak them to your heart's content through the actual string handler stuff too, without having to build them by doing character string whatever plus character string whatever. You can actually just dump them straight. So that allows you to do some things a little bit faster and take a little bit less memory in doing so. So pretty good article on that. I haven't actually tried the programs yet, but I understand what he's going through here. So. Next after that, this is a rather interesting topic, and not too many volunteers in the comments. So this is on the Facebook CoCo group and Subetha Software, which is Alan, of course. He said, do we know who is behind any of the CoCo pirating groups? And he has a screenshot. The new CoCo Inner Circle Presents Paper Route, distributed by The Circle, which is one of the big cracking chains in the CoCo world at the time. And then it mentioned some of the people that were involved in this picker one, Mr. X, Captain Kidd, Codemaster the Buzzard. I've seen multiple other games that have like one or two of these characters mentioned. A few people kind of admitted that they were part of that too. I did one myself, though. It never got distributed beyond locally, and I didn't crack it fully properly either. Somebody did a much better job, so I just scrapped mine because it wasn't that good. I do know in the mid 80s when I think the program was called Master Key 2, it was a little hardware card that could dump RAM directly. So you would let the program load and whatever weird copy protection and crap it had on it from cassette or disc. And then it would just, you'd hit this button and it would just dump the 64K, and then you could just, get the game running from that. And then it also had a little built-in splash screen that's cracked by Master Key 2, and you could edit that with your own names and stuff. So a lot of the later cracks were using that hardware assisted cracking. But yeah, there's quite a few of these, and I don't know if anybody on the panel was involved with any of these, or knew who some of these was, but Alan was kind of speculating, like, who were some of these people? And there's one or two comments in there you can kind of tell. A few people definitely were involved with that, so I'm not going to do that because, of course, these involve legal things, and they were kind of vague in their answers, I can think, because of that. So,
right.
But did you guys get a lot of the software that had these little crack screens and stuff like that? It's one of the problems I had doing loading screens and stuff on my CoCo game site, because I want the originals, and I had to go back and like find a copy version, or a copy protected version of the software, look at the screen, and then change the cracked one to put the proper screen so I could take proper screenshots.
Wasn't the first CoCo Max done without the the ROM pack, so that you could use it? Was kind of rough to use, but it was cracked by someone, Mr. X or Buzzard or somebody. Did you remember seeing that?
Yeah, I mean, you're talking CoCo Max 1 and 2, or are you talking CoCo Max 3?
I think it's CoCo Max 1.
Yeah, because they had the little high-res pack. It was a little analog to digital thing that connected you 256 by 256. So that actually enhanced the hardware. It wasn't just a copy protection.
Yeah, that's one example that I remember.
Yeah. And somebody did that with the CoCo 3 when they hacked it, so you could use the Tandy high-res module instead of the custom color one.
Right.
Right.
But most of it was just used to crack stuff, so you could, strip the copy protection off a copy, like Sands of Egypt, and which is, I think, the first Tandy one that actually had copy protection on it. Dallas Quest did too.
Heck, I barely knew you could buy commercial games outside of Tandy. So cracked games, I had no idea.
Oh, I had tons of them.
You'd have to be in a color computer club where everybody.
I suppose.
Stuff.
Yeah,
that's one of the comments. Is that's every color computer club meeting ever.
Period. Yep.
Right. No, I lived too close to Dallas, the Daltrug thing, so everybody was into Model 1. There were no CoCo people that I knew of. They were all Model 1 people. Anyway,
that's a shame.
Yeah, I was so close and yet so far,
Because I remember some of these actually, they would just have this little splash screen like you're seeing on the screen now. They would, while it's loading the rest of whatever cracked program. But some of them actually wrote some programs to have like animated cards coming sliding down with the different pages explaining who cracked what, and you'd get this little animated story of cracking while it's loading the game type thing. We never went to the depths, I don't think, that like say the C64 crackers and the Amiga crackers did, where they'd have these whole animated mini games playing while you're loading the main game that you just pirated.
I can tell you one thing. Whenever these things showed up at the club meeting, it was always distributed with this thought that, this could screw up your computer. I wouldn't use it, but if you want it, here it is. Yeah, so then you take it home and you're sitting there looking at the floppy, right? And you're looking at your computer and you're looking at the floppy. And then you go ahead and do it anyway. That's what it was like back then.
Yeah, I like in our club, we kind of knew that you couldn't damage your computer with a pirate piece of software. You might crash, but that's all you do. So we just copied them like crazy.
Right. So you copied it on your hard drive, and then who knows?
And then as a club, we kind of felt guilty. So usually, if we found something that everybody had pirated, we might buy one copy, just so the seller
so
got one payment.
You were all
at
just
least.
sharing the one copy. Yeah,
70 of us copied the thing, but
we all just share it. Only one of us plays it at once. Yeah,
one minor legit.
Yeah. But yeah, it's ironic too, because if you go through comments, there's quite a few. There's like 36 comments if you want to check in, and you can even figure out who some of the people that were involved with some of these pirate rings were. There's even CoCo BBS's, that were nothing but piracy stuff. They give you like how to crack this and instructions. But some of the comments in there were mentioning the fact that, ironically enough, the fact that we did all of this is the only reason we have some of these programs still today.
Right.
Because the original authors are gone, then not too many copies were sold, and all of a sudden they show up on some pirate site and somebody downloaded it, and that's the only reason it still exists. So, yeah, it's kind of a mixed thing. I mean, once I started selling software, I kind of understood why the authors were complaining we were pirating all this stuff all the time. Because, you like getting paid. But when you're a teenager and you don't have that much free income to spread around, you just pirate it.
This is kind of like the music industry, huh?
Yeah, it kind of is, or the VHS tape movie industry back in the day.
The chat has the guy with the hookup, free C10 tapes from Radio Shack as long as he made a couple extra copies for the manager. Now that's a good move. Because the tapes were your cost, if you could get them C10s cheap.
Yeah, I don't have too many Radio Shack managers that were like totally okay with this. They would sometimes turn a blind eye if we brought in some third-party stuff because it could demo it in the store. A lot of the third-party stuff was more impressive than the Tandy stuff. So they were okay with us pirating that, but pirating their stuff, that's a different story.
No, we're going with Mr. X level stuff here.
Yeah.
I wonder if they use the Radio Shack color copier to make the box art.
Yeah. I do remember there was a guy that contacted me from my website a couple years ago, and he was trying to compile a list of all the piracy rings and the pseudonyms and stuff that they use, because he was trying to do a history on the CoCo, because there's histories of some of the people for other platforms. And unfortunately, I don't know any of these people personally. I don't know who they were. I suspect I do know a few of them from back in the day, but I couldn't really help them too much.
You weren't going to give them up.
Well, I didn't. I don't know for sure who they are. I mean, I did one myself, and we had the master. One of the guys in the club did buy Master Key. We were making our own there, but that's kind of cheating. You're not really learning how this stuff works. You're just dumping RAM. And then you get, the self-protection stuff on some of the cartridges where they tell it to write over itself in ROM. And if you're in the RAM mode, because you're doing it in 64K, it would suddenly just corrupt the game. I know Steve Bjork did that on a few of his later titles. As did some others.
This is kind of like what the military did when they went into, what was it? When they got Maduro or whatever his name was from the country, they basically overrode or changed codes for, they were able to go right in and get rid of all the, any of the stuff that they had that was like from Russia, for detecting stuff in the air and all that stuff. They had decoded all, a way to get by it all by
the Enigma,
rewriting everything and sending them false results, and stuff. So they could go.
Enigma, did you say, Nick?
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's similar, right?
Yeah. Like copy protection, sometimes you try to break it right out and fix the program. And other times you just find out where it's doing a check for a certain byte on some odd sector that's, 1024 bytes instead of 256 and it has a bad CRC or something. And sometimes it's just easier just to change the check itself and just don't even worry, leave the original disk as screwed up as possible and just take the checks out so it didn't even know to check that and then just, load it fine.
So the disk copy didn't really work, but we ain't checking anyway. So away it goes. Okay.
Like Dicom was famous because they did theirs. I think the director track was the only track that was normal. So he did it to her. And then the first 16 tracks, I think, were one sector of a 1024 byte sector. So you'd hear the motor going between tracks because it's only loading 1K instead of the entire track. And then the second part was with like bad CRCs or bad sector numbers, like sector 98 or something. Because, the disk controller, you give it what sector you want to read, and it goes and reads the header part of the sector, and that's where it gets the sector number. It's not like it knows where on the spin it is. So you might have sectors 90 to 99 on a track that doesn't have sectors 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 or anything else. Or I guess 1, 2, 3, 4. So yeah, there was a whole bunch of tricks. The Apple II was rather famous. I'm sure Mark could go into this if he was at his desk. But because they had a software-based disk controller rather than a hardware-based one, they could do even more weird things like half tracks and
half sectors and
yeah, like shift the head over half a track, and it's kind of like trying to do high density, double density type stuff. It's a pretty fascinating art. I mean, how innovative the companies came up to come up with some of the protection ideas, and then how the hackers had to get around them. It was a constant game of cat and mouse. Exile Paradise says, sounds like a CoCo deck. Yeah, kind of. Okay. That finishes all the ones I had for Alan. Did I miss one here? Yeah, I think that crashed when I tried to restore the tabs. I don't know if we restored them all correctly here. Oh, it's off screen, I guess, in this case. So Pete McCollum posted in the Motorola 689, 629, 1600 semi-language programming group. He just finished testing some new boards, and he said, sorry, it's a 6803, not 6809. That's really a problem. So that's, of course, the CPU in the MC10. But he's made a little single-board computer based on the 6803 here. Mm-hmm. And as he said, and this is kind of a surprise for anybody doing these types of projects, where it's not a single hardware issue was found. Everything works on the first try.
I wonder what's broke that he didn't catch. Because there's something. Nothing ever works on the first try. No,
it definitely doesn't in software.
It never happens in hardware either. There's something. He just hasn't found it.
And of course, he's got pictures of them here. And that looks like 6820. What's in that up here? Yeah, 68821. So that's a 1.5 megahertz rated PIA.
Nice.
What's a 687015? Do you know what that is?
It's obviously programmable, so.
Yeah, it says here Pete's Lab 6801, 6803 version 2. So that's the board.
Probably is prom, I'm going to guess.
Maybe. Yeah, oh, yeah, because of the window. LED. Yeah, the single board computer projects are kind of interesting because, I mean, that's how the whole hobbyist computer market started in the early 70s.
Right. Yeah. And he's got a little M.U.L.E glue chip there to put it all together. Yeah. Okay. This is fun.
Okay. So next up is Stephen Walters, known as CoCo Synth. And I think he posted this in the Discord too, about a synthesizer program that he was working on. He actually had Chat GPT help write it. And it's a keyboard synthesizer. You hit keys and you get the notes playing. And he's got a GitHub project, which, of course, as with all the show notes here, you can get this from the CoCo Discord. Excellent Paradise will be posting it to the CoCo list later if you're on the mailing list, probably tomorrow morning. But basically, you can find links to every story we talk about in here. But as a direct link to his GitHub, we can get the original assembly language source that Chat GPT helped generate. And he's got his little instructions stuff here. But he's made a little video of it as well, kind of showing it in action. And he kind of gives them a more detailed explanation, like a certain range of notes works better because otherwise you're trying to, sample too fast for the CoCo 1 and 2 to handle, etc. So I will lower the volume a little bit. But here's, as it mentions here, this is AI-assisted 6.9 assembly. We've seen multiple people doing this lately, not just for assembly, but also for like C, for Basic 09, for regular Basic, etc. Using some of the AI stuff. I know Claude seems to be a favorite for programmers, especially on retro. It seems to be one of the most successful. I haven't fiddled with any of this stuff myself. My friend Dwayne here locally has, and I just talked to him about it last night. And he said, yeah, Claude is working way better for him than any other ones. And Henry Strickland, I know, has been keeping up with the Google stuff, which has made some huge improvements lately too. So
when you guys when some of you guys that are doing programming stuff and you ask for AI to assist you, doesn't this basically help AI do the stuff in the future anyway? I mean, they learn from it, don't they?
I think so. I haven't done any stuff with AI myself, personally. If Henry was still here, he could definitely speak to it a lot more than I could.
Right. But I assume that, as I understand it, the process is you prompt it, you tell it what it did wrong, and it improves from that. So it has to be learning from you as much as...
Yeah, but does it spread that out? Like if you did a project, for example, Rick, and then I tell it to do something that's got some similarities or commonalities with yours, does it reach across and
Right,
that
and
I'm
then you
assuming it
tell
shares
it
it all.
what it did wrong compared to what it did for me, and then
Well, that's what happened when I did a
collects
picture of.
that.
I had a picture of my wife standing by a car, and I had him, make it, freshen it up, and then the stripe on the side of the car, AI got it completely wrong, and I told them how to fix it, and they fixed it, but then they left, like a door handle out or something. So I said,
Right.
no, the door, it's can you come up to where the door handle would be, or something, I'd have to explain what I wanted.
Right.
And then after maybe 4 or 5 times, they got it perfect. And it
Well,
looked great.
once 1,000 people have done that, it's going to have that damn dodge right.
Yeah.
And that's why they sticks it in the CoCo say behind what a C64 AI generated
Right, it
program can do.
has so much more training going on the C64.
And we do have another video coming up here that also does this too, and it's one that he's done a few games. He just ported to the Avalon Hill stock ticker game to Basic 09, and now he's working on doing M.U.L.E for the CoCo under Nitrous 9 using C, I believe. So, yeah, but it's quite a few people are experimenting with it, and the results get better and better as they go, as the models themselves start working better, but also like you said, correcting stuff as it goes and it learns more and more. I'm assuming this is all shared between people that do different things, so that it gradually learns for you. It's not just me. It's not localized just to me.
Right,
I don't know if you
right.
can set it up to be localized if you
Well,
want to keep it secret.
that's the whole user agreement is you agree to let it share anything that it learns from you.
Actually, there's a flip switch in the configs for most of them. You decide whether it's allowed to learn and train the models from memories of your conversations or not. And there's an option in most of them where you can say this chat is temporary, so it doesn't even save it to their back end. It just happens and then it goes away.
Yeah, right.
That's where you get the video of the angry plumber that walks through the wall while he's
the temporary ones are saved for like 30 days or something like that.
Right, but yeah.
A couple of comments in the chat here on this. Wayne Campbell says, I will change things you didn't tell it to change. You have to tell it not to change anything that is not related directly to what it's supposed to change. Even then, it still gets things wrong. My friend Dwayne, who's actively using some AIs and working, he's tested about 5 or 6 of them, and he currently prefers Claude. As was mentioning, it sometimes tries to optimize things and makes it worse, because it causes bugs, etc. And I've heard people, including Henry, saying you basically treat it as a junior level programmer. You're gonna have to go through all of this work every time.
Right. This stupid intern has screwed something up. What did it screw up? I have to find it and go through it with that mindset.
And then Joel A.V. Coco says they start hallucinating after a while. Sometimes they used to have one AI check another AI's work. And that's how Skynet is born.
Right.
Yeah, pretty soon you have to read a book to tell you how to be able to talk to AI to get exactly what you want.
Well, the point is, if as AI learns more and more, it should get it more and more right as you progress.
You would think so.
Ultimately, it will learn that human beings are just not reliable enough, and it'll come to the conclusion that I've got to kill off that race.
Yeah, Skynet.
Right.
Yeah. So.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. Right now, it's copying humans, so it's presumably getting smarter by copying other people's work. What happens when it's copying other AIs? It just kind of...
Well, there's a whole copyright issue, too, because there's no laws concerning this. And like when you're doing AI-generated songs and stuff, it's stealing voices, it's stealing music from other people and kind of merging it together in a different way. But
I mean, it's just like to run a taxi cab service in New York, you needed a medallion, and so someone took a big red crayon and wrote with a computer on the bottom of the business plan, and now you can Uber, and you don't need any taxi medallion in New York. The same idea. Copyrights are gone. They don't exist
Judgment
anymore.
Day is coming.
I got a question for you. You know how the random thing on the CoCo when you're programming isn't really random?
Yeah.
So has that been like fixed by either AI or somebody coming up with a routine that'll make it more random or purely random, or can AI come up with something like that for us? You know what I mean?
I don't think there's a way to be truly random unless you start getting into like quantum level stuff where
you would have to go to
virtual particles popping into existence at random. They have a certain percentage chance of popping in on a given circumstance
Measuring
that you know, but you don't know which
quasons
one
in
it's going to be.
Hadron Collider or something. You would have to go
Yeah.
outside of computing to define your random.
You can make it more spread out, and you can make it seemingly more pseudo-random, but yeah, I don't think there's a perfect way to do it.
I always thought that was a weird limitation, you know, that a computer, you know, even back in the day, couldn't make random.
Well, I mean, think about it.
Wow.
A digital computer quantizes things. No matter what happens, there
Yeah, you
are
have to have a
steps.
0 or a 1. When you get to fuzzy
There's not-
logic and stuff, you can maybe do it, but yeah.
There's no maybe. Yeah, it's a 0 or a 1. So
If
it
you have a
always
bit
comes
that's like
out to-
halfway between, it's an error. Like you don't know, is that supposed to be 0 1? That changes that letter A to a C or something, you know, type thing. And you don't want that in a computer, like it just randomly starts changing crap on you. So,
you know,
and even nature, I mean, everything's, you know, done by laws. There's laws of physics, laws of biology, chemistry, et cetera. So it basically always follows the same thing. If the exact circumstance happen, you're going to get the exact same thing. So even nature's not random until you get to the quantum level. Then you get the virtual particle thing, which can kind of be somewhat random with certain probabilities.
As far as we know.
Well, with humans, you know, we ask for a certain goal, and then just as the machine gets to it, you change your mind because you feel different today. You know, and there's stuff like that happens that, you know, the computer might get a little bit exasperated with, you know what I mean? Because we can completely change the result because we just feel different today or whatever. You know, my machine isn't going to do that so much, I guess.
Yeah. Digital computers are meant to be very specific. Like a 0 is a 0 and 1 is 1. There's nothing in between.
Yeah.
Quantum computers start getting the fuzzy stuff where you can have a bit that's 75% of the time it's a 0, 25% it's a 1. So as you can see, here's got some instructions on the screen. It was a little quiet before, so I'll play it again here to give you a sample. You can see the octaves here, which note number, including some sharps. I wouldn't call this the smoothest sounding routine, but it does support multi-voice. You can also have it shift up and down. Like a keyboard rollover with your hand type thing. But the fact that this was actually generated with AI for the most part, I mean, he did do some corrections, etc. It's kind of cool that it actually came up with something like this.
You know, jazz is just like that. It's just like
pretty much.
It's just jazz.
It's like Edgar Winter on acid.
Yeah, exactly. You know, there's
I assume it wrote the machine code, right? Not the whole program.
Yeah.
I never liked
Well, actually, did he say here? He had to measure the frequencies himself to get them dialed in right. Chat GPT didn't get the semi-graphics right, but overall it did a decent job here. So it looks like the code was written. Some of the, you know, the non-ASCII characters that you have to poke on the screen are probably wrong. But it's on his GitHub if you guys want to, you know, check it out type thing. But yeah, I mean, Dwayne ended up making a Tron Light Cycle game with Claude, I think it was a few months ago. We covered it on there. And he posted that to Facebook, and that was, you know, he had to do a couple tweaks, but it was basically AI generated code too. And we're seeing more and more of that with, you know.
Oh,
Henry Knows
sci-fi.
getting this.
Here's another Hitchhiker's reference.
Which part?
Zyphod.
Oh, Zyphod, yeah. It's a Zyphod.
The two-headed guy, yeah. President of the galaxy.
Yeah, Zyphod Beeble Rocks. Inventor of the Pan-Galactic Gargle Blaster. I won't describe what exactly that feels like when you drink it. You can read the book.
No, you'll need to read all about it. But yeah.
Hey, it's kind of cool because we've had multiple people now working with different AIs doing CoCo stuff, and it's actually is getting better. It's starting to learn CoCo specific stuff, not just generic 6809 stuff. And it was pretty rough at that at first. You know, it was much better at Z80 and 6502 because they're more common chips and have been used more often in AI projects. But it's starting to come in its own. Next up, and I believe Brian Blake, the author of this blog here, actually is in the chat. So if he has anything further he wants to talk about. But basically, this is talking about recapping old computers.
Well,
and when is it necessary? When is it not? And, you know, there's a certain era when some of these things were made that, yeah, you probably should recap them. The CoCo generally does not fall into these. Now, that doesn't mean it's impossible that you'll get a CoCo that needs something replaced, like a cap. You do occasionally do, and he actually said he had actually hit one in his own usage where that actually did need replacing. But generally, the CoCos used pretty good quality ones because of the time period they came out in. And I'm trying to remember, wasn't it the Amiga, Atari ST, early PCs? That's where the really bad ones happened. That basically
the 90s were the counterfeit capacitors, which ended up in every computer everywhere because they looked just like and sold for a little bit less.
Now, were they counterfeit or were they just poorly made?
No, they were. What happened was somebody copied the recipe for making proper capacitors. That got duplicated by all the counterfeiters, and they put the right cases on them, but they didn't quite have the formula right, so the capacitors failed after a short while.
Well, I have a gateway PC that has swollen capacitors all throughout it.
Well, that can happen on real ones, but these just happened all the time. There was no good ones in the bunch. They were just made wrong, and that was that.
Not if the win.
But even back in the day, TRS-80s, these apples, you had bad reefers in power supplies that would deteriorate.
Oh, well, that was a reefer. That was just a stupid idea done poorly.
Yeah.
But that's...
I know the Amigas are famous for certain generations of Amigas for their reefers being pretty well. If you pick up an Amiga now that has never been touched, just replace it before you can turn it on.
Well, yeah, a reefer is different from every other capacitor. It's just a goofy safety AC.
And it has gray smoke.
And they stink to high heaven, if I remember.
Yeah.
They make a convincing sound sometimes, too.
I had one going in a Model 4 that someone gave me. I turned it on to see if it ran. It was okay, and then it starts smoking. And I go, well, this isn't good.
Well, it comes down to, like, the problem with the really old capacitors, like the 40s and 50s, is it was the 300-volt dielectric across the stupid thing. Well, a reef is kind of like that. It's got AC voltage across it, where every other capacitor on your computer's got 12 volts, 5 volts, blah, blah. Who cares? You know, if it's made well at all, it'll live. You know, there's that spot in the 90s where they weren't made well at all. And so,
yeah, you pretty well do have to replace those. And I think that started just after the CoCo 3. I don't think even the CoCo 3 had that problem.
No, this was
that I know.
Just a little bit later. It was all those advanced capacitors that went into nice motherboards that we couldn't have.
Now, I will mention that Brian here said to keep this somewhat CoCo related, I have repaired many CoCo variants since 2006 when I first got back into CoCo land, probably around 50 or 50-ish. Not once have I seen a bulging capacitor in a CoCo. I'm not saying it never happens, however. There's always a possibility the cap looks perfectly good and is still bad. How you hardware guys have done repairs like this, like Mark and, well, both Marks and Rick. Have you guys ever seen any bad caps in any of the CoCos you guys have repaired over the years?
I have seen the small little, I think it's a 12-volt cap that they're 9-volt, whatever weird voltage that comes off the salt chip. I've seen it explode, so it kind of unrolls in a spiral. It just kind of went poosh. That's the only CoCo cap I've ever seen that just kind of spontaneously failed.
Bob, what have you seen any?
No, not really. If I had seen a bad capacitor, you know, it's one of the smaller ones. It's never one of the main capacitors, the big ones.
Yeah, the big honkers are just fine. Right?
Yeah, your power supply caps are always fine. In my experience. What I have had happen is when I was running my CoCo 3 off of DC, before I knew to shunt that capacitor, I had that capacitor blow up. But that was my fault. So
yeah.
You try to run a DC straight through the capacitor, it doesn't like that, and it pops.
Okay. Also, just going in the chat here. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I haven't dug into many CoCos, but they've actually been very good. And even the Apple IIs, I haven't seen a lot of problems with the main boards, just the RIFA caps and the power supply. So I'd have to say overall, I think the era of the 80s was probably pretty good on capacitors. So
yeah, that's kind of my feeling too. I just wanted to go back to the AI discussion here. Jason Ross, who's actually one of the people we'll be covering, doing an AI programming CoCo story here a little bit later in the show, mentions that ambiguity is the biggest enemy of getting good responses from the LM. That's large language model, which is the basis of AI stuff. trying to be clear and concise takes me a lot of effort, but it does result in better output from the model. And like he's get into it, we get in there, but he actually uses Wikipedia pages to help train the models, which is kind of interesting. I hadn't heard of that before, but like I said, I'm not really well versed in AI. But we'll be coming up on that shortly, so I won't spoil it now. But anyway, yeah, it's a pretty good article and kind of going through like there's that certain era where things got kind of crappy. If you have machines from that era, CoCos do not seem to be them. Then yeah, you probably should be replacing them. Next up, Cedric. I still don't know if I'm pronouncing his name right. Bedouin, the person behind the ESP32 CoCo, uploaded a quick demo video showing a new feature of his ESP32. This is the ability to load and save states. You can actually create up to 36 of them because you assign them numbers 0 to 9 or A through Z. And it dumps basically the entire machine state. So you can be running OS 9, you could be running an assembler, you could be running a game, it doesn't matter. And it'll just pick up and you can save 36 of these at once. So he's put a little demo video up here even before he released the firmware, which I'll get into in a second. But here's him playing Steve York's Mine Rescue with a save state. I think he even does one or two other games too where you can load it. But he's got this little overlay that pops up you can see from the ESP32 to bring it up with. I think it's the F3 key and F4, I think, to save and load. So he's playing Mine Rescue. And he decides to pick a different load state. Now we're suddenly playing Galagon by Spectral. Exactly where he left off. And so people were asking him in comments and stuff here, like, does this only work for games or can you use it for like you're in the middle of assembler, you know, and you got some long assembly and you had to shut the thing down or whatever? Yep, it works on everything. So it be kind of convenient. Especially on games, though.
Nah, it would have been handy when mom came over and shut off the computer on you.
Yeah. My dad did that to me once, too. Anyway, he actually just announced the actual firmware is out now with this fix with some other things in it, too. So the full list of features he's got, and it's firmware version 1.04. So if you need to get it, you can double check against the version you've got now. And for board revision 1.2, so he added hardware and software revision in the menu, added F9 to save a screenshot. So if you have it and want to do screenshots for Game On Challenge, for example, picture saved in the root folder as a BMP file, added save and load states, F3 to save, F4 to load, and your 36 slots, added in a disk menu an option to create a newly formatted disk file. So you can basically pre-format it. Added a menu option, format option to format an actual disk file that already exists if you want to just like clean it out. Added the del key to remove any disk drive 0 to 3. And then he provided a direct link on his Google Drive to get the firmware updates. Now, how many people on the panel here actually have ESP32s at this point?
I do.
And have you tried out the newest one?
Oh, yeah. I upgraded it this morning to the new firmware. And it's I have a lot of fun with it. It's just a great little pocket CoCo.
Yeah, and you can use like modern USB game controllers and stuff with it too, right?
Yeah, I have a PS2 like DualShock or something plugged in.
Okay.
Any software incompatibilities?
Yes, there are some. But as he's patching along and doing things, and as they get found and reported, it's getting a lot better. But you know, there's real stuff that runs. I mean, he's got screenshots on the Discord from when he was first testing to get OS 9 working, and it's some of the CoCo 3 high-end graphics programs are up and running.
Yeah, I imagine he's going through the same thing that MAME and VCZ and stuff, from the software side had to go through, where this program doesn't work. Sock Masters is usually a big test.
Yep, and that was the first thing I ran was SOC's demo, and yeah, the rasters are all over the place.
Yeah, SOC did some pretty interesting programming back in the day, that's for sure. I just want to mention too, Jason Ross, and we'll be getting to his video shortly. In response to me, he said he gets the model to build a wiki in the project folder. I use Codex pretty heavily for development. Now Claude Code as well. I get the model to maintain the wiki. And You also mentioned I've been doing OCR translations of key CoCo manuals to Markdown, then getting the model to ingest what it needs from those manuals into the wiki itself. It helps steer the model in the right direction. So he's actually, reading in all the documentation stuff to get all the references there, so like teach it all on your own, which is cool.
That's awesome. So you have a wiki that knows everything that you want to know.
Yeah.
And the model can use that wiki as its memory reference if you give it a short index in a file called agents.md. You can say, well, when you want to look up this topic, all the data will be here, and then you have the model update that page with whatever it's come up with or that you want to add. So you kind of give it a working documentation set that you can expand as you go.
Nice. That actually makes sense to me.
Yep, that's cool. Now this was a link that was posted in the CoCo Discord, but I couldn't find it again in my brief amount of free time this morning to remember who the hell posted it, so my apologies. But basically, a Reddit user posted several photos of his CoCo 3 collection, which includes multiple floppy drives, modems, full-blown multi-pack. And you can see in the picture, and he's running Roger Taylor's NetMate up here.
Couple cassette decks.
Yeah. Direct modem packs, both newer and older models. His multi-pack is actually full. So he's got a whole bunch of stuff on here. The thing he was proud of is he added the Tandy power switching station here.
Those are nice.
If you can see right
I have one like that, but it's non-Tandy.
You can tell it's all fake.
Yeah, the door's on there.
Yeah, the door's on there.
Obviously, this is AI generated.
AI.
Of course.
But yeah, you can see like the first gen direct connect modems here, the black and blue labeled ones, and then you got the ones that were sold in the mid 80s type thing, the really small ones. That's a speech sound pack, it looks like.
Oh yeah, that first one has the actual originate answer switch that you had to slide up and down depending on which way you wanted to talk.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. The DCM3 with the red button of terrorizing telemarketers.
Yeah. You're calling me, I'm going to give you this screeching noise in return.
And you got to choose which of tone of noise you got, answer or originate.
Anyways, it was pretty nice because this is a pretty full setup that he's got. And he's got a lot of other stuff there too. So he's got a pretty...
Got everything there.
Yeah. Even Tandy label or branded disc holders.
He's even got a Radio Shack walkie-talkie there too.
Oh, printer.
Oh yeah, realistic. I didn't even notice that.
No.
Oh, that's another proof that it's AI. The disc holders have the little plastic bar underneath that holds the top down.
Oh, I still have some of those with mine.
Oh man, mine are all broken away years ago. Top just
I've got
flops
probably
up now. I thought that was
two Tandy brand ones here that are still intact.
I thought that was as rare as a CM8 door. I must be just an abusive.
Yeah, you're not supposed to beat them when you get mad at the software not working. Next on that, Glen Hewlett released a video. So he's been doing, of course, his basic to 6.9 compiler for the CoCo 3, and he's eventually planning on expanding it to the Dragon and some other stuff too later on. But people were asking like, how do you get it set up and stuff? Like if they're not familiar with setting up the editor and stuff, there's some other software you have to download that actually becomes part of it. So he made a nice little video here. It's 19 minutes. It kind of goes through and explains exactly how it all works. And this is a cross compiler. So you run it on a modern system. It runs on OS X, Windows, and Linux. And I think there's like versions for ARM and Intel and et cetera too as well. And it should work on CoCo 1, 2, 3, and Dragons as far as the cross compiling goes. It is the fastest basic compiler on the CoCo that I'm aware of. It's not for multiple output things besides CoCo's though, like say MicroGames Basic, UG Basic is, which also compiles, but it doesn't compile quite as extensively, so you don't get quite the speed. On the other hand, you can compile one piece of source for 10 different retro machines. So, but so for a lot of people, I don't think I've actually seen this. I'll just play a little bit of it. And
okay, in this video, I'm going to go over how to download, set up, and use the basic compiler I made that converts BASIC to 6809 assembly language for the TRS-80, Color Computer 1, 2, 3, and also for Dragon computers. So we start by going to my GitHub page, which I'll have in the show links. And then the easiest way is to...
just skip a little bit so you can get a little bit feel what he's showing.
Now we're just going to start the actual IDE. So on Linux and Mac, you do a // and then SDECB. On Windows, I believe you don't need the \\. You just type SDECB and you should be good to go. Maybe .exe. Anyways, and that starts up the actual IDE. Okay,
that's based on Quick Basic 64.
Starts up. The window will look like this, and you can just hit no, use the defaults, indenting automatically. You can,
and this kind of setting up your indents for different fields and stuff. And
if you want uppercase,
programming stuff, I do that with VED under OS 9 natively running CoCo as well.
It's actually a version of that, but tweak and do a whole bunch of things for you automatically every time, but very similar. It can be super helpful if you want to see what's going on in memory or different memory or locations of your program. Anyways,
it's very extensive, and it shows you how to use like the debugging features and stuff too, where you can dump out the assembly language that the compiler is generating. And you know, I've seen some pretty good stuff coming out of this. Some of the demos that Glenn has put up and some other people have put up showing this stuff running. It's actually quite good. Like it's probably as good as your average assembly language programmer would be able to do. With a syntax, of course, being in BASIC for those who just can't grasp assembly language and just don't think that way, you can actually write some pretty decent stuff here using this. Now, I should mention it's not disk extended BASIC. It's a different version of BASIC. It's like jumping to Quick Basic or something like that. But it's basic enough. It's pretty easy to pick it up. Like you'll have to learn some new and additional commands, etc. It has a lot of support for graphics and stuff, including hardware scrolling and all kinds of things too that you can't normally get in BASIC at all. So. And it's a constantly evolving project. He's been adding new features. He's been, fixing bugs, optimizing stuff, adding in different variable types. Like say that you need floating point, but not, 5 bytes worth of accuracy. You've got a 3 byte one that makes everything faster and smaller, but still gives you floating points. So definitely go check that out if you're interested in the compiler and getting it set up. This will explain how to do it. And here's Jason, Retro Islander on YouTube, talking about CoCo 3 game development with C code generated with Claude code, and the M.U.L.E game he's just started working on. So this will be a series of videos. We've covered his stock ticker program before when he did it in Basic 09, also using AI. So I'll play a little bit of the intro here, and then I'll jump ahead to show you like what he's got actually running under Nitrous 9 level 2 here with compiling.
Hi there. It's been a while since I updated my Retro Islander channel. I've been kind of deep diving into some more professional work on a project where I'm using codecs to do some data extraction from PDFs and spatial mapping and all sorts of fun stuff. But on my weekends, I've been sort of as a palate cleanser and as a another learning experience, I've been doing some C coding using the DCC compiler that's for Nitro OS 9 for the Tandy CoCo 3, and I've started working on a game design for a different game. My Stocks and Bonds game right now is kind of in a broken state. In particular, I was really struggling with trying to deal with memory management issues just because the sheer length of the game is, like the game's code is so large that individual phases needed to get loaded in and out. And so I was doing some work with
I just mentioned that's something if you're running a project that's bigger than Run B would normally do, because this previous stock ticker was based on Basic 9. And Wayne Campbell's hit this. I've hit it on some of the projects I've done. You can get around it by having certain packs of modules. You can unlink and link in as you need them. And you might have one master program that stays in memory all the time, and then you just bring stuff in as you need it type thing. But it does take a bit of thinking, and you have a bit of planning, like what modules do I merge together so that they can load in, because you have to load them in based on 8K MU block size chunks, etc. So that's what he's kind of referring to here. I will let you guys watch the explanation of how all this is working here, because it's like an hour-long video. But I thought I'd show you a little bit of his progress of just kind of testing it up and running here under Nitrous 9 EUU. So I'll pop over here.
and puts the two sprites on in their initial starting position, and then it copies that entire thing to the second frame, and then it does sort of a frame double buffering, moving the character a little bit every time, and they both go in sort of a little walking loop. So let's show that up here. So this is it running in its entirety. So there we go, frame initialization, draws in the screen, and now it's doing the animation. Ignore the coloring. This is all very sort of initial project testing, so we're not anywhere close to final graphics, but that's it. And then I do have it doing some command line out sort of stats on how it runs. So it's running at 25 frames per second, which seems to be pretty good. I'll definitely be tweaking with the animation and certainly the tiling graphics and all that sort of thing. But again, it's sort of a proof of concept of how this game's going to work. So yeah, that's about all I've really got to show graphically for.
So yeah, it looks pretty good. I think if I remember correctly, he's currently using the VDG module, so he's mapping the screens directly into RAM and then drawing them direct, as opposed to going through all the escape code sequences, which are obviously a bit slower for processing, though we've been speeding them up quite a bit from the originals with Nitrous 9, of course. He's actually in the chat right now too, so he's been kind of mentioning he's doing some other things here too. He said this weekend I've also been using the MCP protocol to reconnect the model directly to XOR so it can read the registers and memory contents directly. I'll be doing a video on that probably next week, so look forward to that. He'll be getting more into the M.U.L.E game itself as he's going through it as well. But I like the fact that there's been so many different uses of AI on the CoCo stuff, and this is helping people code stuff that maybe they couldn't normally code, like writing something in more in BASIC or writing something in assembly and having, or in C in this case, and having the AI doing a lot of the work for you type thing. I myself personally probably wouldn't do that because I have fun. It's like solving a puzzle. I could just buy the picture the puzzles of and hang it on the wall and be done with it. But it's the putting the puzzle together that's the fun part. So for me, it's figuring out all the little quirks of assembly and Basic 9. Like that's part of the fun of doing it. Though I can definitely understand getting too frustrated and wanting to switch back and just say, "You do it for me." AI, I don't feel like figuring this out. Now, I know you had a question here, which I think I commented on, but he was trying to figure out how to do double buffering with the standard GraphRetrieve stuff, as opposed to CoBDG, which actually lets you map in up to 3 screens at once if they're 16K. So you could do, like, say, a 160 by 192 16 color. You could have up to 3 screens of those, or you could have a 320 by 192 by 4 type things. So depending on the size, you're allowed to allocate up to 48K. That doesn't leave a lot of room for your program. That's for triple screen buffering. You can do it in the regular with the way I've normally done it, and I think Wayne's done this. I've done this on some of the Basic 9 stuff, including that Liberation game, which I have to get back to at some point after I finish some extra library stuff I want to do myself. But basically, you can create separate device windows from one program, and then you can just send the select call, 1B21 is the escape code sequence, to the path that window was created on. You can instantly switch which one you're viewing. And if you keep the paths open to both of them at the same time, your escape code commands and stuff that you're writing to it will go to that particular window. So if path 1 was my window 1 and path 4 is my window 2, you would just use path 1, path 4 for all your escape code commands to do all the drawing and everything else. And then just send the 1B21 sequence to the screen you want to display actively for the user to see. And you can meanwhile be writing to the other path and updating the second screen. Now, will you get the full control over trying to like time flipping between screens? That's a little bit more sketchy. That you probably want to do direct screen writes anyway. There are ways to actually map in the screens from the graphics driver. In fact, we added some calls to make it easier. So you can actually figure out where to map it in, and actually directly write to it within your own RAM space with your program as well, taking 32K for the screen. And then you can use the select stuff to just flip between the screens, but do the faster writing. Alan DeCock did that on his game Smash. Shanghai, I think Bill and Alan did it the same way there. There's a few others as well. Or you can go through the CoBDG, which is kind of the quote-unquote official Tandy way to do the direct mapping of screens. But we definitely added some stuff for that. And the level 2 upgrade from Kevin Darling, etc., also had ways to do that, actually a bit more advanced than we have right now, which I'm planning to add in later on. But yeah, it's pretty cool to see this kind of stuff. I will mention, just because he's in the chat here, it looks like he's running either his emulator in composite, but the OS is in RGB from the startup file or from the config file, or vice versa, because the colors are definitely wonky compared to what EOU normally displays. But it looks exactly like it would look if it was set to the wrong monitor type. So there's a little hint if the colors are a little bit odd. Next up, and this is actually a video I had to pull out of the Discord because that's the only place it was actually put. So Tyler Durden, CoCo Synthesis. Now he's the one who's doing, I think, that sound player, but he's the one who did Basic Pac-Man, I believe. Isn't that Tyler?
Yes.
Yeah. So apparently he's working on another one because he was asking some questions on Discord, and then he put up a little video to show. So he's basically using a similar engine. It's a basic game. It's another arcade port. I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to play it, and you can tell me if you can figure out exactly what game he might be working on next for the CoCo 3 in Basic.
Burger time.
Bingo.
Heck yeah, burger time.
So that was kind of cool to see that. And like we have a Burger Time clone called Lunchtime that was done by the Tom Mix cheap subsidiary. I think it was $20 for sale back in the time. But that's the only one we've ever had. So we don't have a CoCo 3 specific one, which means you can use a heck of a lot of colors to make it look a lot more like the arcade. So I'm really cool to see what he's going to come up with that. And if I may make a suggestion, there's a game, a classic one from 1980 that we've never had on the CoCo either, that I would love to see. And he seems to be like one of the people that could probably pull it off in Basic, would be Wizard of War. Maybe some ML subroutines to help do some of the voice synthesis stuff in the background would be kind of cool too. But that's a game that I'd love to see too. But please finish Burger Time first, because I really want to see a CoCo 3 version of that. Next up, Frozen Beef Pie, which is Luke Dion. Put up a quick video showing a joystick testing program that he wrote originally to test the joysticks on the ESP32 CoCo, so you can make sure that it seems to function correctly with whatever third-party modern controller you're trying. And it's just a quick little demo where you move the joystick around analog style, and you can put the dots on. If you hit the two buttons on the joystick, it'll give a high sound or low sound, so you can make sure it's registering that correctly as well. So it's a good way to test it if you have certain controllers that seem to work and certain don't. I'll play a little clip of it here because it's actually I'll play the whole thing. It's only 45 seconds. But this probably would work fine. And he's got it, I think, linked somewhere that you can download it from. Yeah, Facebook post, which I'll show shortly here. This is just a demo of it actually running, but you could use this on a real CoCo, I'm pretty sure, too, or emulators if you want to test stuff. Drawing around. If you hear a high pitch, it's one button. If you hear a low pitch sound, it's the other button. So just a little quick basic program for testing joystick stuff. And here's the basic program itself on the test JSTK. If you go to the CoCo group on Facebook, you can go download it there. I think it's on the ESP group too. Next up, Blackstone on YouTube. And I'm not sure who this is. If any of you know, please let me know. But he released a 2-minute video showing a first test run of a machine code scrolling game he's planning on. He's only got one scroll direction working so far, and I think this is his first time really fiddling with the semi-language. I think he actually kind of describes it here. Almost looks like a rogue-style game. Like I think the X's might be walls and the number signs. I mean, it's the font he picked. He could probably make characters there too.
Some strong little border there, and a map in a dimension, and some random hash blocks inside. I'm going to use.
I'm sorry, that's as loud as it goes.
Only one way works. That's all I've got. So I'm going to move.
So he's only got the scrolling in one direction. Maybe for some starting a semi-language, I know that's a pretty major accomplishment because I remember how excited I was when I finally got that to work on my Olympic decathlon game.
But just at the moment, I'm getting subscript embers at the edge of the map because I haven't put.
So I'm not sure what game he's planning on doing, but I'll definitely try to monitor his progress here. The more semi-language programmers we can get doing games on the CoCo, I think are the coolest. And Yufito is pretty regular, giving us 1 to 3 games a year. And Nick usually does at least one every year or two, depending on how technically advanced or how big the games are. I think there was a 1 year recently you cranked out almost 3 in a year, didn't you, Nick?
Yeah, I was on drugs.
Yeah, I think it was like Pipes and Jumpin' Joey and
he was on Jumpin' Joey.
And where can I get those drugs from?
Yeah, you got local gas station. They got a red. Just ask the guy.
It's called Jazz Cola.
I don't know. We got off. Sorry.
Yeah, Coca Synthesis mentioned it is a basic burger time that he's working on, so looks pretty good so far. Props up for that. Next up, we have Erie's 8-Bit Workshop, which is a channel I've never heard of before, I don't believe. But he had to basically fix up a CoCo that he got. You can kind of tell by the position of the Radio Shack label, it's probably an F-board level. But this is a PAL, so actually it's not an F-board, it's a PAL board. The PAL board, as he mentions, because he did have some issues with the machine he had to fix, but the test points that are listed in the technical service manual don't resemble what's in a PAL machine at all. And I don't know if you guys know, is there a PAL version of the technical manual?
I don't recall seeing one, no.
Yeah, I can't think of one either. I know that the PAL board for the CoCo 3 has tech manual stuff for it, but the actual earlier CoCo PAL boards I haven't seen.
So if at Radio Shack Repair Center in, say, Australia or England or something wanted to repair something, what would they reference?
They probably had some printouts of the.
Oh, they just never got out into the world.
Yeah, it wasn't sold as a book. We had that green service manual that you guys also had, but that was only the NTSC one.
Oh, but then they had like but then they had like a manila envelope that he kept tucked inside of it that we don't have.
Looks nice with that keyboard.
Yeah, that's like a modern replacement keyboard too. So
yeah, it's got an Atari
joystick. That's Keytronics one. I can't remember. It had the one extra function key, if I remember.
Yeah,
but yeah, he's got a couple carts that came with it, and he had some weird stuff in the carts too. Like the one, it was so worn that basically you have to push the cart in, and you have to pull it out about 1 millimeter for it to work.
Make it work right.
Which I've never heard of before, but it was pretty interesting.
So this week's restoration was supposed to be simple. Unbox a TRS-80 color computer, give it a clean, plug in a few cartridges, and enjoy a bit of 8-bit nostalgia. And instead, I ended up chasing phantom voltages, discovering that a PAL version of the CoCo lies to you about test points, and diagnosing a games cartridge that only works if you pull it out by about 1 millimeter, which is definitely not in the manual. If you've ever wondered what happens when a perfectly preserved vintage computer meets 40 years of wear, mystery cardboard, and a very confused RF tuner, well, today's your day. Let's get into it.
He sounds British.
Yeah, he is.
Old Tandy, always randomizing the test points.
Right?
So he's at the unboxing, like he got this dragon, the CoCo 2 or the CoCo S, a group of things, including some hardware, software,
really nice
manuals, etc.
on the box.
Some tape
nice
stuff.
Boxes.
The last one, micros.
2 micro mentions today.
And then
black
we've
and
got a
white
couple of
games
tapes here. We've got Devil Assault and Scramble. They've palette wrapped everything, which is nice.
The
got some Black Beauties.
Parcels.
Sorry, go ahead, Mark.
The CoCo 3 manual has a PAL chapter.
So kind of addendum to what to do different.
Yeah, well, the manual's got there's a chapter in it, I believe, that talks about the extra stuff in the PAL.
But not
because that had a little daughter board on the underside, didn't it?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, but the 1s and 2s, that's the question.
Yeah.
I don't remember seeing one. I'll have to look through the manuals.
Yeah, no, I never saw one.
Well, there's a schematic of a PAL version right here.
Okay, would that be something that was just like internally for Radio Shack repair centers and stuff then, or?
Well, I would have got these off the archive.
Oh yeah, yeah. You would hope the Radio Shack had some internal manuals that were.
They would have, yeah.
Meanwhile, we have Black Beauties like 22, 23, 24, and 25 coming up on screen here.
Have a look at that docket.
For this show.
Have a look at what?
There was he was opening up a his Radio Shack docket. Have a look at it, because that was the same docket that we used here in Australia. You just saw it there. You
Dockert?
No, we lost it. Somewhere there, he was holding it.
Oh.
That was.
That was an order for a printer.
No, no, no. Let it keep going.
Now, lots of lovely paperwork.
Yeah, show us the paperwork.
We've got a receipt here
there
for
it is.
printer. But
okay,
stop.
yeah.
Come in the box.
Pause there. No, I wanted to see where it was. Ah.
Like where the order was?
Yeah, where'd the guy live?
We've got a receipt here for print.
Yeah, Hartnell Street, 21. That could be Australia. He's an Australian.
I know that bloke.
No, that's a postcode. He was in around Sydney.
Says something about Huntsville.
Yeah,
it's funny. So across the world, we all had to sit while the guy wrote out this yellow slip.
Yep.
Slowly.
Wow.
Yeah.
Unless they had the same yellow slips in the UK, but that looks to me like an Australian Tandy.
Karen might know. So Karen, if you're still in the chat, there, let us know if you remember.
Postal codes are 6 or 7 characters and digits, whereas Australia's 4. Like there's a number of boxes on there.
Oh, postcode here.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we've got 4.
I just think it's funny. So this slip pretty much encompassed the globe. There were different changes for local addresses and so forth. But there were Tandy guys writing these out on carbon paper to people around the globe.
Well, for starters, it does say Tandy Electronics, so that is either Australia or the UK.
Right.
And, docket term is not. We didn't use docket in the US.
No, but Tandy USA had pretty much the same dang yellow slip, just printed with different graphics on it.
That's definitely either Australian or UK. But looking at the postcode there, he's got under his thumb 2130. That looks like a one that's around Sydney.
2130. Would that be the store number?
No, that's the
because postcode is on the left, right-hand side.
No, it could be it could be yeah, you're right. It's the store number. The postcode never got filled out, did it? No.
Yeah, but it's still 4 digits.
It's 4 digits. That's right. So that's Australia. Anyway, that's all right.
Yeah. So basically, when he's unboxing it here, he's got some Xerox stuff from magazines, like some type-in listings the person originally had for some games, etc. I'll play a little bit of that, but then we'll kind of skip ahead to when he's having fun trying to get it.
That didn't come in the box.
This joystick looks a little broke. A little
Listing
wonky.
photocopy from a magazine.
One was that was bent. The other one looks
I love
okay.
these little treasure troves.
So anyway, a lot of Xerox stuff.
Some more listings.
Let's fast forward a bit here.
We're gonna have to go back and watch this one.
Distributed backups. Yeah.
Got the manual for one of the cassette decks. Actual basic manual, the wide format one, so the Color Computer 1 version, which was better than the Color Computer 2 version, to be honest.
I must have changed the keyboard.
Yeah, here's the original keyboard in it.
Yeah.
But actually, this will tell you too, Nick, because the back here.
Yeah, the back will say something if you flips it over.
The channel selector in particular is the one I want you to check. I'll maybe right past it.
Yeah, I think we had
2 and 1. We had 3 and 4 in North America. So
they stuck a little sticker on to make it.
Yeah, I think that does look like an Australian one. Does he lift up the bottom? Although that probably
the plug's different too. Like you can see here, the rounded.
Oh yeah,
that looks
flat ground plug.
It looks just like an Australian one.
You can kind of see it better over here.
Oh, look at the plug. Yeah, that's an Australian plug.
I don't know what they had in England though, so I can't really.
It wasn't it wasn't like that. Yeah, it's an Australian plug. He's an Aussie.
On the back,
there's no U in their
supports serial I/O and RF. So we're going to need an RF tuner in order to.
So did you guys use channel 1 and 2 then for your channel?
Yeah, I think it is. I mean, I never had a CoCo 1, or only had a CoCo 2, and I can't remember.
But did Australian TV have a channel 1? I guess is the
yeah,
question.
we did. We did
because we didn't. So
yeah, VHF started on 2.
Yeah,
we gave away one to the hams. Yeah.
Yeah, we had 1 and 2.
Cool. Because they were the two crappiest channels for any kind of television, so we got them.
Yeah, that's right.
That's how it worked.
Does that look familiar? It's kind of like watching Brian power up his CoCo 3 today. It's a green screen.
Oh, right. Oh, there's something working.
Hey, I'll let you guys watch it to figure out what he had to do. To
Look
fix
at
it,
that glorious color.
Yeah, well,
Look
here you
at
can
that
see like the
color.
PAL banding thing here because there's shooting gallery, which of course
Yeah.
we had a lot of artifact
That's
colors.
what
on
we
it.
saw.
Yeah,
They all looked like that. Zaxxon and all those. That's PAL artifacting.
Oh, yippee, yeah. Go around the back and turn that stupid
You got
strip
stripes.
stuff all the
We
way
didn't
down.
get stripes.
one of you guys can answer him for that question.
That's exactly how it looked. It was vertical stripes.
Ouch.
And then skiing, I like most people,
Okay,
for the time era that skiing was written in 1980, came out in early 81 or maybe very late 1980, was very impressive. It was the first really 3D skiing with hills and everything else too. Like it was way ahead of its time, which he kind of
That's
noticed when
pretty
he
good
starts playing it.
So
for
it
a
does look like
4K
the
game
cartridge is
too.
definitely a dead end.
Well,
Right.
it flashes on 4K because they don't get as one screen. 16K did double buffering
Complex to know what that
All
means.
right.
Let's try not doing that.
and voice synthesis.
And voice, yeah.
Ooh. Okay. I think I'm supposed to go through these. Yes. This isn't bad for a game of its era, is it?
It's still one of the most impressive demos I got to show friends. Because nobody else, it might have a night driver where you had the poles going by, but it never had hills where you could like all of a sudden see over a hill and see a bunch, and then you would go down into a dip and you can't.
No, it's funny. Until you click with the slow frame rate that it's got, the graphics don't really make sense, and then all of a sudden you get that gotcha moment, and then it's a great game. The graphics make perfect sense, and the timing and everything is all good.
And Brian Weezer has the original commented source code from Robert Kilgus in this. We still have to get it scanned and put up. Same with Dino Wars and music and some of the other cartridges he did too. But there's a lot of stuff that we have to get scanned because he really knew what he was doing. He was way ahead. I mean, he started programming in the 50s. That should give you an idea.
Right.
He knew maths.
Yeah. Yeah, he just thought it was elementary doing scaling Quasar Commander. Like, isn't that obvious? Type thing.
Well, I guess that's what I'm trying to say. You could skip 4 frames and he got the 5th one right. Even though he had to skip 4 of them because the machine couldn't keep up.
Yeah. And I've actually done a 609 slightly optimized version of this, but it's not too much improved. And I do remember I first got this cart, I still only had 4K, and then it flashes because it stack blasts the screen white, then draws the frame. And when you got 16K, it double buffers. So you're displaying one you finish drawing, then you're drawing the other. So when it flips, it's smooth like it usually here. 4K, it's like blink, 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 blink. Still gives you the 3D effect, but if you have problems with strobe lights, I probably wouldn't play this on 4K. And then Microbes, he was getting like the green screen all the time. So then he ends up finally getting it working if you pull it out that extra millimeter. And this is after you clean the pins and everything else too. So, but there's a lot of really cool information here, especially if you've been working with PAL and he goes through some of the test point differences and stuff too. So
let's see the artifacting. What's the artifacting look like on Microbes?
Crappy as you'd expect. Actually, no, it's a green background.
It was black and green. Okay, you don't get the...
you got the white when you get hit because it'll flash, but...
Yeah, it's just straight black and white, yep.
Oh.
Yeah, it looks normal.
Well, the graphics are too small for it to artifact properly.
Can I move?
Yeah, in this case, running in green on PAL would probably have been better because that doesn't really artifact as bad. Okay, next after that, we have Daniel Hiddle posted in the CoCo Facebook group an update about the game engine that he's working on with the help of AI. So another AI project that's being worked on. Called The Hunted Box. And if you can see, it's setting up some assembly language stuff here as well. And he's got a little demo video, which I think I have already queued up over here. No, so I just played it here. It's just a little demo. So right now, I'm just putting some text to the screen and, you know, floating a couple of objects around. And this looks really slow for assembly. You could probably do this speed in basic. So I'm guessing he put in time delays just so we could see what it's doing. Or he's still teaching the AI to, you know, program better. So yeah, a lot of people are using AI. Like there's multiple projects going on with AI assistance in basic and assembly and C, CoCo 1 and 2, CoCo 3. Like there's just a ton of stuff going on. Next to that, we have Stephen Ziemba made an interesting post to CoCo Facebook group asking about or talking about using the Dow Jones online services. So if you bought a modem from Tandy in the early 1980s, they usually gave you a little free hour of CompuServe and a free hour of Dow Jones. I used the free hour of CompuServe, and then I did bad things to get CompuServe for free on other people's Visa cards, but we won't get into that. And then eventually I started paying for my own. But Dow Jones, I mean, that's like, you know, doing stocks and stuff like that. So that never interested me. So I never tried it, and I don't really know anybody else that ever did either. He did. So if you want a bit of a review of exactly what the Dow Jones service had for your paying, there's actually a couple interesting things. I'll mention the one here he's talking about. He said one interesting they did have was that you could type a letter on their service to anyone in the country, and they would type it up for you, address the envelope, put the stamp on it, and mail it out for you for $1. Now, that would be $3.18 today. So it's a bit expensive, but that's still an interesting service to go all the way through. And there was, you know, William F. Buckley Jr., he's rather famous, did a financial column saying that he was ecstatic about the service, and he figured this is the future. And that's kind of what email is now, isn't it? Right, except you don't physically mail anything.
Because they printed it at the destination. They didn't print it, you know. So yeah, it was like mail, but it wasn't mailed. It kind of got printed in the destination.
Well, this is mail because it actually would print it out, make the envelope, put the stamp on it, send it.
But it didn't get mailed across the United States. It got mailed in San Jose, and they took it to the guy's house. Yeah. So, you know, it was really quick as far as getting mail was at that time.
Well, those services still go on today. I mean, there's mail houses. That's what they do. You send them your documents, and they get it out the door.
Yeah, you send them a bulk mail Crafton, and they don't mail it.
They'll mix it with everyone else's and send it out.
Yeah,
printed at the destination, and out it goes. But this is early,
very early, because this came out in 79 or 78, I think, is when they started doing this. So yeah, it was interesting to see that, because like I said, I never touched the Dow Jones network. I didn't even try to pirate an account on there, because the hell am I going to download that I would use as a teenager?
Our call centers learned to speak Dow Jones neural retrieval answer back code so that people who had their printers could do our call centers, our call before you dig stuff. Anyway, we stole their hardware because they sold printers cheap. So people could potentially sign up for the service and cancel it and end up with a pretty free modem printer that they might use for some other purpose, like our call tickets. But I didn't say that. Never mind.
Anyway, like I said, I didn't know anybody that actually used the Dow Jones service, and you got an hour free of that as well as CompuServe. Everybody picked CompuServe because that's
the only way I ever.
Yeah. Plus, they had the forums and download areas for each individual microcomputers all the time. The Atari 8-bits, the Apples, the CoCos, the Tersey Model 1.3s, the Sorcerer. You know, a whole bunch of stuff was in there. So it was interesting to hear what kind of things were in there. And that was pretty innovative for that time, I must say. A little expensive, but for business, you know, it saves you having to have somebody type all this stuff.
Well, and it wasn't like you could just go to the Google or the internet or something. That didn't exist. If you wanted to share information with anybody, you needed something like this.
And back then, was it different postage if you're mailing across the country versus mailing in town, or did it make any difference?
Well, it was timing. Everything didn't go on an airplane back then.
Yeah, it was still first class rate, no matter how far it went. First class letter
but
was the same price.
The time varied a bit. You know, like first class nowadays means throw it on an airplane here, you know, in Oak Creek, right down the street from me, and it goes anywhere in a day or two. But that wasn't the case back then.
Now, if you're right, Rick, that the Dow Jones service actually had it so that your mail was issued from the city you were in, if that was somehow passed on in some way. I don't know if that's the way it worked, but that would have been a time saver for sure. Okay, next after that, Keith Rochette posts an update to his structured assembly language translator, including talking about typecasting syntax and add, subtract with carry syntax. So this is something he's been working on for a while now. We've had multiple updates from him, and he keeps getting further and further into it. So he's trying to basically ask the people that might be using this, what kind of syntax type would you like for these types of things? So I'll just read a little bit of the first paragraph to kind of give you an idea. So as I approach the home stretch for the first proof of concept build of my structured assembly language translator, I'm running lots of sample code and really taking the language for a spin. As such, I've been finding language elements that I never actually implemented. They get parsed successfully, but no code gets generated, or that I did just an initial quick and dirty implementation to jumpstart the process, but then subsequently forgot to go back and do the proper implementation once I implemented real types and simple table support. Oh, the joy of discovery and the exhilaration of seeing things take shape. And there are two items I'd love you to weigh in. So he's asking for feedback on this, and that's on the typecast syntax and then the add, subtract with carry syntax. And he's kind of using, almost a C-like language to do it, to generate direct assembly. So a little bit easier to understand than probably raw assembly would be. Anyway, yeah, there's some people already making their opinions noted, but anybody out there wants to join in, please feel free on the CoCo group on Facebook. Next to that, Paul Cunningham posted the results of his retrowriting a 2 case here. Quite successful, I think. Here's the top one, pretty yellow bottom.
Not so much.
Looks pretty white. Got this little bit of red here. I don't know what that's from because I don't see it on the. Oh no, it's underneath the sticker, I guess.
Yeah, the sticker turned into the black. All went away, and all you got left was a little bit of red.
Yeah, but that did a pretty good job. That's pretty yellow to pretty white. Next up, this is kind of on the May the 4th be with you Star Wars Day here last week. But Matthew Ward actually pulled an old video that Steve did when he was doing his basic programming series on CoCo Talk, and was showing how to do like custom font stuff he used in his games and stuff here using draw statements. And basically, this guy decided to make a Star Wars themed one. As you can see on the screen here, he's got some little sample shots of it here. And which language or pseudo language was this for? Orabesh in font. And Steve actually commented he was kind of surprised that somebody took a video he did 10 years ago or almost 10 years ago and decided to make this. And he's got a little mini video here you can see. And then it plays the Star Wars theme using the play command. I'm not going to assault your ears with that one, but yeah, I was just kind of thinking he's got a couple screens here, and he's got the whole font made. So if anybody wants to make a game with some authentic Star Wars fonts, you can actually do that.
Hey, they won't be able to read it, just like they don't read the manuals.
Yeah, well, it's like Klingon. Well, the people that know Klingon actually are pretty pumped to learn Klingon, so they probably would understand it.
If you look through the midst of time, I actually have a little phrase in the back of one of my Connect manuals in Klingon. I'm sorry.
That's nerd cred right there.
Actually, I'll be dropping off now. I've got someone at the door.
Okay.
So, till next time.
Good day, sir.
You can catch the rest of the show afterwards.
Goodbye,
We're sorry.
Yeah, we're sorry.
Yeah, that's an early one from Nick there.
That's right, in advance.
Yep. Okay, we'll see you later.
It's breakfast date. Okay. Yeah.
Next up, Rich Stevens, who's one of the active CoCo contributors to the FujiNet project, announced this week that FujiNet weather for the CoCo 3. So the FujiNet weather app, Ron, I'm sure you've seen this.
Oh yeah.
They've now got a CoCo 3 specific version, which has more colors. It has black backgrounds. It's a wider screen, so you actually can fit the information better. Looks quite nice, and he has a screenshot of it here, but he also tells you where to find it on the online. If you go to the apps Rata online, you can actually go there and grab the newest version of this for the CoCo 3, and it looks pretty good. Yep. There's a secondary FujiNet announcement we're getting into a little bit later. It's not directly CoCo related, but kind of in a way it is, so we'll get to that in a bit here. But I have to give great props to Rich. He's been actually converting some of the games and all kinds of stuff. So he's basically the CoCo wing of the Fujinet software people.
Nice.
And he's been doing a lot of good work on there.
Yep.
Have you had a chance to try this one on the CoCo?
Not yet.
Version?
Nope. I'm set up in my observatory. I can just go out there and do it.
Yeah, I just stick my finger out the window and okay, it's about 25.
Yeah, it's
wind's coming from here. Next up, we have Brian. Oh no, this is Rich Stevens. Which one am I at here? Rich Stevens announced the CoCo 3 version of the Fujinet weather app. I already did that. This is also mentioning that there's a new CoCo. There's a new Fujinet 1.60 firmware update. So this is actually modifying the actual board itself. And CoCo specific features and fixes include, and I'll just read them off here. I don't have them all in the show notes. It's just the link to the Facebook post, but updated loading screen and config, automatic scrolling display of long file directory names and file copy now works in config. The lobby command now works in config. Implemented the lobby mount. Full Fujinet APE time clock functions are available. Added Dragon support. So this is the first time they've officially supported the Dragon.
There be dragons.
I think they were demoing this at the Dragon meetup this last time. That was still using like beta versions of the software. So now it's official. Updated auto run and config disks. Fixed the Wi-Fi connection and saved network settings from config. Fixed app key read and write compatibility. Fixes the handle leaks that would affect long sessions. Improved network device compatibility. Improved adapter configuration reporting. Fixed drive wire discount handling, and reduced extra logging and fixed spurious command responses. So that's just on the CoCo side of things. There's obviously some other stuff for the other machines.
Boy, it makes me nervous having to do a firmware update.
I got used to them with the SDC, and they work generally pretty smooth. I have had it crash.
So
once or twice.
Ron, this one, it works just fine. I did mine, and the flasher just does what it does. So
okay.
Yeah.
And after I do that, do I have to put my stuff back in to?
No, it kept my config.
Oh, good. Awesome.
Yeah, I'm interested to hear back from the people with the Dragons too to see how it's working on there.
Right now they're officially there.
I always get the brick feeling.
Next up, Brian White, who did a lot of programming for OS 9 Level 2 back in the day, and for the MM1 for that matter. He did, what did you call it? Speed Disk, which was the disk defragmenter. He did both a CoCo version and an MM1 version, if I remember, and a whole bunch of other stuff. So he's been active on the CoCo group again lately. He said he found some really, really old source archives, and he's actually put them on his GitHub. So the one that he's got here, is his program called Show. And if you've seen View, which is currently included with the OU, it's kind of a version like that where it can display a whole bunch of different graphics formats. Native like Mac ones, Atari ST, CoCo, GIFs, RLE, all kinds of different formats. And this is assembly language with the source code, so you can actually go and see how he did everything. Now, he did get it as far along as he originally wanted to, but he's actually got a list of all the stuff he had planned on doing. And he did it a little bit differently than most programs do. So one thing he did, and there's not too many OS 9 Level 2 programs on the CoCo I've seen that have done this. OS 9 has the option of creating your own system calls using SWI 3, and you can install them. And you can also have them for your local program override the ones that the operating system itself uses. So if your program needs to do something a little bit differently, but you want to use the same system call that you would normally use from the system itself, you can actually do that. And the only other program I can remember off the top of my head that does that technique for adding its own was Home Publisher, which added a whole bunch of things for drawing certain things on the screen. That was by Spectral and sold through Tandy. But he's got a whole bunch of source code in here. He's got the README going through it all. This is version 2.0 from 1989. And he says, this is now public domain. Do with it as you will. And then he kind of goes through how
we've reinvented DLL hell.
Yeah. Kind of, yeah. Except DLLs, I remember being incompatible between you can't run it with this program, but you have to run it with this program type thing. Whereas
that's what we're talking here.
Yeah, except the SWI 3s override the SWI 2s only in the process that set them up. So you don't affect the rest of the system. You're not replacing
so
ones.
You can't kill other people. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, it's actually quite nice. But yeah, he's got a whole bunch of options here. Colorize, extra colors. He has page flipping, I think up to 4 screens at once if you want to like really mix colors. Obviously, it's going to flicker like hell when you do that, but probably does some pretty accurate color. Error handling, writing, gives you instructions on how to write decoder modules if you want to add your own graphics format. Say you want to do a BMP support or something like that. That's not in there currently. Then he goes into the system calls, and these are STY3 system calls. So he's got his own screen size call and request screen call and some other things. Some of these are basically, from what I can tell, duplicating ones that are already in there. Now, maybe it's just because I've been doing Nitrous 9 for so long. Maybe some of those weren't in there in the first place. So he would have been making new ones, but some of them, these are in the regular stuff. So you probably could shrink his code a little bit. One nice one he has is he has this palette one that sets all the palette registers at once. So right now, to do it legally in Nitrous 9, you can restore this default palette color set when you boot, or one palette at a time. And that takes the whole rigmarole going through, CoWin to graph drifts, flip the memory map over, change one palette, come all the way back. Pretty time consuming when you're trying to reset all 16 or even like a dozen or 4 to do a graphic animation. This actually would let you do it much faster in one single call. That's something I've been thinking about adding to Nitrous 9 as well. Like something like this here with setting overlay windows, that's pretty well already there as a display sequence. I'm not quite sure why we need a separate software interrupt call for that. But anyway, he documents it very, very well. And as he said, carte blanche, do whatever the heck you want with this code. You want to finish it, add other formats, change it so it runs under OS 9 or Nitrous 9 level 2, which actually has some of this functionality built in. You can probably shrink the program down a bit by just doing the calls we've added. But pretty detailed. And like I said, all the source code's in there. And this is one program I don't remember seeing back in the day. I think Vue came out a year or two later, which does much similar things to this. I think it even allows up to 9 screen flip animations, but there are some unique things in here that even Vue doesn't have. So thanks to Brian for releasing that. Next up, Vincent Tran put up some screenshots here playing the new Usurper Reborn door game on BBSs. And he basically, Ron's done this, where you basically have a program hosted on your PC and your serial cable plugs into the PC, and you tell that to other people's BBSs over the web, going directly from the CoCo, and the PC is just kind of a big giant modem. Now he's using Roger Taylor's NetMate here for the graphics. This is full ANSI graphics. To get the most accurate, I mean, you could try Ultimatum or something, but the special characters aren't going to be there. The colors will be right. So the two programs that actually will do this on the CoCo 3 right now are NetMate, which is faster, I believe, because it uses a 320 by 200 by 16 color mode, so it makes the character sets much narrower to basically fit 80 columns. And the Twilight Terminal by Sockmaster, which actually page flips 3 screens with diagonal specific pixel placements in order to get even more accurate color. But it's taking 3 graphic screens, 96K of screens here just to do it, with a higher vertical res and some other things too. But both of those should work with this kind of thing. But I mean, for seeing a door game on a BBS, like normally you'd only see this type of graphics here on like an Amiga or a PC or something like that. And it actually looks quite good. In fact, you'll notice this is the same guy that showed off the CoCo system that we were looking at earlier.
And he has a door.
Yeah, it's the same guy because I recognize these little power thing here.
I like the way he has modems set up there. Did you see that?
Yeah, he's got the older style, the newer style.
Yeah.
But you can see like it's drawing like characters. It's basically an RPG game. You've got your little stats up here, your HP, strength, stamina, etc. But you can play these online right now, and the programs are written for just generic ANSI terminal programs. So there's 2 you can pick on the CoCo 3. And it looks pretty impressive, actually, considering this is all ANSI character graphics. So, yeah, I mean, we've had some demos of people running the Telnet stuff before, including from Ron. And there's some pretty cool stuff to try out there.
Yeah, I'm kind of relevant in the wrong way.
Okay, so next up, Luciano Scharfe, from Brazil, one of the guys from Brazil, posted multiple programs from the Microboard Company of Sao Paulo, written back in 1985. Now, I haven't had a chance to fully translate everything here to see exactly what this does. And he's got the original cassette here, and he's got screenshots from it too. So there's the original cassette there. And you can see some pokes he's doing here. Basically, that's a P-Clear 0, so they needed all 32K of the RAM free. And then I don't know what some of this other stuff is referring to here. But he uploaded not only pictures kind of describing this program that they kind of rescued, but he's also posted the actual zip files containing the actual code on multiple programs that this company sold. So, Erico, if you're listening to this, if you know kind of what all this stuff does, feel free to pop on the show next week and let us know. Like this one says, it's an IR85 program developed by microboard data entry module. Added processing module and data output, which doesn't really tell me too much of what actually it's doing. So, and the other thing that he posted too, they had their 10th meeting of the Color Rio Club, which is basically all the color computer clones of Brazil, had the CoDemax and the CP400, CP400-2, etc. So it's a little gathering. It's not the big retro, general retro one that we've seen Erico at before and Luciano before. But they had some pretty cool pictures here from showing stuff off. So I thought I'd show a few of those. And Luciano, I believe, is him, if I remember correctly.
Yes, that's him. Lower?
Yeah, that's him.
Yeah.
So he's showing like some of the different clones that were out there of the CoCo. Because, of course,
Yeah,
they
that,
had no
that one
copyright
machine
law.
there is like one of 10.
Yeah. Even have a little semi-graphic thing here for the club. And showing how compatible these were. Here's Dragonfire, which is notoriously hard to emulate, even because of the absolute timing of doing changing the palette or the color set multiple times on the same scan line. Runs perfectly fine on it because it is basically a CoCo.
And it's black.
Here's the CoDemax, which is one of the rare ones too, but nice full travel real keyboard, quote unquote. With the break key relabeled escape, because it's probably easier to find. There's an actual CoCo 2. And I can't remember which one that is.
It's neat how CoCos turn to gold after they get older.
The Color 64, another CoCo clone, which is basically a CoCo 1 case with painted black.
Right.
But with a decent keyboard.
It's got a little bit different swoop there above the keyboard.
No, that's the old CoCo 1 swoop. Just just flat.
Might be the old gray one, like the
old
64K CoCo
yeah.
or something, maybe. But that's definitely not a CoCo keyboard stock one. That's
no, that
a real full travel. And they're showing you like using modern controllers, about kind of some of the modern controller stuff you can get. CP400 Color 2, which had the full travel keyboard as well. Here's one of the projects I think we mentioned last week, if I remember correctly. They're translating Caladriel Flame of Light, which was a game by the guys that eventually became Oblique Triad, but sold through Dicom at the time, which is a graphical adventure style game, but they're actually converting it to be in Portuguese so they can read it at their native tongue in Brazil. So somebody's actually going through and changing all the text in the game.
Nice.
For a different language, which is cool. And you can see the innards of some of the computers back then. 400.
Dig those arrow keys in the bottom right corner.
Yeah, I would prefer that. The CoCo 3 had that layout.
Looks kind of familiar.
Bit of a zoom up there. And you also have a CoCo SDC running in this one.
There it is.
It's running on a really small screen. That's your portable CP400 or whatever.
Get your glasses out.
Right.
And they've, of course, been making new hardware themselves. We've been covering that for the last 2 months, I think, because they're doing multiple hardware projects right now, which is really cool. There's the VGA module if you want VGA output. And Zaxxon on CP400. And then remember, Brazil had, what was it called? PAL M, which is a special version of PAL.
Right.
Which I can't remember, did it natively do the artifact colors correctly like this, or is that some tweak thing? That might be the VGA adapter, actually.
No, I think that's what they did. They had NTSC sort of color stuff superimposed on.
Or was it 60 megahertz PAL? I can't remember.
60 hertz, yeah.
So this might be that VGA adapter, and the VGA actually handles artifact colors
okay.
properly. Yeah.
Maybe that's what's.
And they're just running on goggles.
Mm-hmm.
Once again, showing the innards of the CP400s. And then I'm assuming wirelessly broadcasting the image to the goggles. Here they're running OSine level 1, or sorry, nitrosine level 1 on the CoCo, or on the CP400 using the CoCo 2 version. And here you can see there's some custom character set here. It's like they've got, it looks like blue text on a yellow background. You can't normally do that on a CoCo at all. So obviously this little VJ thing has some enhancements, including the true lowercase you can see here. And that's a different font than I think the T1 VDG uses. So I'm assuming this must have its own video controller, not just an adapter to VGA that actually has some extra features, maybe redefinable character sets or color controls on the character sets. Dragonfire running from a SD card. There's Erico's demo. We mentioned on the show last week. And another picture of the demo a bit further on. One of my favorite games from back then, Tut's Tomb, Mark Data Products. There's some of the joysticks that they had, which are a fair bit different than ours. White Rock Ingots, which is the game that Eric had released, I think, just the last couple of weeks here, which is a Semi-Graphics 4 treasure collecting climber game, I guess you'd call it. Cons and balloons with full artifact colors. A Logitech mouse hooked up to a CP400, which I believe he's actually using to play cons and balloons here.
A mouse saddle.
Like, is that name or something? I'm not sure what that is. Pause menu. Hey, it looks like it's not huge turnout because it's just this CoCo clones only. And there was a fairly popular set of machines in Brazil that actually were CoCo clones, just like, I don't know, at least half a dozen of them. But they're a very active group, I'd say, but after probably Canada / the US, the UK for the Dragon guys, and Australia, they probably were the most active of the CoCo groups worldwide. So thanks, Luciano, for posting all the pics here. I think I'm starting to wrap around here at this point. No, maybe not. There's Sockmaster Donkey Kong. So is there CoCo 3 hidden in there, or is that running on MAME or something? That's the CP400. I'm pretty sure they don't have that kind of graphics on the CP400. Sea Dragon, another one of my favorite games from back in the day.
Yeah, lots of pictures.
Yeah.
You know, at first I thought they dropped stuff on the floor underneath the computer, and I thought, no, that's the floor.
Yeah, stonework on the floor. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Looks like a nice place to hang out.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're basically in the tropics.
Right,
It never gets
right.
cold there, so.
Yeah, we're
And
right
they have
off
that
the
big retro show
water.
we've seen too. That's actually on the
Yeah.
little island there, so that would be one to go to because that has hundreds of people attending with all kinds of machines. And the CoCo clone people usually have a whole set of tables set up for theirs. And a fair number of them actually speak English. Like I know Erico speaks it quite well. He's been on our show multiple times. Luciano definitely does passable English. You can definitely understand him. And there's a couple others that I know a bit too. So if anybody in our community from up here, Australia or the UK, wanted to pop over there sometime, I'm pretty sure they'd be quite helpful. Yeah, it looks like they're running the emulator, I think, they're for Donkey Kong. So I do know they have some CoCo 3s there. They've actually showed them at the shows before. There's Donkey King.
Not much MC10 stuff, huh?
One of Ed Snyder's multi-packs.
Is this in Florida?
No, this is Brazil.
Ah, okay.
A little further south.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, no, the one guy looked like Javier.
What's Sea Dragon? A program they made, or?
No, it's a game by
Game.
Adventure International. I'm trying to remember the name of the author. It's a really good one. It's kind of a scramble style game. Cross-platform too. Sailor Man. Oh, here's one of those demos that was done for the demo scene competition in Europe last year, the year before, but it had uses semi-graphics to do some pretty interesting color effects and using the extended oranges and stuff on the second color sets. You actually get 10 or 11 colors on the screen ones.
So does that stay static and then the bottom half?
Oh no, the whole thing
scroll?
moves. Yeah, the top I think stays static, but the whole bottom's like shifting, like kind of that plasma effect that Simon does in some of his demos.
Yeah, Simon does stuff like that. And was there music to it too, do you think?
I don't remember. We did play it like a year or two ago when it was part of that competition, but I don't remember honestly. But pretty good size for basically a local, meetup.
Right.
Yeah.
He's even got a Sea Dragon t-shirt.
Yeah, and you can read it. The other ones were backwards.
Yeah.
Oh,
There's
okay.
Whirlybird Run. There's a whole gathering. So yeah, that's pretty well what I wanted to show. But they got a couple of good shows there. They got that big retro show that we talked about. They've got this meeting that happens a few times a year. And they're very active in doing new hardware and software, translating English software to be in Portuguese.
Yeah, I hate to say it, but they seem like they're a little bit younger than us.
Maybe it's because they live in the tropics. They just look better. Maybe
Oh, come on, Ron. Everybody's a little bit younger than
I
us.
think they're a little younger.
Okay, next up, and this I had to do a correction that Karen let me know because the way it came across posted on the Discord and it was Discord, I believe. This sounded like something Karen had done, and that's not what happened. So Karen basically announced that Ronaldo Torres finally got the CoCo 2 running on the CYD. And there's project stuff here. So the CYD is this little tiny thing, like it has a little 3-inch screen or 2-inch screen or something. I'm sure he can correct me in the chat.
Oh, cool.
But basically,
cheap yellow display.
It'll allow you to have a very, very small portable CoCo, basically. And they finally got it all fully up and running. Cheap yellow display, I guess, for the ESP32.
CYD,
so you can actually,
yeah.
Yeah, carry a little ESP32, which is very small itself, and then actually attach this little screen to it. You can have like a mini Porta CoCo type thing.
Oh, I've seen those, yeah. People
you
use
could put
them for phones on their wrist, right?
You could put the FujiNet weather app on that, and put it on your wrist, and you got
There
the
you go.
whole thing going.
Is that an I2C or a SPY device?
Karen? I have no idea.
Yeah, I've for $15. I've messed with those also on
yeah, it says a 2.8-inch LCD display with a touchscreen.
Yeah.
On an ESP30.
Oh, with an
ESP32.
Yeah.
So you're all one box there. That
Your
could be
giant
fun.
finger is a touch screen?
Anyway, this little display's for like $3 that I've hung off of my Pipicos and integrated with OS 9 and stuff.
Anyway, everyone wants to fiddle with it. GitHub's there, but he just got it working, from what I understand. Like I said, if Karen's still in the chat, he can definitely give more details because he's the one who sent the story. So, speaking of the ESP32, Exile in Paradise, who I'm hoping is still on the call here, actually did a post about it. And this is basically updating the wiki about it, I think.
Oh, shoot, we missed it.
I'm just trying to keep all my notes on how to use the thing straight. And Cedric said that he liked what was going on. So I told him, steal them, put them in the Git, whatever. But I've been trying to document what I find as I go along. So one of the tests I did right there is, can you take your CoCo SDC card out and put it in the ESP32? Yeah, you can just one card with all your stuff on it. You can keep kind of one image and share them. Same thing with the FujiNet. The FujiNet SD card works in the ESP32. So you can, just keep all your images in a nice pile. I'll put some notes up there about how to go get the Color Computer Archive image and dump it onto the SD card so you can fill up your ESP32 really quick. And then there's a tour of the screens using that screenshot F9 down below. I go through the menus, and then I've got a little index of the hotkeys and some of the firmware info.
Does the this ESP32 bump speed up?
Not really. It's
doesn't have
it's not like
an option.
the CoCo 3 FPGA or the Mr. CoCo or any of those where it runs it like super overclocked.
Yeah.
It's pretty busy as a little microcontroller just running the CoCo 2 and 3 emulations. But he's got a nice little menu system here for the emulator to pick files. And the disk menu I really like because as you move down over it, it'll show you what's in the folders. And when you are hovered over a particular image, it actually gives you the listing of what's in that disk image. And so it makes it very easy to locate what it is you need to start that particular program off that disk.
Okay, that's nice.
Yeah, it's kind of a nice little setup. And, because I'm always, when you type dir, it always flies off your screen if you're not fast enough on the pause. And that just, you can pick it I'm picking this disk image, you scan over it, look at what, oh yeah, I need to run this or I need to load that. So
there's quite a few menu screens here to go through: cassette, joystick settings, all kinds of stuff.
Yep.
Modem, which we just have looked at recently too.
Then there's the firmware upgrade that I did this morning, was putting 104 on there. The F9 screenshot business. So when you do the firmware update, you pick the image, it gives you a little description about what it is, just like what he's posting on the Discord.
Okay. So built-in help, basically.
Well, yeah, just so if you wanted to swap between firmwares, you know which one you're getting.
Cool. So anybody's thinking of getting the ESP, that maybe go in the show notes here and grab this particular link here, because it's something you're going to be updating as changes happen, right?
Right, because I just can't remember all this junk myself, so I just put it in the bag.
So does this ESP32 get warm as it's on for a while?
No.
It doesn't give you a heat warning or anything, like if you're in a...
Nope, it just sits there and runs CoCo stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Now I know a lot of people have been ordering them. Cedric was, selling out his stock almost instantly. It's kind of like trying to get a CoCo STC these days. Okay, next up that Brian Palmer, who we mentioned earlier, had typed in that one game there. Now he's typed in another thing, which is a Australian budgie done in 1993 by Bill Baldacchino, which I'm assuming is another Australian, but 93 is pretty late. Like that's after the CoCo magazines had basically disappeared. So I'm not sure where this came from specifically. So hopefully Brian can let us know. But it's a CoCo 1 and 2 graphic. The disk image here you can grab from the CoCo group on Facebook. And basically it draws, this is a little intro screen. This might have been a freeware thing, but it's a pretty decent looking. Actually, I listed as P mode 4 in the text here by accident. It's supposed to be HCreen 4, not P mode 4. But it's a 640 by 192 basic program that's done in BASIC, and it draws this nice little budgie and some text and stuff.
And so it does something with the speech sound card. So I'm assuming it speaks.
Or chirps or something.
Or budgies.
Yeah. Budgies are kind of like parrots, right? Like they probably imitate people, actually. I'm not familiar with budgies. So. After that, the other Fujinet related update, and this is not directly CoCo related, but is in a sideways way it is. So basically, Thomas Cherry Holmes himself, the person in charge of the Fujinet project, has released the MS-DOS version of Fujitsi, which is the multiplayer Yahtzee. Now, for those who don't know, Fujinet is a way to go online with a whole bunch of different 8-bit retro machines, including the CoCo, the Atari 8-bits, the Apple II, MS-DOS, C64 and stuff is also in development. There's a whole bunch of others too that are currently in development. Atari 2600 even is in there. But with the release of this one now, the Fujinet version of Yahtzee is now available for the Atari 8-bits, the CoCo, the Apple II, and MS-DOS. And the way Fujinet works means you can log in with this on your current network, and you can play against players all over the world that are running the same software on any of these platforms. So you can now, play Yahtzee better than a bunch of MS-DOS people, if you want to join in type thing. And you can have multiplayers on multiple platforms playing the same game at the same time over the net. So it's really cool. And glad they're expanding.
One of the things Curtis, that I ran across for this is that there's also a high scores like party server that you can set up. And I'm wondering if this Fujitsu and some of the other games can work more of like a LAN party thing or at a like a CoCo get together where you run your own server, and rather than playing against the whole world, you're able to play amongst whoever's there. So keep an
Yeah, you
eye
should
out
be able
on
to do that, I
that.
would think. Yeah. And there's a few people on the panel that have been using FujiNet. I know Ron has, and
yeah,
Alan, I'm pretty sure you have too. Rick, I don't know if you have because you have competing products.
I've got too many irons in the fire already.
I do know some of the emulators now support FujiNet too. There's some special option flags and like MAME and stuff, and you can actually run it through that. So you can join in with a virtual machine. You don't have to have the actual hardware. Next up, Jim Gary had a question. He posted in the MC10 group on Facebook. He said, is AI smart enough yet that I could somehow get it to create an assembly language version for the MC10 of the original Peter Jennings? And you might recognize the name because he's the one who did the CoCo initial launch titles of chess and checkers that Tandy sold in 1981, some of the launch titles. But he wants to see if he can actually get it to generate an MC10 version of the original 1976 micro chess for the KIM-1. Which, if I remember, was a 256 byte machine or 512 bytes or something. So it was pretty miraculous. He actually got a decent game of chess out of that.
Right.
But he's wondering if any of the AI stuff is smart enough to convert from KIM-1 to 6803. I'm not being overly familiar with how the AI stuff, I don't have a clue.
Right, because that was that RCA 1800 and something CPU, right? It was very strange.
So go ahead, Alan.
Yeah, I'm pretty dang sure that yes, it'll get you at least 80% there, and with a little bit of debugging, you can get the rest.
Yeah, I don't know if it would be good enough at this point to try to get something to fit in 256 bytes, if that's the thing. But the MC10 obviously doesn't have that limitation. So, but yeah, he's already got some comments about it here. So people speculating on it. As Joel Reese says, supposedly yes, but you have to do some cajoling to get it to work right. So yeah, it'd be interesting if anybody actually, tries that project and if it actually ends up working. There, we finally got through the regular news. So now I got to go through the upcoming shows, and there's actually some additions in there from last week too. So,
so we don't have volume 2 of the regular news?
Yes.
Well, a couple of things have actually happened this last week or two too. So the list shortened and expanded again. Sure. Okay, so first up is the next episode of Trash Talk podcast, the live taping of it. Got announced, and this time it's not happening like literally the day of, so you have a bit of warning this time. But it's been announced. Episode 49 will record at 7 p.m. Eastern on May the 23rd, so that's a couple weeks away. And they're trying to limit the shows now to around 2 hours, unlike us who just run and ramble on until we're done. Always a good time if you're a collector of any sort of Tier City Tandy stuff, all the Tandy 1000 to 4000s, the Model 100s, pocket computers, Model 1, 2, 3, 4, 12, 16, etc. Covers everything, including the CoCo. So people like TGB Christenberger's on there, Peter Statinsky's one of the hosts, Ian Maverick, who makes stuff for the CoCo and the Tier Cities, is on there. Nick and I and a few others on the panel here have been on the show multiple times too. So if you're into general, all the Radio Shack computer stuff, until you were just selling clones anyway, it's a good podcast to check out.
Did you happen to see Stevie Strobridge in the garbage can recently?
No.
He has a picture of himself in the garbage can, and I said, yeah, this is what I think of when I hear the words TRS-80 trash talk.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, you got that in your head now?
Okay, next one after that is VCF Southwest, May 29th to 31st. This is at the Westin Dallas Fort Worth Airport, so it's moved from the university campus to the airport that most people will be flying in on, so it's a lot quicker to get to, and it's a pretty big space, so you don't have to keep going between buildings and stuff too. So, and of course, this is right in Tandy's backyard, so a lot of the Tandy alumni, Mark Sigel's pretty well committed to coming. already, and there's several other ones that were involved with the creations of a lot of their computers, including the CoCo that probably will be attending too. So if you want to like hit them up and ask some questions, perfect opportunity to do so. We also have the Retrofest in the UK running that same weekend, May 30th to 31st at the Steam Museum up Great Western Railway in Swindon. It's 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. both Saturday and Sunday. And they will be showing the Dragon version of FujiNet at this show. So anybody in the UK that saw earlier that the official Dragon firmware support just came out yesterday, if you want to actually see it before you try it type thing, you can just go to the show here in a few weeks, and they'll be doing some live demos showing what it's capable of doing. Next up, if you're into more of the gaming side of things, the Vancouver Retro Gaming Expo is a single-day event on June 20th at the Anvil Center in New Westminster, BC, Canada. I don't know if Ken's still on the call or not, but this is not too far from him. Is this something you're thinking of attending, or have you heard of this show? Or
I will be on the other side of the country.
Oh, you're heading back to the cabin?
Yep.
Geez, you time that terribly every year for this kind of thing.
I do.
Maybe Mark will slip up there. But yeah, they've got their own Discord server. They've got basically it covers like retro in general. So it's like, you know, video game consoles and plushy toys that are, you know, retro related, etc. So it's not just computer stuff. But they have some shots and they have some demos and videos and stuff here that actually look pretty cool. But hopefully we'll get somebody to actually pop by and give us a bit of a report from it, even if it's after the fact. Next up, the International Retro Computer Expo, formerly Boat Fest. It's happening over multiple days in Hurricane, West Virginia. This, of course, is hosted by the Amigos, which is Aaron, Brent, and John Bodovkar Schaller, which is what the original name was from. And this is, I guess I would say, gaming-oriented more so than regular retro, but it does have a lot of regular retro stuff. Several of us have been to the show before, Ken, myself, Jason. Some of the Trash Talk people have been there as well. And they're great hosts. It's a really fun time. It's probably one of the loosest shows where you just go there to have fun type thing. And that's happening July 10th to the 11th. July 9th, if you're going to be a vendor, you can set up that evening. It's kind of like what CoCo Fest has been doing. Home consoles and more, like everything. There's all kinds of stuff there. So they usually record some of the shows live. As I speculated before, the CoCo show, they're planning on actually recording in June. So I don't know if they'd be ready to do a second one that quick, because normally it's about a 6 to 8 week. But they might. I'll have to ask Aaron, and we'll let you guys know next week. But the live show tapings are really fun, because usually they've been doing all 4 of the shows live. And you get to heckle them from the audience live, too, so everybody gets to see it. So it's awesome. Next up after that is VCF West, August 1st to the 2nd at the Computer History Museum in Mountain View, California, right in the heart of Silicon Valley. And there's usually a few local people that are into the CoCos that are attending there. I know, Henry, you've been to that show. I think that's how we actually first met you.
That's right.
Michael Furman, of course. Mikey has been down there. Mark's been down there. Tim Lindner was going there when he lived in the San Francisco area. I'm not sure who else planning attending this year, but
I'll
I think Michael Furman said he is.
50% chance. I don't know where I'm going to be at the beginning of August yet.
Yeah. And there's some other CoCo people that are down in that area too, but I think Mike said he was planning on attending this year.
He usually does, yes.
Yeah, so it'd be pretty cool if we have CoCo representation as displays and then also have a walkthrough.
And then it's also fun because other people show up with strange things, like that 6800 guy about.
Yeah, somebody brought a bunch of Flex stuff. That's when Mikey got back into all of his Flex things and did his own.
Yeah.
Plus, it's right at the computer museum, so it's like a twofer. You get to check out the.
That's right. You get to visit the Computer History Museum's exhibits along with your VCF ticket.
Yeah. And that's how a lot of the UK shows run too. I mean, not necessarily a computer museum, but sometimes they'll have like the train museum or Industrial Revolution Museum or something like that. And that's always nice to have a twofer where you have an excuse to, bring a spouse and some kids to see stuff that might be not quite as nerdy. Nerdy in a different way. Next after that is Vintage Computer Festival Southeast, the 13th one. And this is combined with the Southern Fried Gaming Expo.
Yeah.
July 31st to August 2nd at the Marriott Renaissance Waverly in Atlanta, Georgia, which is where you pretty well are more of the time, I guess, Henry?
Sometimes.
More of the time, sometimes, yeah.
So I don't know too much about this one. I know at one point there were some complaints they were charging extra to attend both, even though they're both like kind of conjunct to each other. I don't know if they're still doing that or not.
If they are, the money's probably going to a good cause.
So have you attended this show before, and what's your opinion of it?
I went there once. It was shortly after COVID, so it was like 2021 or 2022. And I enjoyed it. The Southern Fried Gaming Convention had a huge number of people, and it was lively and active and exciting. And then the Vintage Computer Festival was one small room within the whole bigger thing. And that's where I first showed off my attempt at Pascal on a CoCo 1. And that's where I met Boise Pete and some other, foundational people in our
Yeah, because he's not far away. He's from Louisiana, if I remember, isn't he?
Louisiana, yes. So anyway, yeah, it was a good time, and I met another guy that his son had an exhibit, but this guy that was in high school with me that I hadn't thought of in decades was his son was there with an exhibit, so that was cool.
Oh, cool. Another generation.
Yes.
Okay, next after that is the big VCF, the VCF Midwest, September 12th to 13th at the Schaumburg Convention Center in Schaumburg, Illinois, west of Chicago proper, and also the original town that Rainbow Fest started with in 1983. Not in the same building. Much bigger facility. I think they had an attendance like between 3,000 and 3,500 last year, and it keeps getting bigger and bigger. It's probably the biggest VCF in the world, I think, right now, including even the ones in Europe. And of course, it covers general, and it's definitely a bit more tech oriented. It's not as gaming oriented. And you have pockets of it, but I mean, there's a ton of like people setting up old POTS phone lines and stuff like that. So a lot of cool stuff. And they even try to teach you to solder, which is why I haven't gone because it scares me.
Right, they have a wing to teach you how to solder.
Well, if it's in a wing that's like walled off and I have to look at it, maybe I'll consider going. Yeah,
so I will make it to this, and I'm looking forward to this. Will be my first time at this one.
They have a pizza restaurant inside the hall.
Okay.
Probably smells good in there.
I really do want to make this one, in all honesty. This is probably, besides CoCo Fest, is the one, maybe one of the Dragon meetups I would like to really hit too, because it's an excuse to go holidaying in the UK. But I will make it to these eventually. Next up after that is Tandy Assembly. October 2nd to the 4th at the Doubletree by Hilton Hotel at Cincinnati Airport. Previously, it was held in Springfield, which is actually doesn't have its own airport.
That's not even in Ohio, so it's closer.
But you'd have to drive like 30 miles from where you landed if you're flying in.
Right.
A bit annoying. But now it's right at the hotel in the airport, so you don't even have to leave the airport, really. And it's a much bigger one. I know they said the last couple of years, particularly last year, they could have sold way more tables than they had room for. So they were limiting vendors, like you can only have one table, 2 max type thing. And some of the bigger vendors wanted like 3 or 4. So that problem is now solved. This thing is, I think, slightly more than twice as big as far as, capacity. So hopefully it'll keep them going for a while yet. But I mean, a lot of the shows are getting bigger and bigger. So who knows? They might be having to find another bigger facility later.
Well, this is a good size show, huh?
Yeah. And once again, I mean, this is Tandy, all Tandy stuff. So our Tandy stuff. So it's all their computer lines. And if you're just generally into Radio Shack Tandy stuff, this is another great show to go to. Probably even better than VCF Southwest, which is in the yard area of the original Tandy Towers and stuff here. But a lot of people from New York and stuff were very active in the CoCo community, like Bob Rosen and all them. The very first BBS he ever set up was in New York. So they're all in that kind of area here too. So there's quite a few people that attend this. And the last one is VCF Montreal 2026 version 2.0. And that's because they already had a 2026 one in January, which was quite successful. I heard the attendance was between 350 and 500 for a first show ever type thing. And especially coming up to Canada in January and wintertime, that's, So now they're doing it in the beginning of November, which should be, it'll be cool, but it'll probably be more like cool fall weather or maybe a light smattering of snow, not -30. So yeah, they're announcing that, and there definitely was some CoCo people. There's several CoCo people that did representations there, including Jim Gary, and I'm hoping Sockmaster he did pop in for at least one day last time. So if people can attend this there, if we let people know ahead of time, we can meet some of the other people in there, because there's a few CoCo programmers that are pretty close. They're either from Ottawa or Montreal that might be able to make it out. So. And that's all I've got for upcoming shows. If I'm missing any, please email me at curtisboyle@sastel.net or let me know on the CoCo Discord. And that's all I got for this week, which I think was enough because it's a pretty long show already.
Yeah, we're at plus side of 5.5 hours.
Yeah.
All
Mind you, there's a
times.
lot of project updates and acquisitions. That almost took 2 hours by itself.
Right.
Can I share something quick? Just a picture.
Okay.
Do it quick. I'm hungry.
I've never done it before on an Apple.
All right, turn up your mic and tell us what you got.
Nah, I can't do it. There's so many different options. I don't know how to do it.
Yeah, they've changed some stuff. Well, it should be the share button down at the bottom.
Yeah, I hit share, and it says desktop 1, and then it says Chrome unknown.
So
click on that, and then opens system settings. Well, why would I need system settings? Yeah, forget it. It's stupid.
Okay. Well, do you need?
I was just going to show you smoke coming out of a Model 4. I took a picture of it. The reefer chip blew, and I got pictures of the smoke coming out of the vents.
What you need is smell-o-vision of that thing.
Yeah, really.
A couple years ago at VCF, at the sign-in table, they had a Model 3 there, and they encouraged you to turn it on, and smoke would come out of it.
Oh, just a thing.
They had like incense in it or something, and we put the.
They had the little Lionel puffy smoke train engine inside it.
There's smoke coming out of it. So
I got some resin.
That was San Francisco show.
Yep. All right.
Okay, real quick, I would like to share a real quick update. I did find the short on the motherboard. It was not the regulator. Oh,
it wasn't that thing with the.
But I got it running. I got the motherboard working.
So what was it?
Well, that blob of ugly solder mask was actually
that was at the bottom. So it was actually short.
He soldered all the things together.
The 5-volt regulator is bad. I got the 12 volts, but the 5-volt regulator is bad. So I took that out, and I'm literally just feeding 5 volts into the test point, and it's working.
Okay.
Ta-da!
So yay!
Success. Yeah.
It doesn't look great. The video is crap, but all I have is RF out. That little composite mod doesn't work at all. So I don't know what's up with that.
Well, you'll figure it out. You're good.
Well, the same guy that soldered the other bodge in did that, so yeah.
Yeah, or we'll hook it up to RGB to HDMI. Anyway, that's all.
Okay.
That's good.
Cool. All right, let's run the outro.
This concludes another episode of the CoCoNation, the world's leading live interactive talk show featuring the Tandy Color Computer. For all things the CoCoNation, visit us on the web at thecoconation.com. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to show@thecoconation.com. The CoCoNation show would not exist without the community and its cast and crew. The CoCoNation theme song, copyright 2022, D. Bruce Moore. Mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore. The CoCoNation is over. Join us on the CoCo Discord server. CoCo forever.
It's over. Go home, eh?
We
All
indeed.
right. Till next week.
Yep.
All right.
Ciao.
Bye.